since you were reincarnated as the youngest prince of the empire. Let's enjoy Jujiakrim. But did she say the empire was ruined? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 152, Emperor's Enthronement. 1. Ascension of Emperor. 1. While Henry was dying miserably, Prince and Juno worked hard to restore the declining empire point, and with Prince's staff and Juno's women doing their best to help, the empire quickly returned to normal point. The territories in the northwest, which had not been able to harvest properly due to the Battle of Zen and Pleen, began farming again with a rapid distribution of short-term fruiting. Seeds developed by Hiria, and the crops harvested in the south were distributed for relief, reducing the number of wandering people. I ordered it. Princess Fiona, who made a secret pact with Yuno, returned to Lyon, and as Lyon's army, which had been pressuring the east, withdrew, the Windrage army's soldiers returned to their hometowns, and the east also quickly regained stability. The 8th and 9th legions, which had been returning to Adriatic, after fighting against Kentish rebels in the southwest, formally swore an oath of allegiance and set out to subdue Kent again. When Juno personally sent the cavalry led by Cordelia and the Tisidimacana soldiers, Kent's forces were defeated. The rebels were subdued within 2 weeks, although there was a later story that Duke Windrage was about to become even more angry because he was unable to catch Kent, the leader of the rebellion. The empire was rapidly returning to the strong empire it had been during the reign of Caroline. The day after Henry died, and Juno reported that all the rebels in Kent had been crushed. The cabinet meeting was wrapping up in front of the empty throne. However, due to the words spoken by the Count of Redberg, all the nobles attending the meeting felt that the day's meeting would be even longer. Your Majesty the Crown Prince, you can no longer leave the absolute throne of the empire empty. You must ascend to the throne as soon as possible. Haha, Minister. Don't you know that I'm not qualified to sit in that position? And don't you know that, strictly speaking, I have been dethroned from being the Crown Prince? So the Balkan throne is based on the principle of eldest son succession, unless there is another person designated as Crown Prince. Don't the Prime Minister think so? Marquis Mark, who served as Chancellor during the reign of Charles III, and was deprived of his official position when Dietrich was appointed as Chancellor when Henry ascended to the throne, was currently serving as Chancellor temporarily. That's right, Your Majesty. You must ascend to the throne as soon as possible. You must complete the grand coronation ceremony and restore stability to the subjects of this empire as soon as possible. But since Your Majesty has not ascended to the throne, aren't there people who are like gods leading the old people? You must appoint new prime ministers and ministers as soon as possible. The gods must be replaced as soon as possible so that new blood can be infused into the empire and the Balkans will become more vital. We will get it back. Prince could not hide his disapproval at the demands of the old gods. I'm in trouble. They continue to create public opinion that Yuno should become emperor. But unlike the people of the empire who consider Yuno as their benefactor and the soldiers who are well aware of Yuno's activities, it is difficult to persuade the nobles who have government positions at stake, especially those principled people, in particular, Carol III's favorite subjects, who wanted to pass on government positions to his sons, and the nobles who had been loyal to him continued to look at Prince as if they were hoping that he would sit on the throne as soon as possible and listen to their demands. So Prince, I had a headache every night to the point where I couldn't sleep properly. As Prince continued to argue with the nobles and expressed his disapproval, the door to the royal palace burst open. Brother, I'm back. When he heard Yuno's voice, Prince's face brightened. Oh, Yuno. Did you finish your work well? As I reported yesterday via communication, we were unable to capture Uncle Kent, but we freed all the lords of the southwestern region who were held captive and obtained their oaths of loyalty. We are in the process of providing relief by releasing military provisions for the 8th and 9th Corps, so they will also need siege support quickly. It appears to be yes, good job. As expected of you, Yuno. When Prince changed the topic by praising Yuno in front of the nobles, who could not continue to pressure Prince, took a step back and praised Juno along with Prince. For now, I'll leave today's meeting to this point. I'm going to have a little talk with my younger brother, so you guys please leave. Yes, I understand. Your Highness. As the nobles left the palace with a look in their eyes that said they would not leave so easily tomorrow, Prince sighed. Brother, what are you worried about? I heard that Rich, who held on so tenaciously, also died yesterday. Why are you sighing so loudly? Ugh, you need to sit on the throne quickly, but the nobles keep putting pressure on me. It's a headache. It's a headache. I can't so easily abandon the nobles who have supported me all this time, and my father's favorite people also show their loyalty. Trying to get compensation, burst into anger at Prince's deep sigh. No, what are you asking for in return for being loyal to the Emperor and the Empire? Those guys are just like that. Whoa. Calm down. Still, it cannot be denied that those nobles are the backbone of this empire. Anyway, do as you wish. You persuaded me to ascend to the throne, but I actually don't mind if you ascend to the throne. No, I'm tired now. When you ascend to the throne, I want to go to the Tishidanakana territory you ruled and live quietly with Eunice. I really miss the days of drinking warm coffee and enjoying the clean air there. Also sighed as he watched his brother close his eyes and recall his memories. Cheer up, brother. It's not like I can do anything if I step forward, right? If I take the wrong step, there might be a misunderstanding that a fight between brothers will break out again. That's right. Actually, that's the biggest problem we face. Literally, if Juno came with the Adriatic citizens and army and said that he would take the throne as emperor, there was no one in the Balkans who could stop him. But if he did so, it was obvious that there would be a lot of backlash, and he would end up denying Juno's enthronement. And Prince was very cautious, because it was a problem that another rebel force could rise up to raise. Phew. First, would you like to go take a bath? I heard that Kiramu and Eunice have built a hot spring bath in the garden behind the main palace. That's a good suggestion. Let's go and cool off. Prince went to his room and brought Eunice, and took Kiramu and Miruku to the hot springs to praise them for their hard work in making the hot springs. Hey, it's well made. Are we the only ones who can come in here? Of course. Master, we've set up a magic device so that only you and your madam can enter. If you tell us, Prince, we'll let you use it at any time. Haha, I will accept your wishes, Kiramu-sama. I plan to go to Teshitanakana once ascends to the throne, so I can enjoy the hot springs there. Oh, that place is nice too. We worked hard to create it, so please enjoy it. And if necessary, we will send out a few more elf spirits, so it would be nice to expand the hot springs and turn it into a hot spring tourist village. That's a perfect idea. I would really appreciate it if you could do that. No, Kiramu, you'll give me ideas like that even when I'm around. Ho. When I was with the master, this pleasant club made my mother and daughter feel so good that I was out of my mind. If you weren't here, our pussy maid elf mother and daughter would still provide you with pleasant pussy service. I can't serve your pussy right now, so please be satisfied with enjoying our mother and daughter's breasts under her towel. Master, anyway, the excuses. You two haven't had sex lately, so come to my room tonight. Okay, yes. Thank you, Master. Since now thought of Kiramu and Miruku as her only maids, she naturally treated them poorly, but Prince could not treat them poorly after finding out their true identities. Kiramu-sama, Miruku-sama, please don't forget that I'm here too. Really? This guy's probably the only one who treats the former elf queen and princess as a maid so naturally. No matter how you look at it, he is born with the temperament of an emperor. Looking at being naturally bathed by Kiramu and Miruku in front of her. Prince once again looked at his younger sister with proud eyes and enjoyed the warm hot springs. Honey, what are you thinking so hard about? Are you here? Come in here. Prince welcomed Eunice warmly and gave him space next to him. Eunice greeted Kiramu and Miruku with her eyes and entered her hot spring, hiding her breasts and lower body with her towel. I'm a little embarrassed to show myself like this in front of you, Master. It's okay. Don't worry. I'm not bad enough to covet your brother's woman. It's better to covet your sister-in-law. Isn't it a bit wrong to commit incest with one's own mother and one's own sister? Brother, Why are we talking about this story that ended long ago? You have unusual tastes, but only to me, haha. You and me. I guess our family has a unique sexual orientation. Haha. The two talked about various things and shared deep stories between brothers, and Eunice, Kiramu, and Miracle listened to each other's pets while they bathed and talked about various things together. Anyway, I have to make you sit on the throne. My head really hurts What do you mean, honey? Is that what you said about your headache lately? Yes, Eunice. Are you giving me a headache because the nobles keep trying to sit on the throne for me? Then you can just sit on the throne. Is that called worrying? No, I have no intention of sitting on the throne. You said you were not fit for an empress, so you like me giving up the throne to you, right? Now I have an amazing idea, whispered Eunice, offered an idea to her prince, and Prince exclaimed in delight at her idea and hugged her, saying he felt like he had earned his wife. Yuno also smiled at the good appearance of her older brother and his wife, and the evening deepened behind the Imperial Palace. Kurimu Hot Spring Bath Illustration. Tower Low, *KURIMU Hot Spring Bath Illustration. Towel Chapter 153. Enthronement of Emperor 2. Enthronement 2. Next day. Even before the cabinet meeting was held, the royal palace was noisy with the sounds of arguments between nobles. No, shouldn't the next vice minister of finance be the eldest son of our family? My eldest son is a perfect person. I thought he was a talented person who would continue our family, so he received education for gifted children from a young age, and gained 10 years of experience at the Treasury Department. Who is more suitable than our eldest son, What do you mean? If you were in the treasury for 10 years, doesn't that mean you worked under Heinrich and Dietrich? We need to start investigating right away to see if any bribes were stolen. This person really. Did you say everything? What? You bastard. I'm 5 years older than you, so how could a young bastard be arrogant? HMPH. Since I don't have any ability, I guess there's nothing left to say but my age. This guy's really. Okay, let's give it a try. Who knew you couldn't do it? Even though the ministers and vice ministers of each department were appointed directly by the emperor, there were more than one person fighting for their positions, so the royal palace was gradually becoming a mess. In particular, the fight between the existing noble families of Adriatic and the eastern region's nobles, who played a decisive role in Prince's ascension, was the most intense, and the western and southern regions, which had suffered damage from Tacito's invasion and Kent's rebellion, also had to somehow compensate for the damage. People were interfering with each other, and in some places, scuffles broke out. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the Third Prince are entering. Everyone, please be quiet, as Prince and Juno tried to enter. Viscount Leverkin, who was appointed temporary secretary, shouted and tried to stop them. However, the factional fight, which became particularly intense today, did not stop even after Prince and Yuno entered. So Prince and Yuno looked at the nobles with bewildered faces. Bang. Bang. What on earth are they doing? Can't they even see that their royal highnesses have entered? My sword will not forgive anyone who continues to cause trouble. In the end, only when Leech Tenora stepped forward was he able to silence the nobles, and only then did the full-fledged cabinet meeting begin. We have decided to hold the coronation ceremony a week later, as you wish. Who are? Then how are the ministers and vice ministers appointed? Prince continued to open his mouth with a wry smile at the gazes of the nobles who were only looking at him with anticipation. Since Yuno and I will be absent from today's meeting, please agree among yourselves and submit a list of candidates for minister and vice minister and the reasons for appointment of each candidate through temporary secretary Leverkin by tomorrow. We will refer to the list and make the appointment. I understand, Your Highness, and from tomorrow until the day of the coronation, I will temporarily suspend the cabinet meeting. Unless it is something that absolutely requires my payment, let each department decide on its own. At Prince's words, the nobles' expressions changed to joy. Please leave it to the gods, Your Majesty. When Prince and Yuno left the royal palace again, the nobles fought and fought again, trying to push their successors into key positions, and in the end, the cabinet meeting that day was held the next morning, and only when the time to submit the list to Prince approached came, it was barely able to end with a dramatic negotiated settlement of the breakup. Prince and Juno clicked their tongues in astonishment. After receiving the list of candidates for minister and vice minister through Leverkin, Brother, was our Balkan Empire a country where people inherited positions in addition to titles? The reason is that Alfred Dare, the candidate for Vice Minister of Agriculture, is the eldest son of Count Dare, who served as Vice Minister of Agriculture during the previous emperor's reign. The others are all similar. It seems that Baron Regasota managed the intelligence department well. He recommended a commoner who worked under him as his successor and personally requested that he be given the title of Grand Commander. The core departments of the empire were 10 in total: the Executive Department, the Judiciary, the Ministry of National Defense, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, the Ministry of Culture and Propaganda, the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Construction, the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Energy, and the Ministry of Information. Prinz and Yuno were shaking their heads, because the only one recommended as head was the Intelligence Department. Wow, this is really, it's a headache, that out of the 10 core ministries of the empire, there is only one proper candidate nominated, the Ministry of Intelligence. First, just in case, let's ask Baron Legasota to do a background check. There may be a good person, it's still like that. The Minister of National Defense recommended you, as if he had any conscience. Haha. By the way, haven't all the legions of the empire pledged loyalty to you? If it weren't for you, it would be difficult to even command them, but that's only natural. It seems like even the local soldiers are loyal to you, not their masters. Haha. Hey, why are you laughing so hard? You're embarrassing people. It's because I trust you. Yun Tian. Prince stroked Yuno's head and enjoyed the little time left between the brothers as news of Prince's accession to the throne spread throughout the empire. The people of the empire expressed relief that stability would finally be found, while Tacito and Leon, who wanted Balkan to shake up a little more, each expressed their disappointment. However, since both countries were busy with the work of stabilizing the newly acquired territory, they agreed to send an envoy congratulating the new emperor on the throne and a letter requesting that the peace agreement promised by the former emperor Henry be kept. And a week later, the imperial palace was splendidly decorated for Prince's coronation ceremony, and all the nobles of the empire gathered at the imperial palace to celebrate the new emperor's coronation. Not only the nobles of the capital, but also the lords ruling the provinces and their wives joined together, and the imperial palace was crowded with so many people, and the maids and servants of the imperial palace had to keep busy preparing for the coronation banquet. Finally, the time for the coronation ceremony arrived, and the temporary secretary, Viscount Leverkin, was present in the presence of numerous nobles including the Duke of Windridge, the Empress Iria, the Princesses Diane, Isabella, and Mary, and Hiria, Rachel, and Eliza from Thessaloniki. Prince's position was announced. His Majesty Prince is entering. All guests, please stand up. As everyone stood up to celebrate the coronation, Prince slowly walked to the throne and sat down. And Viscount Leverkin presented Prince with a staff symbolizing the emperor, and Prince raised the staff high, announcing that he had been crowned emperor. I proclaim that His Majesty Prince II has been crowned as the rightful emperor of the Balkan Empire. When Secretary Viscount Leverkin announced his accession to the throne, the royal palace was filled with applause in celebration. Clap clap. Long live His Majesty Emperor Prince II. Long live the Balkan Empire. Under the leadership of His Majesty Emperor Prince II, the Balkans will live forever. Seeing numerous nobles congratulating him on his coronation, Prince raised his staff high and struck it on the ground. To silence the nobles' boom, Jim will now issue his first personnel orders. The nobles were puzzled, because it was customary to celebrate by announcing personnel orders after the banquet. Celebrating the enthronement had matured to a certain extent. However, the atmosphere in the banquet hall naturally brightened with the thoughts of the ministers that it would not be a bad idea to quickly announce the cabinet, the factional aristocrats full of expectations that their family could develop further, and the shining eyes of the successors who are excited about success. As he climbed, all the nobles' eyes turned to Prince's mouth. First of all, I will appoint Crown Princess Eunice as Empress. It was a bit frustrating, but appointing an Empress was something that had to be done anyway, and the news of his divorce from Hiria was widely known, and it was the reason for the outbreak of the last civil war, so the nobles were all convinced. The court once again filled with applause, but Eunice, who was sitting next to Prince's throne, raised her hand and stopped the applause. Next, I appoint Prince Yuno to succeed me as crown prince. Several nobles appeared to be clamoring for the order to appoint Yuno as crown prince. No, the emperor is so young, so why should his highness the third prince is the crown prince? Hey you idiot. Have you forgotten what kind of body Empress Mama is? She doesn't know if she will be able to have children or not. Oh, that's right. However, this too was understandable to some extent, and since Juno's performance during the last civil war was truly incredible, and he was a person who received overwhelming support from the people and the military, the nobles all accepted this as well. Once again, the royal palace was filled with applause, and the sound died down as Yuno stood directly below the royal palace, paying respect to Prince, and I will give my final command as emperor here. I will immediately abdicate the position of emperor to Emperor Yuno. Prince's last command filled the royal palace with silence instead of applause, and all the nobles had to believe their own ears. However, paying no heed to the nobles' attitude, Prince gave Yuno a staff symbolizing the emperor, placed him on the throne, and, together with Yunus, swore allegiance to Yuno as subjects. I hereby declare that as Majesty Juno I have been crowned as the proper emperor of the Balkan Empire. With the trembling voice of his secretary, Viscount Leverkin, Juno was finally crowned emperor of the Balkan Empire, but there was still silence in the Palatial Lustration of Yuno sitting on the throne. After being crowned as emperor. Chapter 154. Enthronement 3. Enthronement 3. Juno sat on the throne and looked down at the royal palace. The nobles who filled the palace were speechless because they were embarrassed by Yuno's sudden accession to the throne as emperor. Yuno opened his mouth as he looked at the nobles. Why? Don't you like the fact that I was crowned emperor? If you have any objections, please speak up here. If you speak out after the coronation ceremony is over, you will be treated as treason, but I promise that you will not be charged with anything at this time. At Juno's words, an old man above the count who wanted to appoint his own child as Minister of Agriculture opened his mouth. I will tell you what God risked his life for. The succession to the throne in Balkan is based on the principle of eldest son succession. So, His Highness Prince takes the throne. Did you take over the throne as crown prince of your older brother, His Majesty Prince II, the previous emperor of the Balkans? Isn't that what all the nobles gathered here agree on? At Yuno's words, his mouth closed in an instant, and the king fell into silence again. If I have nothing more to say, I will understand that the lords have recognized me as the emperor of the Balkans. Next, the Count of Redberg raised his hands, sweat pouring down his forehead. Yes, Lord Redberg, just tell me something. If you are a former Minister of Justice, it will make sense. Your Highness the Third Prince. First, let me say this on the premise that you have not yet succeeded to the throne. His Majesty the previous King Carol III wanted His Highness Prince to ascend to the throne, and for His Highness the Third Prince to lead the Balkans by leading the military. God does not know what promise the two of you made, but for the sake of the Empire, it is important to uphold the legacy of His Majesty Carol III, who led the greatest era of the Balkans. Before Count Redberg could finish speaking, Count Liechtenauer interrupted him. No, His Majesty Carol III entrusted the maintenance of the Balkans to Emperor Juno, Lord Liechtenauer. At Liechtenauer's words, the eyes of the nobles, including the Count of Redberg, opened wide. However, Liechtenauer did not care about the nobles' reactions, and continued his words. Before his death, His Majesty Carol III wished that the current emperor, His Majesty Juno, would take over as the next emperor. Well, is that really true? I can swear on my honor. There may be some who don't believe, so the Tower Lord, please cast the Mouth of Truth spell on me. At Liechtenauer's request, Jennifer once again revealed her vast magical power and cast the Mouth of Truth magic on him. Liechtenauer disarmed all the anti-magic tools he had equipped, and meekly accepted Jennifer's magic. I swear once again with my honor and manner, that what I said is true. Liechtenauer's voice, echoing in the palace with the Mouth of Truth spell, showed that his words were the truth. Principled people like the Count of Redberg now seemed to understand Juno's succession to the throne, but the nobles whose interests were immediately at stake widened their eyes and argued otherwise. Even so, the succession to the throne of the Balkan Empire cannot be carried out so hastily. That's right. It makes no sense for the succession to the throne to take place without consulting the nobles. Then what are you going to do with my luggage? The fact that you guys come out like this means that you have something to wish for, right? Only then did the nobles look at Yuno and state their demands. Please confirm here that you accept the list we gave you a week ago. In that case, our nobles will also acknowledge this succession to the throne. Yuno covered his eyes with his hands as he saw the nobles completely revealing their intentions. He, Yuno, who had been laughing slowly, seemed to gradually lose control and burst into laughter. As Yuno burst into laughter and radiated force, the high-ranking nobles gathered in front of the palace had to receive the full force of Yuno, the master, and those who were weak began to lose their legs and fall to the floor one by one. These guys who couldn't even say a word in front of Heinrich are going wild as if something happened. Just because the emperor changed, with a cold expression, Yuno held up the list of ministerial and vice minister positions given to him by the nobles, and tore the documents to pieces. As the emperor, I cannot accept a list like this. No. Even if I don't become emperor, I don't recognize a list like this. It's unreasonable for you to argue about a position appointed by the emperor of the empire. Yuno, who shouted in anger, took a breath and looked at the nobles again. Of course, as an emperor, appointing talented people to important positions would require consultation with his subjects. But is this the attitude of nobles now? The nobles who treat the emperor say that if they want to become emperor, they come with a list that they have made up for themselves and appoint people like this. Are you talking about their attitude? Even with Yuno's life-threatening appearance, the family's interests and the position at stake were about to slip away, so all the nobles rose up and suddenly appeared as one. Regardless of faction, it is the emperor who reigns at the top of the empire, but it is we nobles who run the empire. That's right. No matter how much you are the emperor, it would be very difficult if you tried to make personnel decisions without the consent of our nobles. Personnel is an important thing that determines the future of the empire. So, if you are an emperor who establishes authority with the emperor's staff and rules over the Balkan Empire, act in accordance with that staff. Although it was Yuno who unintentionally achieved faction unity, Yuno looked very calm. The emperor's authority. Did it come from a staff like this? After looking at the emperor's staff handed to him by Prince for a moment, Yuno grabbed it with both hands, split it in half, and threw it under his throne. Clink clink clink. Not only the nobles, but even Prince could not help but be shocked by Yuno's actions of destroying the sacred object that had symbolized the emperor since Balkan founded the empire. Yuno, what the hell, your majesty? A sacred object that symbolizes the emperor? No, the emperor's authority does not come from a staff like that. From now on, I will personally show you where the emperor's authority comes from. Listen up, Knights of the Royal Guard. For whom does the Knights of the Imperial Guard exist? In response to Yuno's question, the Liege Tenora and the Knights of the Royal Guard who filled the second floor of the palace saluted and shouted with manner. The gods exist to protect the Balkan Empire ruled by His Majesty the Emperor. The nobles looked embarrassed as they saw the Knights of the Royal Guard surrounding the royal palace and showing their murderous spirit towards them. But Yuno's protest did not end there. Each corps commander in the Balkans, listen. For whom does the Empire's corps exist? The 8 corps commanders of the Empire also bowed before Yuno and shouted loudly. The Imperial Legion is loyal to His Majesty the Emperor and exists for the glory of the Balkan Empire. As Emperor, Yuno once again receives the Imperial Army's oath of loyalty and asks Isabella to spread her voice in the square in front of the main gate of the Imperial Palace and asks Jennifer to show the citizens gathered at her main gate before her presence. I ordered it to be illuminated. Citizens of Adriatic, listen. His Majesty Prince II, who was crowned emperor today, abdicated the throne to my younger brother. From now on, I declare that Yuno is the emperor of the Balkan Empire. The citizens of Adriatic, who had expressed some discomfort at the news of Prince's ascension to the emperor, cheered wildly at the news of Yuno's ascension to the throne, who made the greatest contribution in defeating the evil Henry and saved them and the children of their neighbors and took revenge on them. It has begun. Yuno. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Long live the Balkan Empire. Looking at the citizens of Adria cheering at his voice, Yuno raised his voice again. Citizens of Adriatic, subjects of the Balkan Empire, I ask you, who is your emperor? You are the emperor, who rules this Balkan. It is also your majesty the emperor, who will make the Balkans great again. Your majesty is Emperor Juno I. The voices of the citizens of Adria supporting Juno were loud, and without even going through Jennifer's magic, those voices resonated all the way to the imperial palace far away, causing the nobles to lose their spirit. Did you hear it? Did you feel it? The emperor's authority comes from the support of the military and citizens, not from a stick like this. This time, Juno did not even generate mana, but the nobles knelt one by one due to Juno's natural momentum, supported by the support of the imperial army and people point. Before we knew it, all the nobles in the palace had knelt and pledged loyalty, but surprisingly, there was one person who did not bend his knee until the very end point. He was none other than Juno's maternal grandfather, the Duke of Windridge, and Juno gazed directly at his maternal grandfather. Your Majesty, no, Your Majesty, let me ask you just one question. What does Your Majesty think the empire or emperor is? The Balkans are the burden, and the burden is the Balkan Empire. Haha. Duke Windridge burst into laughter as he looked at Juno, who answered his question so simply, and after a while, he knelt in front of Juno. Got Fedo Bork von Windridge swears allegiance to His Majesty Emperor Juno I. Starting with Duke Windridge's oath of allegiance, all nobles formally pledged allegiance to Juno, and Juno finally became the emperor of the Balkan Empire point. And as soon as Juno officially became emperor, like Prince, he appointed his companion and empress of the empire. From now on, I will appoint Jim's companion and empress. The empress is Eliza Sinclair de Leonhardt, Jim's fiancée, since it was obvious that Eliza would be the empress once Juno was crowned emperor. The nobles nodded. However, Juno's subsequent voice exploded a bomb in front of the king, making the heads of many nobles who had just pledged allegiance tingle. And Catherine of Aragon. I will appoint these two as my first and second empresses. *Liza wedding dress illustration. General. *Liza wedding dress. Exposure ver. *Liza wedding dress. Cheap ver. Chapter 155. Cabinet composition *ILLUSTRATION by Diane, Rachel, and HIRIA*. Cabinet composition. When Juno made the bombshell announcement that he would appoint both Eliza and Catherine as empress, the nobles turned upside down. Your Majesty, you are hosting two empresses? That is ridiculous. This does not mean that we oppose Your Majesty as the emperor, but that we oppose it because it is against imperial law. Well, isn't Master Aragorn Your Majesty's teacher? The age difference is quite. When Catherine heard that there was a big age difference between her and Juno, she glared at the nobleman, and when she sensed that he was trying to kill her, she silenced him. Why on earth? Doesn't that make sense? There's no law against marrying your teacher. In response to Juno's defiance, the nobles who made up the judiciary, led by the Count of Redberg, spoke out. Under imperial law, you can only have one wife. The empire is a country where monogamy is regulated by law. The system of concubines is not there for nothing. Your Majesty's words shake the very foundation of this country. Please retract them. As soon as you take the throne as emperor, you try to break the law like this. Juno frowned at their words, but calmly began to persuade them. Now, let's think about it this way, instead of just opposing it unconditionally. Why does the law exist, and what do you think the purpose of the law's existence is? The Count of Redberg tilted his head at Juno's sudden and unexpected question, but answered the question. I don't know why you're suddenly asking about law, but God's idea of law is to maintain social order, realize justice, and protect culture. Yes, Jim's thoughts are similar. Protecting the weak from the strong, protecting individual rights, and maintaining the country. That's true. But what does that have to do with the current problem? The reason I have two empresses is to maintain social order in the empire, and for the good of the country. Yes, the nobles, including the Count of Redborough, looked at Juno, as if he were dumbfounded, but Juno paid no attention, and called Eliza and Catherine to his side. And the two each took out their swords and fists, and formed sword and fist energy, and the nobles were once again discouraged and pushed away by their power. Eliza and Catherine here both love me as a husband, and I love them both as wives. But as you can see, these two are masters. So which of them should I put down to the concubine? The nobles murmured, and began discussing among themselves. I guess Princess Eliza is the Princess of Leon, and since she had her coming of age ceremony, she has been betrothed to His Majesty, so she has Master Aragorn as her concubine. What are you talking about? Master Aragorn has been working as a master of his country for the past 15 years, and he is well known among the civilian population because he has worked almost as a mercenary. Taking in Master Aragorn like that as a concubine will lower the national prestige of the Empire. I mean, don't you know that it makes even more sense to take Princess Eliza in as your concubine? Even if Leon uses this as an excuse to declare war, it's pointless. You're afraid of people like Leon. Are you a Balkan noble? Are you a spy? What? How dare you insult me? As the discussion quickly escalated, and the nobles were about to engage in fist fights, Yuno clapped his hands to turn their attention back to himself. Point clap. Everyone, be quiet. Now do you understand why I'm trying to make you two empresses? If I'm not careful, the empire could split into two and cause factional strife. Laws must be applied according to the situation. That's it. Jim. For the sake of the Silver Empire, I will take both Eliza and Catherine here as empresses. But there's also the possibility of a fight between the two of you. One nobleman expressed his opposition to Juno until the end, but he was defeated by Eliza and Catherine. Does that mean you think we won't be able to educate our children properly? We only follow the successor chosen by the emperor. We have no intention of giving our opinion to the next emperor, so you don't have to worry. When Eliza and Catherine came out like that, the nobles could no longer argue, and it was decided to allow Emperor Juno to have at least 2 empresses. Okay. Now, I will carry out the second greeting order. Earlier, the nobles seemed to be opposing my enthronement, so I may have reacted a little too much, but I will do so with the nobles, who will support my reign in the future. I have no intention of confrontation, so I will continue to respect the opinions of nobles. Several nobles breathed a sigh of relief at Juno's compromise. In particular, the prestigious families of Adria, who lobbied heavily for their successors and spent a lot of money, welcomed Juno's decision and even appeared to praise Juno. However, the words that came out of Juno's mouth next made their bodies freeze. Although I respect the nobles, I have no intention of hiring those who only have excellent families and are not capable. In the future, nobles without ability will gradually be demoted in rank, and the empire that I will lead will have only 2 things, ability and humanity. I will decide your position after seeing this. I declare that this is the only way to make the empire even greater. Juno continued to name the ministers and vice ministers who would form his government. First, I will appoint Count Gilbert von Salia, the Marquis of Alpus von Trier, to the position of head of the administration and vice minister. The Marquis of Trier will request that his eldest son complete the succession to the title as soon as possible. Yes, your majesty. I will reward you with loyalty. Subsequently, Count de Redberg will be appointed as Minister of the Judiciary, and Viscount Otto von Gertner will be appointed as Deputy Minister. Count Redberg will also inherit the title to his eldest son. Your majesty, God's eldest son is not yet ready to take on such an important responsibility. Please withdraw the order. The Count of Redberg did not intervene in this personnel matter, and he tried to refuse Juno's personnel orders because he thought his son's abilities were still insufficient. But Juno's orders were firm. No. I know that Doppelberg has worked faithfully under the Count for the past 20 years. As such, I think he is fully qualified to succeed the Count. Thank you, your majesty, for saying that. But although the Count of Redberg still looked at his eldest son with disapproval, de Redberg went to his throne, prostrated himself to Juno, and thanked him for entrusting him with his duties, and several nobles looked at him warmly. Juno then appointed Count Gaul von Pavels as Minister of Culture and Propaganda, Count Reinstein as Deputy Minister, Marquis Joachim von Neutora as Minister of Foreign Affairs, Count Konstantin von Rottenfrit as Deputy Minister, and Lombard as Minister of Land Construction. Count von Million appointed Viscount Donald von Eastmore as Deputy Minister, gradually reducing the nobles' concerns. I was very concerned at first, because he took the throne in such an unconventional way, and made uneasy comments before the appointment process, but I think I was overly worried. That's right. Wouldn't it be difficult to run the empire if we ignored our nobles? Of course, the appointment of Minister of Justice was different from our wishes. But if it is Count Redberg, we will have to acknowledge it. The Minister of Land, Infrastructure, and Construction has also changed positions. But if it were Count Billion, the story would make sense. The nobles were completely relaxed and listening to Yuno's personnel announcement. However, Juno once again turned the nobles upside down. Next, the Ministry of Defense. I appoint Vladimir Mayer as Minister of Defense and Baron Albus Derian as Deputy Minister. Your Majesty. That is nonsense. How can you entrust such high-ranking positions as the Minister of National Defense and Vice Minister to commoners and commoner-born Nansung nobles? It is something that shakes the very foundation of the empire. It must be withdrawn. Moreover, Baron Derian is a former commander-in-chief who served under the traitor Henry. I tell you that this is absolutely impossible. Quang. Bang, it's noisy. If I were to be punished for working under Heinrich, more than half of the nobles here would have lost their heads. And didn't I already declare that positions are not determined based on status? The counts did it because they judged that he had the ability and personality, but they tore up your letters of recommendation as soon as they saw them. So you should know that the nobles bowed their heads to Yuno's temper, but their dissatisfaction seemed to remain. Moreover, this time it was slightly different in that not only the nobles, but also the appointees were overturned. What can I say? I'm the Minister of National Defense. Oh, no, I'm just a corps commander from Barangay Sungwi. How can I do that at the coronation party? Mayer was packing food to take to his wife, who had just moved to the capital, without paying any attention to the cabinet appointments, and Derian, who was joking with the other corps commanders about wanting to finish quickly and smoke a cigarette, was so surprised that he waved his hand. I hid it. Mayer, you have proven your abilities brilliantly under me, and Lord Derian served as commander-in-chief under Heinrich with excellent defensive tactics, even engaging in guerrilla warfare with the remaining troops, after defending Streve against Tacito's large army and ultimately being defeated. And as the commander-in-chief, he made the bold decision to surrender rather than waste the lives of his soldiers. In response to Yuno's explanation, Derian prostrated himself and once again pledged his loyalty, saying he would live up to his expectations. But Mayer ran up to the throne and criticized Yuno. No, Your Majesty the Trident. No, Your Majesty the Emperor. Isn't this different? I heard you will accept my resignation. Hey, such a baseless guy. What place is this? This is why commoners are not allowed. Your Majesty, please withdraw the order immediately. Naturally, the nobles behind her kept calling for Mayer to resign, but Yuno ignored those nobles and smiled at Mayer. What are you talking about? Jim definitely accepted your resignation letter as promised. I'm free now because they accepted my resignation letter. But suddenly the Minister of National Defense said, what? I won't do something like that. I'm going to get severance pay and run a fruit business in Adriatic with my wife, so please give me severance pay as soon as possible. I can give you severance pay for resigning from the position of garrison commander, but you are not free. It has always been that way, and it will continue to be this way. You have struck down the position of garrison commander of the Tashidamakana territory, but you are my subject. It's still valid. Besides, you're a subject of Balkan, and I'm the emperor, so aren't you obligated to follow my orders? Oh, no, just because he's the emperor, he treats people like this. Vladimir Mayer, this is your command. Obey the emperor's orders. When Yuno suddenly radiated energy and spoke in a voice full of dignity, Mayer instinctively bowed down, and Yuno pulled out her sword and tapped his shoulder. Vladimir Mayer, in consideration of your merits in the last war, I ennoble you as a count. This is an order from the emperor, so you have no right to veto. Do you understand? Count Mayer? Yes. I will accept it gratefully. In the end, Mayer cried and accepted the position of Minister of Defense given by Juno, and all the nobles were left speechless by Juno's shocking personnel move of immediately awarding the title of earldom to a commoner. However, as if Yuno so far was nothing, Yuno continued to give enormous shocks to the nobles. We then appoint Hiria von Deerwood as Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. Diane Erica Maywood von Borken as Minister of Commerce, Industry, and Energy, and Rachel Sinclair de Leon Hutt as Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Diane celebrating Juno's accession to the THRONE*RACHEL congratulating Juno on his accession to the THRONE*HYRIA celebrating Juno's accession to the throne. Chapter 156. Secret wedding between mother and son. 1. Secret wedding between mother and son. 1. Juno's explosive remarks made the nobles question whether their ears were wrong. However, the nobles, who realized that their ears were intact, gathered in front of the royal palace and urged him to take back the royal decree. When appointing mayor, only the nobles and his faction were opposed to this cabinet appointment, but in this case, all the nobles, except the ministers and vice ministers who Juno had just appointed, stood up and shouted their opposition. Juno was also a little embarrassed. Your Majesty, that is not enough. Please withdraw the imperial order. Juno looked at the nobles and asked them, as if he was curious as to why he was receiving so much opposition, which was completely different from when he appointed Mayor as Minister of Defense. No, aren't these people even commoners? Diane is a princess, Rachel is a princess, and Hyria is a daughter of a marquis. Why on earth are you opposing it? If it's because she's a woman, then it's Marquis Mine, a famous merchant who laid the foundation of the empire 60 years ago. Isn't your wife a woman too? When Juno asked, as if he was dumbfounded by the voices of the nobles who were unanimously shouting their opposition to the death, the old officials of Charles III, including the pre-war Chancellor Marquis Mark, the pre-war Minister of Finance, Count Alpa, and the pre-war Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Marquis Bulow, were the representatives. They came out and explained why they were against it. Your Majesty, it's not because she's a woman. The Lady of Deerwood is the divorced daughter of His Majesty the late Emperor Prince, and the daughter of the Marquis of Deerwood, who was attached to Heinrich's faction. After the divorce, she opposed the Marquis of Deerwood, who was on the same page as Heinrich. He escaped from the capital and was spared guilt due to the fact that he was working in His Majesty's domain. But there has never been a case of using a traitor's family even on the entire continent. Her Highness Diane may marry abroad through an arranged marriage. Even though she is said to be the head of the Alchemist Guild, she is a person who does not know when a national marriage will take place, so I believe it is impossible for her to take on such an important role. Furthermore, the biggest problem is Princess Rachel. Not only is she Henry's divorced daughter, but she is also the princess of the enemy country, Leon. To put such a person in the position of Chancellor, the position that oversees all affairs of the empire. On top of that, she controls all financial flows of the empire. Even if an imperial citizen were to serve as the Minister of Finance, I would have opposed it. That's right. And if one person were to serve as both Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, there is no way he could handle that workload. Even if Heinrich was number one in terms of financial ability, it would have been impossible. Still, Juno felt relieved, because it was an opposition with a reason, and not a random one. However, he could not accept the old god's claims as is, and Juno decided to push ahead and raise his voice. What the hell? If a subject has abilities, isn't it the role of the emperor to allow them to use those abilities? I want to become an emperor who can do that. What if she's the daughter of a traitor? The nobles here, is there even one person who has gone out into the field and touched the crops themselves to improve seeds for farmers? Poetry. People recommended by the gods also study a lot about crops. There is nothing more dangerous than knowledge that is far from the field. For example, the same goes for Prince Kent Windridge, Jim's uncle. He was exposed to many tactics in books, but when he actually went to battle, he was unable to do anything, and the core was annihilated. Jim, this ruling empire will never experience anything like that. When Juno got angry, showing off his energy without hiding it, the nobles were shocked. Since Juno's words were certainly not wrong, they decided to take a step back. I understand. I will acknowledge Lady Deerwood. But Her Highness Diane, when her name was heard, Diane stepped forward instead of Juno. I'm not going to get married. Who dares to get me married on their own? I won't get married unless it's by order from His Majesty the Emperor. And I'm sure your Majesty isn't planning on sending this sister anywhere, is he? Juno laughed for a moment, as if she was troubled by Diane's gesture of seductively looking at herself and emphasizing her cleavage and lips, then cleared her throat and continued, that's right. I can't send a talented person like you to another country. You will work under me for the rest of your life. If it's His Majesty's order, of course she should follow it. This Diane will forever remain a faithful servant to Her Majesty. Her younger brother and emperor at Diane's lewd words, had to cross her legs and look away to avoid erecting her dick. Well, then I understand. If Her Highness Diane doesn't get married, then no one will be as familiar with the Empire's industrial resources as Her Highness. Still, it's not as good as Princess Rachel's simultaneous positions as Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. This is physically impossible. Please listen to the opinion of this old man who served as Prime Minister for 20 years under His Majesty Carol III. Juno's heart weakened slightly due to the persuasion of Marquis Mark, who knelt down and spoke to her. This was because Marquis Mark, who had served Carol III as Prime Minister for a long time, recognized his heart for the Empire. That's fine. Then, however, since I trust Princess Rachel's loyalty, I will give her the position of Prime Minister. However, as the officials claim, Princess Rachel will hold the position of Prime Minister and Minister of Finance at the same time, causing problems in national affairs in the near future. If you do that, then I will withdraw my decision. If it's a short period of time. How long are you talking about? 3 months. If Rachel collapses or is not able to do her job properly within 3 months, I will appoint someone you decide as Minister of Finance. However, until then, to prove Rachel's ability, I will do all the work of the Ministry of Finance without a deputy minister. I'll let Rachel handle it. Are you satisfied with that? The nobles shook their heads for a moment at Yuno's suggestion. It's absolutely impossible. Are you taking on so many tasks by yourself without a deputy minister? It's not enough to just work at the Ministry of Finance all day, and you also have to work on the Prime Minister's work. No way. They agreed to Yuno's words, judging that it was absolutely impossible, and thus the appointments of Hiria, Diane, and Rachel could be completed. Lastly, this is the agenda of the head of the Intelligence Department. Traditionally, the former head of the Intelligence Department recommends a successor, and I appoint him. Your Majesties will be done. The nobles did not have any authority to say anything about the appointment of the head of the Intelligence Department, so the nobles just assumed they would and passed on. Pazo Robles, head of the Imperial Intelligence Department, come forward. At Yuno's command, a man kept an expressionless expression and came forward and prostrated himself. Juno granted him the title of Baron Dansune, appointed him as head of intelligence, succeeding Baron Legasota, and handed him a thick file. For the past week, Baron Robles, as the head of the Empire's intelligence department, has discovered that many nobles here are using all kinds of dirty means and lavishing bribes to advance their children. He has investigated all the matters and reported them to me. I created this report to do so. At Yuno's words, many people's complexions turned blue, and the bodies of some high-ranking nobles in particular began to tremble. Although it was a public fact, bribery was an act that, depending on the severity, could even lead to the emperor depriving him of his noble title. Yuno smiled for a moment as he watched the nobles trembling like that, then gathered mana into his hand and lit the folder on fire. The reason I'm burning this report without even looking at it is because I want the nobles of the Empire to learn from today's events and move forward on the right path. I don't want to punish the nobles of the Empire and diminish their authority. Everyone here, I just want to work with you to make this Balkan country a better country. I will keep this in mind. Your Majesty, I will be loyal to the Empire. Your Majesty, seeing Yuno generously covering up their sins, the nobles felt cold sweat running down their backs and gratitude at the same time. Then, I will complete the appointment of ministers and vice ministers as is. We are planning to hold a wedding between myself and the Empress in a week, so I hope that the secretaries will prepare, and I would like to ask the nobles here to attend. I understand, Your Majesty. We will make thorough preparations so that you can have a grand wedding. I will definitely attend, Your Majesty. Then I'll leave my luggage and enjoy the banquet. After the unprecedented coronation ceremony and cabinet formation, Juno asked Prince to appease the nobles and entered the civil war with his women. Woo, I really never thought I'd be using this palace. I'm sure mom would be happy to be able to have sex with me anytime from now on, right? After dethroning Henry and sending out all her maids and servants from her main palace, Juno proudly massaged Uria's breasts in her hallway point among Yuno's women. Diane and Hyria were seeing the relationship between Yuno and Uria for the first time, but since they had already heard the whole truth from Miri and Rachel while living in Tishidanakana, they thought that if they waited a little longer, they too could become Yuno's women. I was looking at Yuno and Uria with anticipation. Ugh. By the way, mom has to go somewhere with Kuramu and Miruku for a bit. Would you like her to go to bed first? But my first 6 after taking the throne was going to be with her mother, so you have to come quickly, or I'll fuck you in the other pussy first. Oh my. Just wait a moment. It won't take long. As Uria disappeared somewhere with her quick steps, Yuno held Eliza and Catherine in her arms and tried to squeeze their pussies. Not yet today. Ha ha ho. That's right. There is someone else today, right? So, you go over there quickly. For some reason, Eliza and Catherine refused Juno's touch, and Isabella and Mary, who took Juno over from them, smiled sinisterly and led Juno to the corner of the bed. Now wear this up. What is this? Isn't it a formal robe? Why are you asking me to wear this? There's a reason for all the giggles, so wear what you're told. Oppa, I don't know why, but Juno wore the formal clothes prepared by her older sister and her younger sister. What is this? The tuxedo-style robe suited Juno's smooth muscular body, but since there were no pants, Juno had to stand awkwardly with his huge cock exposed. Why are you asking me to wear this? I think it would be less embarrassing to take it off. Right, hold still. Here he comes. The door to the bedroom, where only the Emperor's women could enter, opened, and Uria appeared. Mom. When Yuno saw Uria's wedding dress, which was so vulgar yet beautiful, her eyes widened, and she couldn't take her eyes off Uria. Her own mother, however, without worrying about Yuno's reaction, Eliza and Catherine, who had prepared for today's event, began to host the event. Well now, let's begin the wedding ceremony of Emperor Juno I of the Balkan Empire and his mother Uria Windridge von Balkan. I hope that the guests will welcome the bride's entrance with applause. Eliza, Catherine, Isabella, Mary, Diane, Hyria, Rachel, Cordelia, Mary, Jennifer, Kuramu, Miruku. The applause of all Juno's women rang loudly throughout the civil war under the congratulatory applause of her daughters-in-law. Uria slowly walked her steps with her naughty smile looking at her son Yuno, who saw her wearing a skimpy wedding dress and his cock was fully erect. I took a step so Yuno and Uria. The secret wedding between mother and son has begun. Uria wedding dress illustration. Normal there, *YURIA wedding dress. Exposure there, *YURIA wedding dress. Chian back there. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 157, Secret Wedding Between Mother and Son, 2. Secret Wedding Between Mother and Son, 2. Yuno was a little embarrassed, but her mother, Uria, looked so lovely and beautiful before her that she couldn't take her eyes off her and asked Eliza and Catherine, "Oh, what did you think of this? We are the ones who will officially become your empress. It was your mother who became your woman before us, right? So, of course, you have to have a wedding first, right?" Eliza and Catherine said it was natural and gave Uria a quick greeting as she slowly approached Juno and then proceeded with her wedding. Well, the bride and groom who are getting married today have gathered together. The bride and groom will look at each other and greet each other with respect. Bride and groom, yes. Please give the guests a big round of applause. Once again hearing the applause pouring in again, Yuno and Uria bowed towards each other, feeling a little embarrassed, following Eliza and Catherine's instructions. Then, naturally, Yuno's hugely erect cock started to giggle, and Uria's breasts, which were protruding like shells, bounced and stimulated each other, and before they knew it, liquid and love juice began to flow from their cocks and pussies. Wow, my Uria's mom, look at the way your pussy is already dripping. You look so pretty, matching your uterus tattoo. Woo, so Yuno's dick is erect like that. I want to rush in and suck it right now. when we were at Kii's castle, we should have pushed a little harder and taken the virgin away. That way, we could have come back with a pretty uterus tattoo too. I guess here, Diane and Yuria, who are unique in not having a uterus tattoo, looked at Yuria with envious eyes as she and were getting married, but still decided to purely bless Yuria, who is now their mother-in-law, and applauded in congratulations. Gave okay. Now the bride and groom should stand facing the guests who are giving their blessings. From now on, bride Yuria will recite a vow of love for her groom and her son, in front of all her daughters-in-law gathered here. With a trembling heart, Yuria looked at her daughters-in-law gathered in front of her, and her son standing next to her, and with a little tear in her eyes, she began to recite the vows she had prepared. I'm standing here to become my son's bride. We had been in love since our previous life, but in this life, when we met as mother and son, it was a love that could not be realized. However, the power of our love could not be stopped even by the relationship between mother and son, and we were able to become lovers once again. I, Yuria, was always a poor mother and lover, but my son, cared for and loved me so much that I, will forever love only my son, and the son who loves me. I will do my best to repay my son by becoming his wife and sex slave. This was a bit embarrassing, so Yuria blushed for a moment and took a deep breath before continuing her vows. From this moment on, Yuria's body and mind will become the property of her son and husband. Her mouth will become a mouth to collect semen from her son's erect cock in the morning, and her pussy will be exclusively for her son's huge cock. The uterus will become a cunt that is open for the son's pleasure whenever he wants, and the vulgar breasts will also be a tool to serve the son's cock. It will be used, so please feel free to use the body of Yuria, my mother and wife, whenever you feel like it. Yuria is my son's wife and a sex slave exclusively for my son, and she will open her body to serve my son's dick whenever and wherever he wants. I swear here with my body and mind. It was a very shallow marriage declaration and a pledge of love, but it was enough to impress and Yuno's cock swelled, as if it was going to explode at any moment. It was such a beautiful vow of love. Then, to prove her vow, I asked the bride to kiss her groom's cock with all her heart. Following her host Eliza's instructions, Yuria got down on her knees and focused her gaze on Yuno's cock. It's huge as expected. This cock is my son's cock, soon it will be my companion. The cock of my son who will become my husband, looking at Yuno's cock, which was erect and throbbing as if he was going to ejaculate at any moment. Yuria slowly brought her lips to hers, then, after lightly kissing the base of Yuno's cock, she grabbed Yuno's cock with both her cotton gloved hands and placed her lips on the tip of his cock, which was covered in dew of her pre-cum. He took it and kissed her side at the same time as Yuria's kiss. Waves of her semen began to burst out of Yuno's cock. Booak. Boom. Boo. 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 Yuno's semen, which spurted out more powerfully than usual, hit Yuria's face, and Yuno's semen painted her face white, making her beauty shine even more, like a bride's makeup. It's hot. Yuno's cum, so rich and fragrant. I'm happy when Yuno finished ejaculating, which lasted for almost a minute. Yuria's wedding dress was completely soaked with semen, and as the strong smell filled the sediment, all the guests wet their pussies. Okay, the bride's vows are over. Then, the highlight of today's wedding will be sex between the bride and groom. The bride should open her pussy to show the groom and the guests that she is ready to receive the groom's cock. Now it was no longer possible to tell whether this was her wedding or a sleazy sex show, but as instructed by Catherine, Yuria opened her pussy wide and showed Yuno and her daughters-in-law the sight of her dripping honey juice. Gave it looks like the bride is ready. Then, as for the groom's preparations, yes. There's no way the groom's dick won't get erect when he sees that. Then, from now on, you two can prove your love to each other. Brit following Eliza's instructions, Yuno approached Yuria, grabbed her knees, and lifted her up toward her women, who were watching her. This posture is a little embarrassing. Mom. Didn't she say earlier that she would take my cock anytime, anywhere? I didn't say I would accept it in any position. Still, thank you, for loving her mom like this, and accepting me as your bride and sex slave. From now on, mom will only love you forever. Mom. I too, as her mom's husband, will love her mom forever. And today, here, and now, I will make her mom pregnant and prove that her mom is my woman. At Yuno's confession that she would make her pregnant, Yuria's heart swelled as if it were going to burst, and honey seemed to be dripping from her eyes as she looked at Yuno. Thank you. I love you, Yuno. Her mother's womb is yours. Please impregnate my wife Yuria with your cum anytime. Honey. Yuno turned her head back and kissed Yuno while Yuno's stick was inserted into her vagina. It came in. My son's cock. My son, who is now my husband, has a huge cock. With her determination to impregnate her mother, Yuno's cock gave Yuria greater pleasure than usual and brought her to climax at once with her insertion point. Just as Yuno was feeling more pleasure than usual from Yuno's cock, Yuno was also moving much more violently than usual due to the pleasure that Yuria's pussy was giving her. Ho strong clothes. Every time Yuri arrives in pleasure, her black hair flutters against her wedding dress, making her even more beautiful, and Yuria's skin glistening with her sweat and semen makes her even more fascinating. It made her teasing Yuno's waist even rougher. Your pussy feels so good. I can't stand it either. Mom's squishy pussy is so tight. Ugh. Because my pussy is now your exclusive cock. Because it's natural for my husband's cock to be customized. Please enjoy my delightful mother's pussy even more. Because it's my wife's pussy that prefers incestuous sex. Because it's a pervert pussy that wants to eat my son's cum. Crunch crackle Ripley every time Yuno shook her hips. A clear liquid of love, symbolizing her pleasure, spurted out from Yuria's vagina. At the same time, her pussy loosened slightly when Yuno's cock was inserted inside, but tightened strongly when it pulled back, giving Yuno the ultimate pleasure, and her uterus moved down, rubbing the protruding protrusion against Yuno's glands. He was begging her for details. The pleasure was so intense that Yuria rolled her eyes and reached her climax, but Yuno continued to shake her hips, plunging her deeper into the sea of pleasure. I'm on my way. I'm on my way, and it's like this. Yuno also felt the sensation of her ejaculating as Yuria's pussy tightened strongly every time she reached her climax, making her feel good about his cock. Due to her excessive climax, Yuria was now barely able to let out her pleas. Mixed with her moans, however, Yuno continued to tighten and release her pleasurable pussy hole, enjoying it and thrusting his cock deeper into her to make her come. Yuria's body was shaking with pleasure as her son's cock continued to forcibly inject her, but her huge breasts that swayed and purred each time made her even more beautiful. She rubbed the tattoo of her uterus that she had made with her hand, and Yuno carefully touched Yuria's uterus that could be felt underneath it. Yuria felt her uterus tingling as she felt Yuno's touch. That's Yuria's womb. So honey, with Yuria's plea, as if she was expecting something from her, Yuno finally felt that her ejaculation was reaching its end, and after fitting the tip of her dick exactly into Yuria's cervix, he pressed her body down strongly. Yuria felt a huge orgasm along with the pleasure that felt as if her womb was being pierced, and Yuno released her semen rising from her balls. You're pregnant, Yuria. You're pregnant with my baby. You're getting pregnant by taking my cum. I'm going to get pregnant. I'm going to get pregnant with my son's baby. It feels so good. Pouring my son's cum into my womb is the best thing in the world. I love you, honey. I love you more than anything in the world. Yuria's ovaries began ovulating as she felt the pleasure of having her brain marinated in Yuno's semen. When Yuno told her to become pregnant, Yuno instinctively felt that Yuno's semen, which was full of the seeds of life, filled her uterus, entered her fallopian tubes, and completely soaked her ovaries. I'm pregnant. I'm definitely pregnant with this. My son's baby. I ended up pregnant eventually. The energy of the world tree contained in Yuno's cock and the energy of the world tree contained in Yuria's womb resonated, and the consciousness of both disappeared somewhere at the same time. Yuria wedding dress vaginal discharge illustration. Ver 1. Yuria wedding dress vaginal discharge illustration. Ver 2. Chapter 158. Secret wedding between mother and son. 3. Secret wedding between mother and son. 3. When Yuno, who had fainted for a moment, came to her senses. What she saw around her was a forest full of trees. The tuxedo she was wearing was gone, and next to her was Urea, also naked. Yuno shook Uria's body and tried to figure out where this space was, but she couldn't figure it out, so she decided to just wait. What? Is this the space where I met God before reincarnation? It's similar to not being able to feel anything, but compared to that place, it's overflowing with vitality and I feel a very warm energy. At first, she thought she had been forced to move through space, but Yuno could not see her own semen overflowing from the vagina of Urea, who was just coming to her senses next to her. So Yuno realized that this was either a dream or a mental world. Yuno. Where am I? I don't know, Mom. I think it's someone's mental world. Huh? The mental world. Yes. I leave the body behind and only bring the spirit to embody the body here temporarily. Look. If I came to the body, there should be my semen in my mother's vagina, but there isn't. This type of space is called the mental world. But in books, it is said that priests who serve God only experience this when they receive oracles. As Yuno spoke while spreading Uria's legs. Uria tilted her head while blushing. But who called us? Well, I guess that too. As Yuno and Uria were talking about various things, a green light began to emanate from next to them. Looking at the light, Yuno blocked Uria's path and shouted about the light. Why did you bring us? For what purpose did you bring us? They said it was nothing serious. As the light faded and a beautiful naked woman appeared, Yuno instinctively let go of his anger and cleared his throat. Do you know what you called us for? If I can help you, what can I do? Ouch. Ouch. Mom, why are you pinching me? HMPH. They say it's a mental world, so I'm glad I can feel the pain. Today, I married my mom, got her pregnant, and then immediately start crying because I see a beautiful woman again. Ugh, am I supposed to live believing that that's my son? I'm so shocked. When Yuno saw Uria showing jealousy toward a woman she didn't know, a smile naturally appeared on her face. Oh, my mom. What are you saying I did? She knows that I have nothing but a mother, right? I only have mom. Isabella, Mary, Eliza, Catherine, Kiramu, Maruku, Mary, Cordelia, Rachel, Jennifer. There are 10 of them. And now you're going to make Diane and Hiria your women too. Well, that is. Yuno could not bear to say anything as Uria called her women one by one. However, as if she was trying to help Yuno, who was in trouble, the woman who appeared opened her eyes and started talking to Yuno and Uria. Ho 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 ho. You two are still really close. You were like that when you received strength from me, and you're still the same now. Ah. Uria, congratulations on your pregnancy. Yuno and Uria tilted their heads at the words of the woman who seemed to know their situation well. Do you know someone we know? If I do this, will you know? The unidentified woman radiated energy from her body. What is this energy? Seriously, the warm energy flowing from the woman's body resonated with Uria and Yuno's mana, and emanated even stronger, and only then were Yuno and Yuno able to recognize her identity. World Tree. That's right. No, to be exact, it is the second world tree that has awakened this time. We share a soul, so we can say that we are the same being, but our bodies are different. Anyway, I came here because I wanted to ask you a favor. Yuno patted her chest with a confident expression upon hearing her request. Just say anything. Thanks to the mana left by the world tree, I was able to save my women and make them my women in advance. I understand. My request is, can you please make Uria pregnant again in front of me? Yes. Uria opened her mouth at such an absurd request. No, I'm already pregnant. I just got pregnant after receiving my son's seed. No, even the world tree knew I was pregnant. How did you know? To my eyes, I can see a fertilized egg attached to Uria's uterus. Perhaps because the father is Yuno. Even though it is a fertilized egg, it is very active. His pussy feels so good. Stop it. It hurts. Mom. Slurp. Clang. In the end, Yuno had to be hit on the back by Uria even in front of the world tree. No, but why do I have to get pregnant again? Do you need my baby? Uria was afraid that her own baby had been taken away, so she instinctively covered her stomach with her hands. I guess you were confused, because I told you in terms of plants. To be exact, it's not pregnancy, but I need Uria's egg and Yuno's sperm. Because of the situation that happened last time, I thought I should prepare for an emergency, so this time, I'll be a little more prepared. I tried to make seeds faster, but it was impossible for me, who was still in the growing stage, to make seeds. But as soon as I felt that Yuria was pregnant, I thought it would be possible with your help, so I brought you two here. I can't believe it's help, yes. The basis of my seed, which was originally created by cloning myself, is to use the sperm and eggs of the two people. Then, it will take much less energy and save a lot of time than cloning me. Ha ha ho. In a way, the world of the next generation. Su can be seen as a child of the two of you. If that's the case, I don't care. Yuno said it was okay, but Yuria still didn't loosen her arms that were hugging his stomach. But won't that cause problems for the baby I just conceived? In response to Yuria's question, the world tree crossed his arms in the shape of an X and made a confident expression. Absolutely. Yuria's actual body is in the real world right now, right? And I'm not asking for it for free either. If it's not free, I have to give you a wedding gift anyway, so I will give you the blessing that every time Yuno sprinkles semen into the pregnant woman's womb, the talents of the conceived child will become stronger. Yuno's eyes rolled over when she heard that the baby's talent got better every time she ejaculated. Then we have to do it. Mom. Let's do it. There's nothing wrong with the baby, and our baby can become stronger. This is it. I need to fill your womb with my cum every day, right? At Yuno's words, Yuria's face turned bright red, but she nodded. She also had no reason to object to the growing talent of her baby. In the end, Yuno and Yuria started having intense sex in front of the world tree. Because it was a space with no restrictions on her time, Yuno had no problem dumping his semen into Yuria's womb, and Yuria was lying down under her son, screaming with all her might into her womb. I enjoyed Yuno's semen pouring out to my heart's content. Mom's womb is still full of cum. Ugh, it's coming in again. It's because mom's uterus loves kissing my dick. Look at this, it's rubbing against me, begging for cum. Giggling. That's because my son's cock feels so good. Because my husband's cock feels so good. Before I knew it, Yuria was completely immersed in sex with Yuno and kept asking for sex with her. Harder. One more time honey, please come. One more time please. Pour cum into the baby's room of Yuria. The lewd pervert wife who likes incest sex, please fill the womb with Yuria. The mother who likes her son's cock with pregnancy juice. KKKK. It's already full. Won't mommy's uterus explode? It's okay. If it's my son's cum, my mother's womb can take as much as it wants. Even though she was holding her swollen belly, as if she was pregnant from the continued cream P6, Yuria continued to beg for her cream P. Normally, they would have pulled out their dicks in the middle for safety reasons, but here there was no need to worry about safety, and Yuno and Yuria continued having sex. Ugh. I'm coming. Mom is pregnant. Because you're my wife. Please keep making my baby pregnant. Ugh. Because I'm going to get pregnant. I'll get pregnant with our son's baby, no matter what. Oh, it's coming in again. My son's pleasant pregnancy juices keep coming in. Yuria climaxed and moaned as she felt Yuno's semen once again spurt into her already swollen womb. With Yuno's semen being ejaculated this time, Yuria felt her body ovulate once again, and at the same time, Yuno and Yuria realized that her consciousness was fading. Thank you, Yuria. Thank you for giving me a baby. Congratulations on your marriage. Congratulations on your pregnancy again. Be happy in the future. Finally, hearing the world tree's farewell, Yuno came to his senses. As soon as Yuno opened his eyes, he felt his woman grabbing his body and shaking him, and he grabbed his head and pulled himself up. Wow, everyone calm down. I'm fine. Why did she suddenly pass out while having sex with her mom? She passed out while ejaculating and then woke up in less than a minute. I was worried. Haha, I'm sorry, sister. The world tree was visiting for a moment and I went with her mom. The timing was perfect when Yuno realized that, although she had had so much sex in the world tree's mental world, not even a minute had passed in real life. She decided to somehow learn and use this ability in the future. The priests who receive oracles experience this kind of spiritual world. I need to learn it somehow too. However, there was no way to learn right away, and when Yuria showed signs of slowly coming to her senses with semen flowing from her vagina, Yuno, who felt that she should use the talent she received from the world tree in a timely manner, resumed having sex with Yuria once again. and he sprayed semen on his baby, who was in a fertilized egg state. Harang hello Uria, it's hard. Come on, just take a break. Okay, mom, I'll come one more time and let you rest. I'm coming now. As soon as Uria woke up from her faint, she looked with her loving eyes at Yuno, who was clinging to her and pouring her semen into her womb, and she gave him a light kiss on the cheek. It feels so good, but, mom, it's hard to have sex this intense anymore. Oh, really still? Thank you for marrying me, mom. I love you. My son. With Uria's confession, the secret wedding between her mother and daughter came to an end. Monster Mountain's Elf Area. The world tree began producing its own seeds using Yuno's semen and Uria's eggs received from the spirit world. Phew, I used up quite a bit of energy to give Yuno's blessing, but since I created a seed like this, I guess I can see it as a benefit, right? But I feel like I'm missing something. The world tree was lost in thought for a while, feeling like it had forgotten something. Oh right. The side effect of that blessing was that the little girl who received her father's semen from the time she was in the womb would love her father so much, right? Did you forget to tell me that? Hey, what do you think? If a father and daughter have sex and make a baby, reproduction will go well, and that's good, right? Since the world tree thought of side effects in terms of the plant's purity concept, it did not think it was a big side effect and completely forgot to tell Yuno about it. Illustration of Uria's stomach bulging after receiving vaginal ejaculation until her uterus overflows in the spirit world of the world tree. Chapter 159. Tacito, Lian, and Johan Sianguk's ejaculation. 1. Tacito, Lian, and the circumstances of the Holy Kingdom of Johans. 1. As Juno, who ascended the throne, prepared for the wedding, and began to quickly stabilize the country and reorganize his legions, there were two countries that were anxious. Of course, they were Tacito and Lian, which had swallowed up a significant portion of the Balkan Empire's territory during the time of Henry. Therefore, the two kingdoms dispatched diplomats the day after the coronation ceremony to request that the 10-year peace treaty signed with Henry be kept. Are you saying we should establish an embassy that was evacuated during the last war? Yuno frowned at the proposal made by a diplomat from the Kingdom of Lian who had requested a one-on-one meeting after entering the royal palace to congratulate him on his ascension to the throne. Yes, that's right, Your Majesty. Then, wouldn't exchange between the two countries, which had been halted, become more active and trade resume, which would be more beneficial to both countries? It will be beneficial to Lian, but I don't think it will be that much of a benefit to our country. Lian will need the iron ore, rubber, wheat, etc. that we export from the Balkans, but we need the fish scraps that Lian exports. There's no need for it. Those big crayfish and shrimp are pretty tasty, but you don't die if you don't eat them. We also catch a lot of fish in the west, but the amount caught on the sandy coast of the western part of the empire is much smaller than what Lian specializes in catching. If we export fish in large quantities, it is clear that the people of the empire will be able to consume protein at a much cheaper price. The variety is also vast. What the Lian Kingdom diplomat said wasn't entirely wrong, so Yuno closed his eyes for a moment and thought about it. Please step aside for a moment. I will call the Prime Minister and discuss it. Yes, Your Majesty. Kurimu. Call me Rachel. Rachel, as the diplomat from the Kingdom of Lian left the royal palace, he paused when he heard a familiar name, but thinking he had heard it wrong, he walked towards the lounge point, and after a while, Rachel, who had been called from her newly prepared room, entered her palace with her messy hair flowing. Your Majesty, what's going on? I couldn't sleep well last night because of all the work, so I'm very tired. I need to finish work quickly today and go to bed. Yuno casually came next to her throne and hugged Rachel, who sat on her lap, and kissed her forehead, massaging her breasts. Haha, sorry. If you're having a hard time, ask for sex. If you do it once and take a hot spring bath, the fatigue will go away. After your secret wedding with the Empress Dowager, Her Majesty has been hanging out with the Empress Dowager for 2 days. Yesterday, she was so crowded with girls that she didn't even think about going in. Rachel, who was pouting and bouncing, looked at Yuno with sparkling eyes, as if her heart had melted when Yuno kissed her deeply. Then, can I come to you tonight? As Rachel, Your Majesty's lewd female pussy, rather than as Rachel, Your Majesty's Prime Minister. Female Rachel is always welcome. Let's see even now, I don't think she's particularly Prime Minister Rachel. Look at her, she's not even wearing panties and her pussy is so wet. The smell of His Majesty's cock and cum is flowing all the way to the funeral room. I had to soothe my pussy with masturbation in order to concentrate on work, so there was nothing I could do about it. This isn't going to work. As Emperor, I need to use my power so that our lecherous Prime Minister can focus on work. When Yuno tried to take off her dress, Rachel pretended to resist and tried to get out of Yuno's arms. Not here. It stinks in the palace. If it doesn't work out here, a second funeral is okay, right? No reply came back, but Rachel's red face nodded up and down, and Yuno picked her up in her arms and rushed to her chancellor's office point. And after a while, hot heat, a fishy smell, and Rachel's moans immersed in pleasure rang out, giving us an idea of what was happening. HUU. It was so good. Your Majesty. By the way, such an offer came in from the Kingdom of Lian. Yes. It's definitely a reasonable proposition, since not all the production volume can be consumed within the empire, just because it's not exported. But it's a bit shameful. Inside the Prime Minister's room, the two people who had just been intertwined were still discussing national affairs with their bodies intertwined. Regardless of the shame and production volume, we must accept this offer. No matter how much of an empire we are, it is extremely inefficient to wage war on two fronts. If you forget who our main enemy is, who is currently occupying our territory, no, well, the enemy we face is Tacito. That's right. And there is a need to properly consume the produce. Otherwise, there could be a panic in which prices will plummet and producers' incomes will drop so much that there will be a surplus of goods in the market. But people are starving. But is the food situation in the empire okay? We need to refurbish weapons damaged during the Civil War, so I think there will be a lot of internal demand for glue and iron ore. Just because we decide to export doesn't mean we will send the goods right away. They have to prepare the payment, and we also need time to prepare the goods. In that case, with the seeds and farming method developed by Hiria, the harvest can be done immediately after 3 months. Since the start of the war, there will be room for wheat. And since the Civil War is over, there will be a lot of room for iron ore production, so I think we will be able to export it as time goes by. As expected, appointing Rachel as Prime Minister was my best choice. Come here. I'll kiss you one more time. Cheek. Rachel, who was enjoying Yuno's kisses all over her face while being held in Yuno's arms, grabbed Yuno's face as if something occurred to her. And since we will acknowledge the deal with Heinrich last time, we must ask you to leave at least one part of Snellida Port as our empire's property. If you insist that it is necessary to use it as a trade base, Lian will also make concessions. Just that one port, of course. Polygal Island is territory that the empire must retake after 10 years. You know very well that the difficulty of landing on an island can be very different, whether there is a port with friendly troops or not. Rachel added one piece of advice to Yuno, who was worried, and one day, the cooperation of the navy is essential to attack Lian's capital, Lioness. If the port remains, the difficulty for the empire to develop its navy will drastically decrease. Rachel's words make sense. But the strongest unit that Vulcan boasts is the Imperial Heavy Infantry. It's not impossible to attack the Lioness with just the army, so do we really need to train the navy? Above all, there's no one on our side who knows the navy well. Why not? It's because His Majesty has never recognized me. Who is there? To Yuno, who tilted her head. Rachel looked through the list of Imperial nobles and brought up one person's profile. Yes, that's right, Viscount Leverkin. He is from the coast of the eastern region, and when he was young, he went back and forth with his friends from noble families on a boat to Polygal Island and even subdued pirates. I still felt a bit sorry when they fired me from my position as secretary, so I was wondering what kind of position I should give them in order to have a free sex life with his wives. Yuno held a secret wedding with Uria and then decided to dismiss Viscount Leverkin from his position as temporary secretary and use Kuramu and Miruku as secretaries and his dedicated maids due to Yuno's decision. Viscount Leverkin happily handed over the wedding. preparations he was in charge of Takuramu and Miruku, and left the imperial palace, making Yuno feel a little sorry. Well, he said he wanted to work under brother Prince, and that he would finish his work in the capital, and then follow him to Toshidanakana. But he was quite a talented person, so it was a bit of a waste of time there. But it ended up working out. If you're Leverkin, you've learned some military training methods by rolling under me, so I'm sure you'll be able to apply them to the Navy as well. In order to praise his achievements in the last civil war, Juno and Rachel decided to elevate Viscount Leverkin to an earl and appoint him as governor of Snellida, entrusting him with trade with Leon and the development of the Navy. Okay, so now that everything is finished, should I ask Miruku to call Leon's diplomat to the royal palace, Your Majesty? But I guess we should have sex one more time before that, right? Well, it would be rude to make a diplomat wait that long. Wow. As Yuno bounced her waist, the cock inserted into Rachel's pussy was deeply inserted once again, giving Rachel irresistible pleasure, and Rachel's face instantly turned into her female face. Abandoned his mouth says no, but Rachel's pussy says it's okay. Really? Then it's just one time in the end. The storm of heat that began to rage in the morning room once again did not stop until Yuno ejaculated 3 times on Rachel's body, and Leon's diplomat had to wait for almost 2 hours, cursing Yuno in his mind as to why it was taking so long. I just did it raw. Girl G Sangsil vaginal cum illustration. Close there. Rachel G Sangsil vaginal cum illustration. Nude there. Chapter 160. Tacito, Leon, and Johan's Holy Country. 2. Tacito, Leon, and the circumstances of the Holy Kingdom of Johans. 2. Yuno called Leon's diplomat back to the royal palace and relayed what he had discussed with Rachel. The conditions are as follows. How do you think? If trade between the two countries becomes more active by giving us a trade port again, wouldn't it be a bad thing for Leon? That will make it easier for King Leon to raise a slush fund. Since Leon's diplomat entered the palace, as soon as he arrived in the Balkans, he appeared to flinch, as if he had not yet noticed that the Prime Minister was Princess Rachel. No, how can we find out that His Majesty the King's slush fund is coming from there, and anyway, part of Polygal Island belonged to our Balkan Empire, right? The deposed Emperor Henry gave it to them, so let's just return at least one port to the Empire. We have granted Leon's request. Isn't it right for Leon to make concessions to this extent? At Yuno's words, Leon's diplomat nodded his head in agreement. I'm grateful for His Majesty's proposal. I will probably have to inform the home country and receive instructions, but I think it will be easily accepted. Good. Diplomats from Tacito and Johans have also requested an audience, so let's end our conversation here. We are planning a light tea party to welcome the Lord at night, so please join us. I will definitely attend. Thank you, Your Majesty. As the diplomat from Leon bowed and retired, the diplomat from Tacito entered the royal palace point. Since Tacito's diplomat did not request a private visit, many of his subjects were waiting for him along with Yuno. The man who had recently battled with the Duke of Tacito seemed very nervous, as if he was well aware that his life could be put at risk if he were to be too picky as he had ascended to the throne. Oh. The glory of the Balkan Empire. I come to see Your Majesty the Emperor. Emperor Ho-Oh. I think I heard a rumor that you once said that you did not recognize my country as an empire. Now you are recognizing it as an empire again. I'm very grateful for that. I apologize, Your Majesty. Diplomat Tacito reacted to Yuno's sarcastic remark and presented the national letter he had brought to Yuno. Well, to sum it up, I congratulate you on your ascension to the throne, and I'm sorry for attacking you without declaring war, but I have no intention of spitting out the Zenon Plain territory again. We plan to make it our land for the next 10 years, so you guys should not overdo it and just be crushed. Is this it? Well, that is. Yuno felt anger welling up as he looked at Tacito's extremely arrogant state records, but he suppressed his anger because he thought that as an emperor, he could not swear openly. So yes, so, what are your conditions? Whether it means tearing up this national record or cutting you off, you have to listen to the conditions first, right? Oh, well, that is when he saw Tacito's diplomat hesitating and embarrassed by his question, who had expected an answer to at least return a portion of the occupied territory, was beyond angry and even absurd. No. Then you just want us to be crushed for 10 years without any conditions? You crazy bastards. Yes, I'll send you the answer. The answer is yours, so I'll cut you off right now. Come here. Hey Ike. When Juno got up from the throne and raised his spirits, Tacito's diplomat crouched in fright, and Leech Tanoa, who was guarding Juno under the palace, ran over and grabbed Juno's courage point, and the newly appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs, Marquis Nutora, and Minister of Defense, Count Maya, had to risk their lives to run in and calm Juno down. Calm down. Your Majesty. You must stay calm. What kind of trouble is this? Am I supposed to stay silent after hearing things like that? Isn't this just a way to tell our empire to join us right now? Anyway, it's obvious that they sent diplomats to provoke His Majesty. They probably want to stick around and deal with a slightly weakened army before the imperial legions are restored. Huffed at Maya's words and let go of her anger. Phew. I know, but it was so ridiculous that I stopped. Thank you for stopping me. Took a deep breath for a moment to catch his breath, and then called Tacito's diplomat. Hey, when you get back to Carmarthen, tell Tarun that the Imperial Army will start marching to reclaim the plains of Zenon in a year. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, so just do your best to stop it. Do you understand? But we, the Kingdom of Tacito, have a 10-year truce period set with Henry Heinrich has fallen, and it is none of our business to know who made the promise. This is the official position of our Balkan countries and our country. If you have heard everything, get out of here. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Knights of the Guard. Chase that guy out right away and beat him just enough so he doesn't die. Yes. Your Majesty. At Juno's order to beat up the diplomats and chase them away, all the subjects in the palace shook their heads, but the imperial order that had already been given did not change. Tacito's diplomat begged for his life, but the knights of the royal guard, who were enraged by his remarks in the royal palace, did not forgive him. In the end, he was beaten up, taken to the space movement magic circle, and expelled from Balkan. Your Majesty. 1 year is after Tacito's diplomat was kicked out, the Minister of Administration, the Marquis of Trier, opened his mouth as if he was troubled. I know too. It must be a short time to completely stabilize the country, which is on the verge of complete collapse in the west. And thanks to the seeds developed by the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry, the empire will not have a shortage of food right away even without the Zenon Pleen. So the Zenon Pleen will be used as before. I know very well that it is not essential. Then why? But don't you all know that that's not the only meaning of Zeno Plain? Zeno is a place that symbolizes Balkan's national power and a symbol of Balkan's empire. You can't fight in such a place properly. Since I stole it from Cito, isn't that just something to be laughed at? Do you understand that I will never suffer the same humiliation as I did today? Yes, I will keep that in mind. Your Majesty. Smiled for a moment as he watched his subjects answer loudly in unison, then continued to give orders. Vice Minister Debrian will grant the status of tens to hundreds of Tzidinakana soldiers, except those who wish to return to their hometown, and transfer them to the 5th Corps, so that the 5th Corps can be rebuilt as soon as possible. Yes, I understand. Minister Mayer merges the remaining forces of the Capital Corps with the 1st and 4th Corps to create a new 1st and 2nd Guards Corps, and then merges the rebuilt 5th Corps into a Guards Corps and trains them. They will reclaim the Zenon Pleen and fight once again. It will be the vanguard that will take over Strive. Yes, I understand. Other departments should also cooperate and spare no effort in rebuilding the core. Yes, Your Majesty. Tacito's hasty provocation only boosted Juno's desire to recapture Zenon, and Juno decided to capture Strive once again a year later. Then the next schedule is the Holy Kingdom of Johans. I will be receiving a request for an audience with the Holy Kingdom of Johans. The person who came this time is not a diplomat. Yes, it is said that the saint came to personally congratulate her on her enthronement, and she requested a private meeting with Her Majesty. What will you do? Hasn't Johan's castle been quiet these days? Nothing much will happen. I'll accept it. Please let me in. When Yuno announced that he would be receiving a request for a private visit, all the subjects present at the royal palace went to their departments to attend to work, and a pink-haired saint quietly entered the royal palace. Wow. Look at those breasts. Big breasts. No, they're at the level of huge breasts, right? If it weren't for the priest's uniform she was wearing, wouldn't it be credible to say that she was a succubus and not a saint? It may not be as good as Kiramu and Miruku, but it's that much. Gulp. I meet His Majesty, the Emperor of the Balkan Empire. Although I'm lacking in many ways, I'm Angelina, who holds the position of a saint in the holy land of Johans. When he saw Saint Angelina walking towards him with bouncing breasts that were almost the same size as Catherine and Juria, and showing her respect, Juno's dick twitched and responded to the beautiful woman's body point still, since she was a key figure in a foreign country, and she was not particularly lacking in women. Juno, who had no intention of messing with the saint, cleared her throat and adjusted her clothes. Yes. Why did the saint come to visit? I sincerely congratulate your majesty on your accession to the throne, and I have come with a letter from His Holiness the Pope to further promote friendship between our country and the Balkan countries. Angelina handed Juno a letter and stood in front of him. Then Juno read the Pope's letter and tilted her head to look at the saint. The Holy Kingdom wants to form an alliance with our empire and wants to build a temple for the sky god that the Holy Kingdom worships in its capital, Adria. I have no particular intention of deciding on a state religion. The Holy Kingdom considers anyone who does not believe in the sky god to be a heretic. Isn't it stipulated? I have no intention of starting a religious war in the empire. The empire had as many different religions as its vast landmass, and did not discriminate or restrict them. However, since the Holy Kingdom of Johans recognized only the God of Heaven as the only God, it was a powerful religious state that even mobilized heresy inquisitors to forcibly convert or even execute those who did not believe in the God of Heaven. But why would such a religious country build a temple in Adriatic? If one more temple is built, the number of healers will increase, and the quality of life of the people of the empire will increase. But Thess Angelina began to explain with an earnest expression to Juno, who was staring at her. That is not true. This time, a new pope has ascended to the throne, and his country is trying to propagate peaceably. I will never cause trouble, and to prove it to him, I, as a saint, will personally remain in Adriatic, and serve the people of the empire. What? You're staying here yourself? Are you saying this knowing that you could become a hostage? Yes, that's right. Can you trust our sincerity now? I can't completely believe it, but if the Holy Kingdom of Johans becomes an ally, the benefits are significant. Not only could it put pressure on Tacito, but it could also divert some of the core on the northern front to the west. But something is suspicious. For now, I will discuss Sianguk's proposal with my subjects. We have prepared a tea party for diplomats from other countries in the evening, so why not join the tea party this evening and talk more with Jim? Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your consideration. Then, I will leave. Juno looked at Angelina with suspicion until the end as she bowed once again and left her position and read Sianguk's proposal, but could not find anything unusual. And when the sun set and Kiramu and Miruku came to see him and informed him that the tea party was ready, Juno got up and headed to the tea party in the Imperial Garden with them. Saint Angelina priest's uniform ILLUSTRATION chapter 161. Tacito, Leon, and Johann Sianguk's circumstances. 3. Tacito, Leon, and the circumstances of the Holy Kingdom of Johans. 3. At a splendid tea party held in the garden of the Imperial Palace, Leon's diplomat Georges Schumann was sitting alone at a table, stomping his feet. It was an unsuitable attitude for a diplomat who came to a foreign country and actively engaged in social activities to obtain information, but it was because he was very afraid of the repercussions. If the information he had just found out was delivered to the capital city of Lyonnesse, who would have imagined that Princess Rachel would become the Prime Minister of the Balkans? If His Majesty the King finds out about this, His Majesty's anger will turn the entire kingdom upside down, and I'm sure I will be dismissed. Sigh, even if I don't report it and move on. One day this fact will become known in our country. Then, at that time, you won't be fired, but your head will be blown off. The reason why he despaired so much was as follows. After Eliza was sent as an international student under the pretense of being a hostage, Leon's internal situation became incredibly complicated. Over the past few years, King Charles IV of Leon has been engaged in a bloody political struggle with his eldest daughter Fiona, who controls the military, and his second daughter Rachel, who controls the treasury. At first, Charles IV, who put his legitimacy as king first, oppressed his daughters, but when the army and money began to combine in earnest, a synergy so great that even he, the king, could not do anything, and at one point, Charles IV gave his daughters free reign, even the royal seal. It was a situation where people were increasingly being pushed out of the center of power to the point where it was impossible to take pictures. However, like a seasoned king, Charles IV used a secret tactic that only he could use. Using the pretext of acquiring a huge territory called Polygal Island through a secret agreement with Heinrich, he succeeded in turning public opinion around at once and sending Rachel to her husband. As a result, Charles IV, who regained power from his daughters, was able to wield omnipotent power as king again, treating Fiona, the head of the military, like a mere mercenary. Moreover, as the civil war in the Balkans unfolded complicatedly and news of Rachel was completely cut off, Charles IV and his followers were certain that Rachel was dead and toasted them. In this situation, when he learned that Rachel, who he thought was dead, had become the prime minister of the Balkans and remained his enemy, Charles IV's anger was sure to explode, and George Schumann, who was so afraid that he would bear the price, I didn't know what to do, and was just rolling my feet. No. Lord Schumann, why is a diplomat from a country acting like this at a party? His Majesty is looking for you. He wants to see you with St. John's. Yes. Thank you for letting us know, Minister Noitora, but whatever the circumstances, his current position was that of a diplomat who had come to the Balkans on behalf of Leon, so he strengthened his shaky legs and headed to the battlefield of diplomats to fulfill his duty. Following the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Marquis Nutora, the Balkan Emperor Juno, Chancellor Rachel, Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs Syria, Minister of Commerce, Industry, and Energy Diane, and Saint Angelina of the Holy Kingdom of Johannes were present first, so Georges first paid deep respect to Juno. After posting, I sat down in the seat Juno recommended. Sir Schumann. Welcome, sir. And Saint Angelina said that there was someone among the prime ministers and ministers whom I had not met, so I called them like this. Thank you for your consideration. Ho ho ho, it's been a while since I've seen the nobles of the Kingdom of Leon. Nice to meet you, Lord Schumann. This is Rachel Sinclair de Leonhardt, former second princess of Leon and currently serving as Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of the Balkan Empire. Well, I don't need to introduce myself like this. You probably knew this already, right? Oh, no. It's nice to formally greet you. Georges, who also said hello to Diane and Hiria, gradually calmed down while drinking coffee made by Hiria. Whoa, anyway, I'm Leon's diplomat. For the national interest, my position is not always Georges, who once again strengthened his resolve, checked the conversations between Juno and the others and gradually gained information. Okay. Have you talked to Leon's country about what Jin suggested? Yes, Your Majesty. Our country has decided to actively accept Your Majesty's proposal. However, there was a request from His Majesty the King to increase the export of this coffee a little more. This coffee is currently in short supply in Lioness. Ho. That's not difficult. We are also making varieties with a stronger scent so that Leon people will like them more. So I would appreciate it if you could convey to His Majesty the King of your country that we would appreciate your interest. HMM. It looks like the food shortage in the Balkans has stabilized faster than expected. Asking for a large quantity of wheat to be imported was almost like making a fuss, even though they knew it wouldn't work. But the fact that they gave in to that request and are even developing such a luxury product, it's definitely worth harpooning to Cito's diplomats Georges, who answered here that he would understand, but continued to guess information, was surprised to hear an unexpected question. By the way, Lord Schumann, wasn't there a suggestion from Lian that the Holy Kingdom of Johans would build a temple? Ah. You mean the temple dedicated to the sky god Icarus? Georges, who was so shocked at the moment that he almost showed his emotions, calmed his trembling heart, glanced at Angelina out of the corner of his eye, and answered calmly, the field of religion is not under my jurisdiction, and I do not know whether such a proposal has been received in our kingdom of Lian, so it will be difficult for me to give a definitive answer here. I'm sorry. No, you're crazy. Those fanatics are willing to risk having a heretic next to them to build a temple. It's clear that they're planning something. Maybe this could see Vulcan get stabbed by the Holy Kingdom before he can protect his Cito apostrophe. Meanwhile, as she continued to glance at Georges, who seemed to be deducing something, Angelina continued to smile somewhat awkwardly. This person seems to have noticed something. But he's going to return to Lian soon anyway, and he probably doesn't know the details, so it doesn't really matter apostrophe. Angelina also glared at Georges with her smiling eyes, recalling how she came to the Balkans. What? Are you telling us to build a temple for Lord Icarus in the Balkan capital? Moreover, hold a ritual to summon the Archangel of Destruction in the basement of the temple. You know better than anyone how many lives this would cost your brothers and sisters as sacrifices. People saying things like that is absolutely impossible. His Holiness the Pope, last night, the day before coming to the Balkans, when Angelina was called by the Pope, she went to the former conference room and screamed at the Pope and the cardinals over the ridiculous proposal. No, please change your thinking, Saint. If the lives of our brothers are precious, wouldn't it be okay to convert the heretics and make them believers of Icarus? In that case, the lives of our brothers would not be sacrificed, but the heretics would be sacrificed. You can kill two birds with one stone, because you can annihilate the heretics. Besides, there is no other opportunity like the present. It is said that the Balkans are currently suffering from civil war and famine, with many people suffering from diseases and injuries. In times like this, with a little help, we will be able to easily convert the heretics. Besides, if the priests were to act as healers, they would easily accept the idea of building a temple, so wouldn't this be a great opportunity to descend on the archaic book of destruction? If we succeed in bringing down the Archangel of Destruction, at least a quarter of Adria will be destroyed. Many pagans will die, and Balkan will fall into chaos in an instant. Then, we will gladly dispatch the Crusades to help the pagans. We will be able to convert them and expand Icarus territory. But even heretics, the moment they convert to Icarus, they become our brothers. As a saint of Icarus, I cannot force my brothers and sisters to make sacrifices. Angelina's protest was very straightforward, but Pope Johannes agreed to take advantage of this opportunity. To devour part of the Balkans was too great. If you, her saint, can't do it, I have no choice. I will send Jean, the leader of her Inquisitor unit, in her place. She will carry out her mission brilliantly, even at the cost of her own life. I will carry it out. Oh, no. That's all. Angelina knew very well that her sister Jean was a woman who would give up her life for the glory of the sky god Icarus, and for the extermination of her pagans. Therefore, in the end, she had no choice but to accept the Pope's offer and come to Adriatic to save her sister. To save her sister's life, she had to sacrifice the lives of so many brothers and sisters. Monk Ikari, why are you putting me through this ordeal? Recalling once again her own mission, Angelina was forced to wallow in her anguish. But regardless of her feelings, her plan went very smoothly. Juno accepted the proposal of Johannes Castle. I will accept the proposal of the Holy Kingdom of Johannes. However, missionary work is permitted, but the moment it is discovered that persecuting others for believing in other religions, or forcing the God of Heaven to be the only God is discovered, the Temple of Heaven will be immediately closed. Did you know? Cow, I will keep this in mind, Your Majesty. Icarus will be pleased with your merciful heart. Juno was still looking at the saint with suspicion, and ordered the new head of intelligence, Baron Robles, to investigate the castle and the saint, but in any case, the castle of Jovans was given permission to build a temple and propagate within the Adriatic castle point at a time. When Angelina was too easily accepting Juno's permission, Georges was taken to Chancellor Rachel and received an unexpected offer from her. What? Are you saying that I, a royalist, should come under the command of Princess Fiona? That's right. Wasn't the reason Lord Schumann was so anxious earlier because he was worried that his father would become angry the moment my news became known to Leon? Georges was unable to say anything to Rachel's words, which were so sharp. Go under her older sister's command and receive her protection. If her older sister's personality is anything to go by, she will somehow protect her own subordinates. But will Princess Fiona easily accept me, a royalist, under her command? Moreover, Princess Fiona Georges could not bear to say that he had been completely pushed aside by Charles IV in the power struggle, and Rachel sighed and continued his speech. I'm afraid I can't even consider that. Now take this. Is this? Georges tilted his head as he looked at the documents Rachel gave him. It's her father's generating trade route being created on Polygal Island. She will also instruct the Imperial merchants to cooperate as much as possible. So if her sister sees this, she will be sure to make this trade route her own point. It was only then that she realized that the documents in her hands were of great value. It was a problem because we couldn't raise military expenses due to lack of funds. The military support for Princess Fiona is still firm. All troops except the Royal Guard are still under the command of Princess Fiona. George's apostrophe head began to spin, and before he knew it, he was imagining himself becoming a high-ranking nobleman who even owned his own estate. Georges was so deluded that he didn't even notice that Rachel was looking at him with a meaningful smile. If you could use that information to re-establish your power and confront her father, but that too will reach its limit again. I will balance the power between you and my father by controlling the flow of funds. So, please continue to fight with my father until His Majesty destroys Leon. Sister. Ha 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 ha. For Yuno's sake, Rachel was carrying out a plan to manipulate her older sister and even her former homeland to her will. After destroying Leon, His Majesty even killed my sister. Imagine the sight of us three sisters being held together by His Majesty the Emperor. Awesome pussy. My beloved Majesty with that hard and majestic cock. My three sisters. Please conquer their pussies side by side. Fill the wombs of our three sisters with that thick, hot cum. Please impregnate them side by side. Although the purpose seemed a little impure. After a while, the tea party ended and Georges, Angelina, and other nobles left the room, and Kuramu and Miruku summoned spirits and began to clean up. Yuno also tried to return to his quarters, but Diane and Hiria, who had not yet retreated, caught Yuno. Sister Diane. Sister Hiria, is there something I would like to ask you? Since it was a place where only his women were left, Yuno, who treated Diane and Hiria with respect and asked about their business, opened his eyes wide at the strong temptation of the women. Fufuyuri Yuno. Don't you want to taste her big sister's mouth and pussy for the first time in a while? This older sister's mouth and pussy can make her brother's cock happy anytime. Ho ho ho. It's been a while since you've tasted your sister-in-law's pussy, right? I want you to tell me that Hiria's mouth pussy really missed your Majesty's cock with her ample breasts exposed. Diane and Hiria looked at herself, opened her mouth, stuck out her tongue, curled her fingers in front of her mouth, and waved them back and forth. Seeing the girl's lustful posture, Yuno's dick instantly became fully erect and jumped up onto his pants, showing off its enormous majesty. Diana's blowjob temptation illustration. Normal. There. *DIANE apostrophe S blowjob temptation illustration. About exposure there. Chapter 162. Diane and Hiria's first experience. 1. Diane and Hiria's first experience. 1. After the party, the dark palace garden with the lights turned off. A strange sound was echoing from a corner of the garden, where the view was blocked by a large garden tree. Jjung. Chew-up. Chew-up. PAA. Zoo-up HAAHAHU-up. Chew-up chew-chew-up. The identity of the sound of vigorously sucking something was the sound of noble women at the top of the Balkan power sucking the emperor's cock, and as if they were possessed by something, they frantically sucked Yuno's cock, and served Yuno's cock with their large breasts. I was doing it. Yuno's cock boasts a huge size of over 30 centimeters, and even though it was surrounded by 2 pairs of violent breasts, its glands was touching the front of the girls' faces. Diane and Hiria kept kissing Yuno's glands with their tongues. He licked it and gave Yuno the ultimate pleasure. Yuno's cock is so delicious. It's been a while since I've smelled a cock serving. While sucking my brother's cock is the best. I want to be my brother's girl. Even though I'm later than my younger sisters. I'll definitely do it today. As expected, I wanted to see this cock the most. I'm sucking the cock, but my pussy is getting wet. I'm begging to have the master's cock. I love you. You're a master. Please make Hiria your woman quickly. My sister and my sister-in-law's babysitting service has increased considerably. I also like the girls they serve. They are just like the ministers of the Balkans. They serve the country and the emperor like this. Slap clappy. It's worth practicing every day to make Yuno's cock feel good. This big sister's mouth is exclusively for our Yuno's cock. So if you're into it, tell me anytime. I'm ready to suck it anywhere. Understood? Chirruppy. The smell of your cock is so good, so I practiced hard too. The strong male scent. That feels like compressed semen. As soon as she smells this scent, Hiria turns into a female whose entire body is a pussy. Only the young master's cock. The female looking at me. Really? Then, shall we get a taste of my sister-in-law's wet pussy? Because Hiria completed her divorce from Prince, Yuno called Hiria her older sister in everyday life. But when playing, Yuno called her sister-in-law as it was, perhaps because of the pleasure of violating her sister-in-law. And Hiria didn't hate it either. So Yuno, just like before, they were calling him back. Bori Ianim, big sister, keep sucking my dick. And her sister-in-law, please come up here. I want to taste some of her milk. Leave it to me. Oh my. Then Hiria will provide you with delicious milk. Hiria placed her Yuno's head on her knees and cupped her huge breasts and placed them in her Yuno's mouth. Yuno enjoyed the feel of the bumps of her nipples. Her in her mouth. Her for a moment with her tongue. Her then sucked them vigorously. Then, white and thick milk came out of the breasts of Hiria, a virgin, and it delighted Juno's mouth. Master, she's lactating fast. She's not even pregnant yet. She's become a mother, and it looks like she's breastfeeding her baby. How does it feel to be a mother? Feeling in advance with the breast milk pill I made. I'm so ecstatic. I'm sucking milk and pussy juices flowing out of my pussy. It feels so good. I want to stay like this for the rest of my life. As a genius alchemist, Diane developed many products, including breast milk pills, a medicine for mothers who produce less breast milk. She was Diane, who improved the breast milk pill a bit, and created a medicine that made her breasts flow even to her virgins. By the way, my sister-in-law Hiria's milk tastes pretty good, right? If we sell milk with this, it will sell really well. This milk is only for our Yuno baby, of course. If Yuno gets pregnant with a beautiful baby in my womb, I will give it to that baby too. But until then, of course, there won't be a market demand for this product, so it will end up as a prototype. But since Yuno likes it, we can just eat all of these prototypes from now on. Of course, it would be better if she became pregnant with Yuno's baby before then. Diane must have also consumed breast milk, and her breasts were glistening as she sucked Yuno's cock. Eventually, Diane gave Yuno even more pleasant pleasure by spreading her breast milk on her own breasts, and she put her tongue on her brother's cock sticking out over her own breasts and twirled it. I spun it around and tried to quickly get Yuno to ejaculate. Yuno. Spray that thick cum on your older sister's tongue that has become exclusive to your cocker. Spray your cum filled with male scent on her mouth and pussy. Give it to me. Diane's fellatio, heated by the smell of Yuno's cock, became more intense, and Yuno's cock swelled more and more, and she was preparing to come soon. Ugh, Sister Diane. Ugh, I'm coming. Drink it all. Sister, the class as Yuno drank from Lee's milk. He held Diane's head and sprayed semen into her mouth, and Diane savored her brother's semen for the first time in months, and did not spill a single drop. Brit gulp, gulp, gulp. Pirates as rich as expected. Yunoya, thank you for coming in my sister's mouth. If you call your cum milk and sell it, it will sell well, right? Oh my, we don't have enough to eat, so where can I sell it? Diane, this time I want to drink your cum then. You two switch positions. This time, I'll come in your sister-in-law's mouth while drinking your sister's milk. Hiria's breast milk had a faint tea scent that was unique to her, so Yuno said that, although she liked the richly sweet breast milk of Kiramu and Miruku that she usually drank, she should also drink other women's breast milk sometimes and enjoy the taste of Diane's breast milk for now. It was done. Such a lustful child. She is not satisfied with her older sister's mouth and pussy, and she also covets her sister-in-law's mouth and pussy. That's a cock that has no discipline. Diane finished her fellatio, spotless the remaining semen from her urethra and lightly kissing her glands, before switching her positions with Hiria. Hiria turned her sparkling eyes at Yuno from under Yuno's knees and carefully grabbed her fully erect cock with both of her soft hands. Are you ready to enjoy the pussy of your sister-in-law, Hiria? Master? It will be a little different from Diane's pussy, so please look forward to it. Hiria said she would start fellatio from now on, and after lightly kissing the tip of Yuno's cock, she placed the head of Yuno's cock in her mouth and slowly entered it. Oh. This is definitely Hiria's mouth gave Yuno's glands a burning sensation like hot lava, and at the same time gently wrapped the base of Yuno's glands with her moist tongue. Then, she moved down both her hands, and continued her caressing Yuno's balls, which were about to present her with thick semen, as if they were touching her treasures, and her mouth moved and moved hers. It gave tremendous stimulation to his cock. Whoa, my sister-in-law's pussy is really oh my. If you react like that, doesn't it mean that your sister's blowjob wasn't that good? Oh, it wasn't anything like that. Such a naughty little brother, with these breasts, who sees. Woo woo. Diane did not praise her own fellatio, but punished her younger brother by pressing her breasts against Juno's face as she responded. However, Diane's punishment soon became more like a caress. Her soft breasts were rubbing against Yuno's face, giving Yuno a soft touch. How about it? What about your older sister's wet pussy? The feel of her soft breasts pressing against her face was so enchanting, and as the pressure of her breasts spurted milk out of her nipples, Yuno became intoxicated by the scent of the breast milk soaking her face. Whose sister's breasts feel perfect. Plus, my sister's breasts smell a little like coffee, so it feels good. Is it because I drink a lot of coffee? I guess what I enjoy drinking is reflected in my breast milk. Ho ho. Anyway, if you want to drink it, just say it. My sister will make a lot of coffee milk for you. Mew. Of course, if you get pregnant, you can use natural coffee milk, because it can change later. You know, as Diane spoke to her emphasizing her pregnancy, a desire rose in Yuno's heart to make Diane and Hiria the woman she truly was. As a result, Yuno's cock became even more erect, and Hiria, who had her mouth full of Yuno's cock, felt a suffocation and the scent of the cock become stronger, and happily took Yuno's cock into her. It was pushed all the way down the throat. aka this feeling of a cock entering my throat is the best. It really feels like my mouth is turning into a pussy. Master. Hiria wants to be your woman. Only mouth pussy and milk pussy. No. I want to receive this male cock in my pussy too. As Hiria pushed her cock down her throat and sucked it, and the scent of breast milk became stronger on Diane's breasts. Yuno felt her ejaculation getting closer and closer due to the strong pleasure. Woo, sister-in-law. I'm going to come now. Drink all my cum. As much as you want. Hiria's whole body is a pussy to receive the boy's cum, so please come to Hiria as much as you want. Please spread your seed. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Bulge. Hiria happily accepted Yuno's semen, which was violently pouring into her mouth, as if trying to impregnate her, and the smell of semen filling her nose filled her throat as it poured into her mouth. I became increasingly drunk, the intense ejaculation, to make the female pregnant, and this strong smell of cum. As expected, my only male is you you ever was anything, I just received it from my mouth. But this smell. The only man who is suitable as my husband is you. You are the one who will take Diane's virginity. Brit, Diane and Hiria, who were filled with the desire to insert Yuno's dick into Yuno's vagina as quickly as possible, even for a second, pushed Yuno's vagina with their hands, and made a slurping sound to actively appeal to Yuno. Creak creak Yuno. Your sister's pussy is so wet. I want your dick to be pounded, and wet like this young master. Your sister-in-law's pussy wants your cock. Please stick your cock into my lewd sister-in-law's completely wet pussy please. Put a real male cock in our pussies. Your Majesty, the Emperor who will rule over our females next to in the end, Diane, and Hiria, who became completely horny, opened their pussies wide, and begged Yuno to have sex with her. Yuno gave them a gentle smile, held each of their bodies in his arms, and went out of the garden, and into the bedroom illustration of Hiria's sister-in-law's fellatio temptation, regular dress ver, *illustration. Of Hiria's sister-in-law's fellatio temptation, medicine exposure ver, chapter 163, Diane and Hiria's first experience, 2. Diane and Hiria's first experience, 2. Why are you going inside, Sia? You're not going to make our pussies this wet, and not have sex again today, are you? Yuno comforted Diane and Hiria, who looked at him with anxious eyes, by kissing them lightly. Haha, I can't have my precious first sex with my sisters in the garden, right? I have to do it in a more atmospheric setting. Master. Only then did Diane and Hiria look at Yuno with relieved and moved eyes, and Yuno too began to walk faster as his dick was erect to its limit due to the soft bodies of the girls in his arms. Yuno reached her own bed with her quick steps, and dropped them off. I'm finally getting rid of my virginity. In Yuno's room, smelling Yuno's scent. It's a pity that we can't be alone on our first night with Master. But it's not that bad if we are alone with Diane. And Hiria opened the door with eyes full of anticipation, but their bodies instantly froze at the sight they saw there. Welcome sisters. Why did it take so long? You waited so long. Seeing as the uterus tattoo hasn't appeared yet, I guess you haven't had sex yet like you promised your mom. Good job. Giggling, all of Juno's women, including Hiria, were gathered there, and Isabella, Eliza, and Mary came out and lightly checked Diane and Hiria's bodies, and took them to the bed. Ho. I'm sorry, guys. Still, since you and Yuno are having a first night together, shouldn't we give you a blessing too? You also gave me a blessing when I had Yuno and her wedding the other day, as Hiria gently rubbed her lower abdomen, where the tattoo of her uterus was embedded. She emphasized to the girls that she was pregnant with Yuno's baby. Diane and Hiria bit her lips in slight exasperation. Brit I wanted to be pregnant with Yuno's first child, Hiria's mother, but I can get pregnant with the second child. Hey, I wanted to spend the first night alone. Do we really have to have our first sex in front of everyone? Don't be so harsh. Originally, Isabella, Mary, and Eliza were on duty today, but I gave it up to you guys. Understood? I understand, mother. I understand. Hiria's mom. In any case, it felt like it was a certainty that they would be able to have sex with Yuno, so Diane and Hiria relaxed their composure and took off their dresses to reveal their naked bodies. Yuno, I'm so happy to be able to tear off her virginity with your gigantic cock. Push that magnificent huge cock into my older sister's already wet, lewd virgin pussy. Make me your woman. Make it. I'm sorry I'm not a virgin, Master, but I've only tried it once. I can almost say it's a virgin pussy. Please fill Hiria's pussy with your cock. Yuno's dick was already fully erect due to her temptation in the garden, but the sight of the girls tempting him with their wet pussies wide open made Yuno's dick even harder. Yuno slowly walked up to the bed and had to think about which of the two would penetrate her pussy first. Please do me first. I've been waiting for this moment for 20 years. I've decided in my heart, since you were born, that I should give you my virginity. Don't make me wait any longer for you, my eldest sister. I waited patiently too, Master. If you gave even a little thought to this Iria, who made tea in the royal family's waiting room every day when a banquet was held and waited for you to come. Please, because it was such a sad story between two people, couldn't help but worry even more. AWW. Sir. Stop worrying. You are more masculine than anyone else during sex. Both girls will become your ladies anyway, so what does it matter whether you do it first or last? So, do it quickly. In the end, Miri, who couldn't bear to see it, stepped forward and pushed Yuno's back, and Yuno's cock so naturally dug into Hiria's pussy. Haha. And it came in. All the way inside at once. Hiria let out a moan as her hard cock plunged into her pussy point. As if her relationship with Prince hadn't even torn her hymen properly, a stream of fresh blood flowed from Hiria's vagina, and she looked at it with happy eyes. I still had my hymen left. I was able to properly offer her virginity to the master, even though she had experienced it once. Hiria was so inexperienced that even her hymen was intact. So her pussy reacted sensitively and tightened around Yuno's pussy point. Moreover, thanks to the curved structure inside her vagina, Yuno felt as if her glands was being pressed, and he had to grit his teeth and hold back her spontaneous moans. Wow, that's amazing. Master's cock. Thanks to Yuno's cock flowing with the energy of the world tree, Hiria barely felt the pain of her breakthrough, but her unfamiliar strong pleasure must have made her nervous, and sweat beaded on her skin. Her muscles became stiff as she began to sweat. HMM. My sister-in-law seems a little nervous, but this amount of liquid is enough. I don't think there will be any problem if I insert it slowly. Chew up. Chew up. Chew up. Yes, Harakishu. I like it. Young master. Chew up. Yuno kissed Hiria's lips, easing her tension little by little, and she worked with Hiria, pushing her cock inside little by little. More. Every time Yuno slowly pushed up her waist, her huge breasts swayed and stole Yuno's gaze, and as she did so, the hardness of Yuno's cock increased and penetrated into the inside of Hiria's pussy, all the way to her cervix, making her genitals more sensitive. Some amazing WAA. The dick is so big the inside. The uterus. As long as your sister-in-law says it's okay, I'll make you harder. Hiria, her face red, turned her head away instead of answering but instead, her breasts bounced up and down with her nipples pointed and erect, as if she was giving her approval, and took that as a sign of her approval. Pubjack Buzak. In the end, it was who gave the ultimate piston to Hiria, who was her virgin, without any mercy, and Hiria squirted her pussy juice like a fountain, and told that she was feeling an incredible climax. Brit Huhan. Hara the big thing with her completely love-struck eyes. Hiria let out her sweet moans. Her soft breasts swayed and purred every time shook her waist, drawing Yuno's attention, and increased her speed even more. Hara master's cock. Inside me. Is growing bigger. Hiria screams out her joyful expression with a very happy expression. Her pussy had only been tightly tightened a moment ago, but before she knew it, she was writhing inside her pussy and wrapping it around her cock, and her pussy tightening was also adjusted to match the movement of Yuno's waist. Wow, my sister-in-law's pussy is squirming. It feels so good. Is this really a pussy that just shed virgin blood? Sister-in-law, I hate it when you say that. Hiria is so happy to be able to give you her virginity. But it seems like your cock is so happy inside me. My sister-in-law's pussy seems to have realized something. I think. What did you realize? When pressed her cock against her uterus with her sinister voice, Hiria responded with a moan by squirting her pussy juice again. Now, how to make your dick feel good. How to make your pussy feel better. Something like that. Sister-in-law, isn't this human, but actually a succubus or something? Who will just feel that kind of dick instinctively. Then I can go harder. How about my sister-in-law? I can make you feel something more amazing than this. When tempted her by saying that he would make her stronger than usual, and that it would make her feel even more pleasure, Hiria closed her eyes tightly, nodded her head, and cried out, yes, yes please. I will try my best. I will do my best to become your exclusive pussy that you can enjoy at any time. Smiled sinisterly and began to shake her hips more forcefully. He. What the heck now? Just wait a minute, Joe. Just a little bit gently. Hyria, die. Before you even get the young master's come. What? You've just decided to be my exclusive pussy, bitch? This isn't working. I need to fuck another pussy when feeling grumpy again, tried to pull her dick out. As if she was serious, Hyria freaked out and gave her pussy a full squeeze. I'm sorry. I'll try harder. Furthermore, I'll try my best to become a pussy bitch who can squeeze out the master's cum. So please come in Hyria's pussy. Please fill me with that hot, thick male cum at Hyria's plea. Pretended not to be defeated and took her position again and strongly inserted his cock into her. Hyria moaned loudly while moving the inside of her pussy, making Yuno's cock feel even more pleasure. I tried my best to make you feel it. Ugh, it's better now. The protrusion inside my sister-in-law's vagina. It's quite noticeable that it circles around her glands, a mixture of external and love juices spurted out from the joint between Yuno and Hyria, further heightening the pleasure of the two, and Yuno thoroughly enjoyed the slippery feel of Hyria's pussy folds. And now, instead of speaking proper words, only sweet teachings were coming out of Hyria's mouth. Her whole body was flushed pink, showing how good sex with Yuno felt. This feels so good. This is driving me crazy. It feels so good. I feel like I'm going to die. I just want to keep doing this. I want to have sex with you for the rest of my life. Even though she couldn't speak properly, Hyria looked very happy every time Yuno pounded her cervix. Hi pussy. Hyria's pussy is tingling. I'm a young master. Your majesty. It's okay, it feels good. Seeing Hyria displaying her complete female form, Yuno seemed to be unable to hold back any longer, so she climbed on top of her, putting her full weight on her, and started pounding her pussy. From her first experience, Hyria was taken aback by the strong mating press, biting her tongue and reaching another climax while moving the insides of her pussy and begging for Yuno's semen. Diane, who was watching the two people having such intense sex, was masturbating and giving jealous looks, but the two people, who were already completely immersed in the pleasure of sex, did not even pay attention to their surroundings, and in the end, Hyria hugged Diane tightly and told her to wait a little while. I had to reassure him that his turn would come. I'm conquering Hyria's uterus with yours. PCS, I'm getting so hot. I'm getting so sexy, I'm completely becoming your bitch. Throw it away. It becomes a female pussy only for sex. Struggling with her excited voice, Hyria wriggled the folds of her pussy in response to Yuno's piston, and Yuno's cock went back and forth around her, stretching out those folds and driving Hyria crazy. Crumbling every time Yuno shook her waist. Her huge breasts undulated loudly, and a moaning sound erupted, and an obscene combination of sounds erupted. Pussy has been conquered by the largest dick. Hyria has become His Majesty's exclusive sex pussy. My sister-in-law had the talent for being a bitch. She was destined to become a sex-only bitch. That's right, young master. From now on, I will be loyal both as a subject and as a female. I will become His Majesty's sex-only pussy and be loyal as a female pussy with a lustful pledge of loyalty to her pussy. Hyria instinctively felt that something bigger than she had ever experienced was coming. Yuno also felt her ejaculation rising and pressed down on her uterus even more violently while holding Hyria's waist. Ugh, Hyria. Sister-in-law. I'm going to come now. I'm going to come in your sister-in-law's pussy. I'm light too, so please come. Masters, come. Please sprinkle plenty of that male scented cum onto Hyria's womb. Completely conquer Hyria's female womb. Boom boom boom. My pussy is full of cum. It's amazing. Even though my uterus is full, it keeps coming in. Hyria writhed as she climaxed once again as she felt the semen filling her womb, and her pussy writhed in orgasm as well, drawing more and more semen from Yuno's cock. The smell of your cum is full. Finally, Hyria has become your female. Now, Hyria's sister-in-law. This is my female symbol. How do you feel? After Yuno is done with her cum, she pulls out her cock and strokes Hyria's lower belly, where her uterus tattoo is shining, and she strokes her uterus tattoo with such pleasure that she is still squirting her cum. S pussy was wide open. AHH. Thank you so much, Master. Please continue to enjoy Hiria's sister-in-law's pussy to your heart's content. Master, although it has been almost a year since her divorce, Hiria seemed determined not to give up her position as her sister-in-law, and kissed her emphasizing her mastery, and also touched her tongue with hers, kissing her. She gently stroked Hiria's head, which made her happy. Seeing the two people looking at each other so lovingly, Diane couldn't hold back any longer and intervened, forcing her embarrassed to lie down on the bed. I can't wait any longer. Now it's my turn. Please make my eldest sister your woman, as soon as possible. Hugged Diane tightly, who looked as if she was about to cry, and began the process of turning her older sister into a female as well. Hiria cum shot illustration. Ver 1. Hiria cum shot illustration. Ver 2. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 164. Diane and Hiria's First Experience, 3. Diane and Hiria's First Experience, 3. Rubbed his cock against Diane's wet pussy and wet his cock with the love juice flowing from her pussy. HAA. Is being rubbed against my pussy. My virgin pussy. Do you feel good in my lower body? As stroked the back of her cock over the membranes of her pussy. Diane slightly lowered her body in pleasure. Every time rocked her hips. Hot pussy juice burst out of Diane's vagina, melting and washing away the semen from her coming on Hiria. Haha. Cock is so hot. It's amazing. Ha he. My sister's pussy is so pretty. It ended up like this. So I guess I should take responsibility, right? Yes, of course. Please let me take responsibility. Make me responsible for making my younger brother's dick bigger with my older sister's pussy. Diane's pussy seemed to be very excited, and she was already trying to bite cock by slightly opening her entrance, and as a result, her glands seemed to be slightly inserted, making Diane even more anxious. Please quickly take my sister's virginity. Make her your bitch. I don't like teasing you. As hot pussy membrane gently wrapped around her glands. She also got excited about what her big sister's pussy would feel like, and made her dick bigger. And finally, when lowered her cock ever so slightly, the huge cock was naturally sucked into Diane's pussy. At the same time, Diane's body fluttered as blood, symbolizing her virginity, flowed down the shaft of her cock. However, perhaps it was because of pleasure, rather than excessive pain, and a moan came out of Diane's mouth. Fuh-hurt. All-hurt. Ha. It's weird. This is so. I thought it was going to hurt. Diane's pussy flesh slowly wrapped around her cock, and half of her dick disappeared inside her pussy at once. Perhaps, because of the energy of the world tree, she didn't seem to feel any pain, but perhaps because she was a virgin, Diane's pussy responded sensitively to penetration. In an instant, felt the inside of her pussy tightening and trying to block her cock from going any further. Put it deeper. Make my sister completely your woman. You can take your time, sister. You're not used to it yet. Ugh. Thank you. Even though it's a little hard. My pussy is getting completely wet. Somehow. Diane was tensed and extremely contracting her pussy muscles at the feeling of her tightly closed vagina opening. But as stroked her head and kissed her lips, noticed that her vagina was softening little by little. HMM. Now I can put it deeper. When felt that the inside of Diane's pussy had become soft thanks to her successive sweet kisses, she pushed her dick inside little by little. Ugh. Big sister's pussy is so narrow. Plus, this thing is too tight. Still, it seems like he's definitely relaxed as he continues to go inward, albeit little by little. And finally, glands touched Diane's cervix, and at the same time, a moan came out of Diane's mouth. Out. It reached all the way inside. HAA. Dick is in my womb. What do you think? Sister. Can we keep moving? Ugh. Keep moving. My sister's pussy makes me feel so good looking at with kind eyes that were completely different from how she usually treated others. Diane tightened her piston and began to slowly shake her hips, Hara Yuno's hard body is poking inside me. Ooh what? It's amazing. Although the breasts were not as large as those of Kiramu and Miruku, Diane also boasted large breasts, and whenever Yuno swayed her waist, those large breasts bounced up and down. Crackling clucking. Her pussy was still a little tense, but every time Yuno thrust her waist forward, she was secreting a lot of pussy juice and making obscene noises. My sister's pussy feels as good as I expected. I'm happy. My little brother whom I love so much. Diane smiled beautifully as she was delighted to hear that her pussy felt good. As her body gradually adapted to the huge cock, the pleasure she felt was increasing. And my pussy feels so good. My little brother's cock makes me feel so good. Even with her face flushed with pleasure, Diane was shaking her hips in clumsy rhythm to the movements of Yuno's cock. Hara. Out haha. My pussy is swallowing up my little brother's cock. I'm eating up a lot of this guy's great cock. It's okay, sister. Because that was your instinct. You were born to be my woman. Got it? Yes, that's right. Because it's natural for a sister to love her brother. Because it's natural for a sister's body to become her brother's property. Diane seemed to have reached climax with her confession, spurting out a ton of pussy juice and breast milk. Yuno gulped down her older sister's breast milk and shook her waist more and more vigorously, and Diane also hugged Yuno tightly and kissed her wildly. Yuno, make it harder. Make me feel better with my sister's body. Diane's movements, which had been clumsy just a moment ago, became increasingly smooth, and her pussy instinctively tightened around the cock, as if it was craving semen. Her love juices swirled around the cock, making a lewd squishing sound, and every time Diane squeezed her pussy, Yuno felt like her entire body was being sucked into it. Oh, this is really I'm a sister's view. I'm going to eat her younger brother's cock completely. However, as if she couldn't lose, Yuno pushed her waist even harder, pounding her cervix over and over again, making Diane go into her continuous forkleo. This is I'm crazy. This is a female, and everyone becomes a female. Become a slave to this cock with her glands still attached to the opening of her cervix. Yuno was circling her cock. Her pussy was gushing out her cunt juice, as if it was too strong a play for Diane, who had been a virgin until just now, and Diane was twisting her body wildly and moaning repeatedly with her face completely gone. As Yuno's movements became faster and faster, the period of time when Diane felt her climax became shorter, and Diane had to continue to moan. Pang pang, plop, 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 plop. As Diane felt it, her breasts were also spewing out breast milk, to the point of drenching Yuno's face, and Yuno kept drinking the breast milk, pressing down on her uterus, as if to replenish her energy with her milk. I thrust my dick into her with the intention of throwing it away. Here you go away spewing out my breast milk. I'm a virgin. Would you fully be just a virgin? A virgin pussy that squirts breast milk, even if it's not pregnant. It feels perfect. Sister Diane's pussy feels perfect. Yuno's violent piston was threatening to penetrate Diane's vagina, which was overflowing with her love juices and becoming soggy. Diane simply bounced her breasts, spraying her breast milk, and squealed loudly as she climaxed in succession. I'm being stabbed all the way inside. My uterus is being distorted. I'm going to fix this. My younger brother's emperor's cock is amazing. Higher. Diane's singing voice, at the peak of her climax, and the lewd sounds coming from the joint were playing a beautiful symphony, which was gradually urging Yuno to ejaculate. The dick is spinning in the uterus. This is it. Does my dick feel good too? Does my brother's incestuous dick feel good? Grumpy. It feels good. My younger brother's incestuous cock feels good. Yuno's emperor's incestuous relative's biggest cock. It feels the best in the world. Yuno became even more excited when he heard that his cock felt the best. One of the most pleasant words a man could hear. And now Yuno was also about to ejaculate. Therefore, accordingly, thus mo. Thus I am www. My the big part Brit. Moreover, when Diane also seemed to have a huge orgasm right before her, Yuno climbed on top of Diane's body and thrust his cock violently in order to make her come. Much I'm going to change this. I'm going to update my younger brother's incestuous sex. Go away. Go to the big one. Ugh, sister. I too. Now both of them felt their climax approaching and instinctively twisted their bodies to make each other go away. And finally, Yuno started to ejaculate, and Diane also reached her climax, spurting out a ton of pussy juice and her breast milk, hugging Yuno strongly, wrapping her legs around Yuno's waist, and pulling her inside her burrak. Boom, 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 boom. Chatter hee thanks go 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 good Yuno's cum is coming into me. Heal good help good luck. Diane rolled her eyes and was on the verge of fainting due to Yuno's ejaculation causing her own uterus to swell like a balloon, but Diane smiled happily as she looked at the red tattoo of her uterus on her lower abdomen. It was HAA. HAA. This is the symbol of Yuno becoming a woman. A symbol of being the female of her younger brother. Diane opened her mouth, looking at Yuno's ecstatic face as she finished her ejaculation, and looked at her. AHH. Yuno. No, your majesty. God Diane Erica Maywood von Borken will be loyal to your majesty as your subject, and as your majesty's older sister and bitch, I will open her pussy whenever you want. So, this sister. Spray a lot of pleasant cum on the pervert pussy of incest sex envy receiving her sister's pledge of allegiance. Yuno thrust her cock in, and Diane kissed Yuno's cock, making her a bitch. Side he. Now I too have become Yuno's female. I love you. Yuno's sister loves you like the most important thing in the world. After receiving Diane's confession, Yuno erected her dick again. Now, wait a minute. I want to join you this time. Ho ho ho. Come here, sister. The two females laid their bodies on top of each other and tempted Yuno by opening her pussy, which was still dripping with semen. Your Majesty the Emperor. Please rape our female cunts that prefer cum with your huge dick. Please scold the naughty female pussies who spill their cum on the minister of the Borken Empire with your male dick. In the end, Yuno had a happy time fucking the two females all night long, and Diane and Hiria perfectly became Yuno's females. Diana cum climax illustration. Ver 1. Diane cum climax illustration. Ver 2. Chapter 165. Ticito. Lian, and the circumstances of Johan's castle. 4. Ticito, Lian, and the circumstances of the Holy Kingdom of Johans. 4. A time when Yuno was having a good time with Diane and Hiria. At the royal palace of Ticito, he was meeting with King Anton II and the Duke of Therun. I'm so sleepy. Hey Anton. Why are you calling me at this late hour? I was just about to go home. Therun, if you really wanted to go home, I wouldn't have called you. Please go home. Sometimes I feel sorry for my sister. I introduced her to a workaholic for no reason, so I ended up becoming her biological widow. TSK. How good is the relationship between my princess and I? We've been married for over 5 years, and we are on good terms, but you still don't have any children. Charlotte came to me last week and asked me to please stop working. I guess I should go home and say something. Am I working late every day to do well? This is all for the country. Therun was deliberately avoiding his wife Charlotte because of his sleeping problems, but he could not bring himself to tell his brother-in-law, King Anton II, about his sleeping situation. True. Now that I think about it, I guess that's why you called me. I heard that the guy who went to the Balkans as a diplomat got scolded and kicked out. Only then did Anton II smile bitterly and take out a report. Yes. As you said, the newly ascended emperor named Juno seems to have quite a personality. But things did not go as planned. The state letter I sent was torn up, and he declared war to invade Xeno's allied territory within a year. I heard that it was done. What is the situation on Zenon's side? It's not easy. It will probably take another 3 to 4 years to completely incorporate it into our country's territory. The previous Balkan emperor carried out policies better than we thought, and the lords must have governed the people of the territory well. The antipathy towards it is very severe. Then, how about we go on the offensive and advance in advance? If what you say is true, things will get more difficult in a year, right? That's why we made this provocation. That is absolutely impossible. First, it is difficult to secure a supply route without stabilizing Zenon, and it is not a civil war like last year. If we push forward, we will be surrounded and annihilated in an instant, and Zenon will go to the Balkans alone again. At Tyrun's words, Anton II threw his body backwards, sat down on his chair, and held his head. Then, Heaven forbid, we will have to fight a defensive battle after a year. Is there any chance of victory? No matter how devastated it was by the civil war, it's still the Balkans. Resilience won't be a joke. Heck, you have to make it difficult. Then Anton II jumped up again and looked at his friend and gun barrel with sparkling eyes. How? Did they do something again? A contract was made with the Holy Kingdom of Johans. They would have dispatched their saintly lady to propose an alliance in the Balkans. Of course, the Emperor would have accepted it. Of course. If I were there, I would have accepted it unconditionally. It was a joint attack between Johans and Balkan. I get goosebumps just thinking about it. Duke Tharoon smiled as he watched Anton II tremble. About a year from now, when the Balkans prepare to invade Xeno, those greedy popes and cardinals will cause massacre in Adriatic. If you're lucky, they might even kill the emperor. How? I don't know that. He didn't even tell me that. But we signed a contract with both of our mana and sacred power under the condition that we give up half of our occupied territory in case of success, so he will definitely try to succeed. But what if I fail? What if the Pope betrays me? If you fail or betray, your divine power will be lost. It would be hilarious for the Pope to be unable to even perform a rite, because he has no divine power. It doesn't matter if he fails. If he fails, the Pope's divine power will be lost, and the Holy Kingdom will be in chaos. They will fall in, and we will also be able to take out the troops defending the border with the castle, so our troops will also have some room to spare, and we are not going to sit still until then, are we? Until then, we have to thoroughly prepare for a defensive battle in Xenon, and we'll open hell to the Empire that comes into Xenon. Yes. As always, I will only trust you. No matter what anyone says. Aren't you the best military expert in Tacito? The Duke of Tharoon politely paid his respects to his close friend and brother-in-law, and to the king of the country, Anton II, who always trusted him, and gave him all authority. Thank you for trusting in God, your majesty. God will do his best to repay your trust. That's right. Don't just focus on government affairs. Pay attention to my sister your highness. It was Anton II who burst into laughter as he looked at Tharoon, who was embarrassed, and like that, the night at the Tacito Palace, deepened. Same time. Johan's Holy Kingdom. In the basement of the Great Temple, Pope Alexander VI was holding another close meeting with the cardinals who followed him. Our flavor to the point. Try using a little more force. Your back hole is not in a good condition today. I apologize, your holiness. In the arms of the gathered Pope and cardinals, beautiful priestesses were moaning one by one, and below them, many priestesses were lying unconscious, with white semen already leaking from their anuses. This was a proper meeting. It was telling me something that wasn't true. Wow, you are the Holy Father. You have already done it so many times. It is very difficult for me to do it more than twice. Cardinal Robert, considering that you are using the top pussy of the bitch I enjoyed well. How do you feel about the holes of the bitches I have tamed? Haha, isn't this why I follow your holiness? Of course, your holiness's faith and personality are so great. Haha, it's good that Cardinal Robert is honest. Isn't loyalty supposed to come at a price? Why are you saying that faith is so important? Haha, what your holiness said is correct. All you need is divine power and enough to handle the tools when praying and performing ancestral rites. Haha, oh my. Does Cardinal Lorenzo still pray? His faith is so deep. I think it's already been a year since I last prayed to Icarus. Haha, the Pope and cardinals were bursting out in laughter and the priestesses were crying. By the way, your holiness, are you okay with the deal you made with the Duke of Tacito last time? If the Saint's year fails, won't you lose your divine power completely? That's right. We're worried about that. When His Holiness performs ancestral rites, isn't he supposed to handle the religious instruments? But if the sacred power disappears, Alexander VI smiled evilly as he looked at the cardinals who were worried that he, or rather his power and benefits, would disappear. Don't worry, gentlemen. I have prepared a contingency plan in case my saintly year fails. What? In the contract, instead of my name, I wrote the saint's name first, and then my name was written on top of it. And in the end, when each person's blood was added, I added the saint's blood that was secretly collected. So the subject of the contract became Saint Angelina. Haha, of course. You are amazing. Your Holiness, it's a plan we can't even imagine with our heads. The Pope smiled with satisfaction at the Cardinal's praise, and continued to rate the priestess even more violently. Who point haha thank you. Haha, the priestess who was anally violated by the Pope was shedding tears, as if the pain was greater than the pleasure point however, as if it made him even more excited. Alexander VI made his movements even rougher, and ended up squirting semen into her anus, throwing the priestess to the floor as she fainted from the pain, and swiping his genitals with her priest's clothes. Wiped it off looking at the Pope like that. A cardinal looked a little disappointed and opened his mouth. Woo, no matter how lowly they are, they may be low-level priests, but if these bitches lose their sacred power, it will be a big problem and this group may disappear. So it's a pity that we can't use these bitches' pussies. Cardinal Mont, you want to use your pussy, even though you use so much of your backside. In response to the Pope's question, Cardinal Mont scratched his face in embarrassment. Haha, well, since I enjoyed using the mouth and back pussy a lot, wouldn't it be natural to want to use the front pussy at least once? If the saintly bitch fails in her plan, her divine power will be lost, and of course she will be stripped of her sainthood. So, what do you think? If the saintly bitch loses her sacred power because she lost her virginity, then she will be accused of sin. Let's turn it over and put it in the prayer center and then we can take her out of the prayer center and enjoy her body. After all, His Holiness, haha, then from then on I will be able to use that bitch's pussy as much as I want. I like the back pussy much better than the front. So I will take only my virgin and give the responsibility of the saintly bitch's front pussy to Cardinal Mont. Thank you, Your Holiness. Both holes of the saintly bitch will be filled with our holy material. Haha, just thinking about it makes me feel sore already. Haha, since we have lost our sacred power, shouldn't we fill its place with our holy fluids? Haha, the laughter of the corrupt Pope and cardinals continued to erupt, and the tears and cries of the priestesses who were trampled by them also flowed endlessly. However, the thick floor of the main temple completely blocked the sound, so no sound could be heard from above, and only the prayers of faithful priests who devoted themselves to prayer filled the main temple. Chapter 166, Yuno's Wedding. 1. Yuno's Wedding. 1. A few days later, the day of the Emperor's wedding, one of the biggest events in the Balkan Empire, has arrived. All the lords of the Balkans came up 2 days ago to attend. The citizens of Adriatic voluntarily held a festival to bless Juno, and the local imperial people also held a party among themselves to pray for the Emperor's well-being. All bad things have happened since last year. The Balkan Empire was gradually regaining its vitality point, but the Emperor's settlement. A strange noise was coming from the bedroom of Yuno, the groom who was to be married today. Chuboop, churrurup, churrurup, chirrup, churrurup, clap, churrurup, clap, clap. Apparently, Yuno was still asleep, and all I could see was Yuno's face on the bed, but this strange noise was coming from under the blanket, and soon afterward, perhaps because of the noise, Yuno opened her eyes. What is it? Ugh. As soon as she woke up, Yuno moaned at the pleasure she felt from her lower abdomen, and immediately lifted her blanket. Then, what he saw there was the two princesses Isabella and Mary licking his dick. Isabella's morning fella illustration. Who, sister, Mary, is today the day I'm getting married? Huh? What does that have to do with it? It has nothing to do with the fact that we are in charge of morning erections today. This dick smell, that's right. It's natural for my little sister to handle my brother's erection in the morning, right? I feel empty without drinking my brother's cum in the morning. Chew up HAA. As expected, I'm so happy just by sucking my brother's cock. Yuno was embarrassed by Mary's words and tried to pull out her cock, but Isabella and Mary were holding the cock tightly with their hands, so Yuno's escape attempt was immediately blocked. No, that's what Kiramu and Miruku kept, and always give it to them at every meal. Cheat. No matter how well you use the spirit to keep it cool, freshly squeezed cum has a different smell. So hurry up and come in Mary's younger sister's mouth. Mary, you were sucking it first, right? Yuno's first cum in the morning is yours, right? They say your dick feels better in Mary's mouth. So it's Mary's, Yuno. Whose mouth are you going to come in? Are you going to come in this sister's mouth? Right, broke into a cold sweat when he saw his older sister and younger sister fighting each other in the morning for each other to come in their mouths, but their fight was suppressed by the hand of the person with absolute power entering the bedroom. You guys really, is getting married today. Is this what you and your little sister are going to do now? Huh. Isabella and Mary were kicked out of bed by Uriah's hand, fidgeting with their hands, and had to listen to Uriah's tremendous nagging. Looked at her with a grumpy face and began to put on her clothes, helped by Miruku, who came in with Uriah. Mom, it was originally me and Eliza who were on duty this morning. But since Eliza was absent, I was supposed to do it alone, but Isabella changed the order, seeing then we can just share it with each other. What are you doing with something like that? Well, your dick feels better in my mouth, noisy. And you, Isabella. If your younger brother is getting married today, you can be considerate of each other and deal with his morning erection as quickly as possible. Why are you fighting with your younger brother? Did your mom teach you that? Well, but Mary said that her mouth and pussy felt better than her mouth and pussy. Isabella and Mary rolled their eyes as they made excuses. As a big sister, can't you just overlook that one thing? Huh, I can't do that. You both are prohibited from having sex with for a week. Isabella and Mary's faces became completely tearful after hearing Uriah's words. That seemed like a lightning strike. Oh, no. That's just, Mom. Mary was wrong. I won't do that again. Mom. I'm sorry. Furthermore, I won't fight over Yuno's dick again. Furthermore, I'll get along well with Mary too. Okay, HMPH. I've seen what you're doing, so I can adjust the period. But anyway, do your best. Do you understand? In the end, Isabella and Mary were kicked out of the room. Complained about them, but she also felt a little sorry for them. Ugh. But it's my older sister and younger sister. If mom doesn't lift the sex ban on her by the day after tomorrow, I'll have to secretly visit her at night. Oh, wow. Who had sighed for a moment, was taken aback by the soft yet warm sensation of her coming to his lower body again, and when he looked down at her, he saw Uriah with a lustful expression on her face sucking his cock. When I saw it, I looked dumbfounded. Mom. No, what should you say to my sister and Mary? If mom does this chew up, my son's dick is still erect. Isn't it difficult to wear nice formal clothes if they are erect like this? Right, Miruku, of course, ma'am. But can you give me some of your cum too? Let's just do it together. That way we can handle it quickly. In the end, the first ejaculation of the morning went into Uriah and Miruku's mouths, leaving Isabella and Mary with nothing but idle thoughts. After treating his erection with Uriah and Miruku's mouth, changed into his formal clothes and headed to the royal palace. There was still some time left before the ceremony began, but the thought of finally getting married and becoming an emperor who would rule the empire in earnest was weighing heavily on his shoulders, so he had to look out the window in the royal palace hallway for a moment to collect his complicated thoughts. But even for a moment, a welcoming voice heard from afar erased Yuno's thoughts. Haha, what is your majesty, the absolute ruler of the Balkans, trembling about here, brother? Oh my, you're my brother. From now on, you should just call me Count Tzidanikana. How could I do that to you? Please treat me comfortably in places other than public places. This is my royal order. Haha, I can't help it. So, why are you doing this here? Isn't today your wedding day? How can a guy who should be overflowing with happiness be here? Well, actually, Eliza and Catherine are no different from those who are already married, right? But when I thought about becoming a husband who had to take responsibility for them, I also felt that I had become an emperor who had to take responsibility for this huge empire. Britty, don't you have more responsibilities? I heard Uriah's mother is pregnant. Really? I'm crazy too, but you're even crazier. Yuno's face turned red at Prince's words. Oh, no. How do you know that, Yun Tian? Then did you try to keep it a secret from me too? Yunus went to take a bath with Isabella and Mary and came back and told me. She even held a wedding ceremony for her mother. Juno did not feel any pity for Isabella and Mary, who had been pitiful just a moment ago, and instead, she couldn't help but feel sorry for her older sister and her younger sister. Yes, well, that's how it happened. But then what are you going to do with the baby? No matter what, you can't tell the world that it's your and Uriah's mother's baby. It's better if you give it to us as an adopted child, prince. Concerned about his descendants due to the fact that his wife Junus had difficulty bearing children, made such a suggestion to Juno, but Juno shook her head. I'm sorry, brother. I have no intention of sending my mother's baby somewhere else. First, I plan to get both Eliza and Catherine pregnant today, and I will also raise my mother's baby as Eliza's twin. Then, there will be no problem. Yes. If that's you, there's nothing I can do. Sigh. I want to have a baby too. But I don't want to have anyone else besides Eunice. It's difficult at the sound of Prince sighing. A bright idea suddenly occurred to Yuno, now that I think about it. Brother, aren't you going to Tishidanakana, where I was staying? It's the place where the monster mountains are right below. Yeah, right. Don't you know that I saved the world tree? The world tree called me recently and gave me a blessing. As such, I will still be connected to the world tree, and next time I will call the world tree and give it to my brother and sister-in-law. I'll ask if I can give you some fluid, free, the essence of the world tree. Yes. Do you know that elves are born through the world tree? The sap of the world tree contains strong vitality, so maybe your brother and sister-in-law can have babies too. Prince's face was filled with emotion at Yuno's words. You know. Thank you so much. I think having a younger sibling like you is my greatest luck. Oh, you should only say things like that to your sister-in-law. I'm just guessing, so I don't know if it will work or not, but where was there even a possibility? Even if I fail, I will never hold a grudge. Thank you so much, Yuno. You are, after all, the emperor of this Balkan. You have the qualifications and ability to rule the empire, so don't worry. Huh. Suddenly? What does helping your brother with his problem have to do with being an emperor? Prince smiled brightly at Yuno's question. There is an old saying that, if you control your body well, you can control your family well, and furthermore, you can control the country well, and someday you can control the world. You know, you can train your body well. It worked out well, and since he manages his family well without any fights, he will be able to rule the country well too, and one day he will be able to conquer this continent. Ah, brother, you've gone too far. If it were possible to do that, someone would have already covered the entire continent. Haha, but listening to your words makes me feel a little more at ease. Thank you. Ah, I guess I'll have to go inside now. If the world tree says it is possible, I will ask you to send it to Kii's castle through an elf. Prince thought as he saw Yuno waving at him and entering the palace. No, it's Yuno. There is no one in the world who can do it as well as you. It is truly rare to find someone who has worked hard to train himself since childhood and still maintains it, and who always thinks of his family and cherishes each one of his women. You can do it. It's Yuno. The reason I gave up the throne to you was because I knew that my younger brother was much better than this older brother. Prince walked to the window where Juno was looking and watched countless Adriatic citizens praising Juno under the blue sky. Look at the people who follow you. You can do it. No, your majesty will be able to lead this empire and unify the continent. Your majesty, Emperor Juno I. Prince's voice, which had been speaking only in his mind, suddenly came out of his mouth and was shouting out the window. Although no one was there to see him, Prince seemed satisfied and walked to the royal palace to bless his sister's wedding. Illustration of Mary looking away while being scolded by her mother. Illustration of Isabella looking away while being scolded by her mother. Chapter 167. Juno's wedding. 2. Yuno's wedding. 2. Yuno, who entered the royal palace, looked slightly disgusted by the large crowd of nobles already filling the royal palace. Wow, were there so many nobles? I think there were more people here than at the coronation, since the nature of the event was a marriage. Unlike the coronation ceremony, there were more nobles who brought their wives, so there were actually a lot more, and lower ranking nobles with no fiefs and few positions were not even able to enter the royal palace. Looking at the bustling crowd of nobles, Yuno smiled but sharpened his sword inwardly. The fact that too many noble positions were spread out during my father's time due to his contribution to the war was definitely an influence. I guess we need to reduce the number of nobles a bit, right? Furthermore, I'll have to take a chance during the next where it was not that he had any particular grudge against the nobles, but it was obvious that the greater the benefits the nobles enjoyed, the greater the burden on the common people, so he thought it necessary to reduce the number of nobles in order to enhance his imperial authority and win over the public's support. It was Yuno's point, however, since there was nothing she could do right now. Yuno could only watch the maids of the imperial palace sweating profusely as they entertained the nobles. Yuno, who was sharpening his blade while watching the nobles fighting at the entrance to the royal palace, wondering who would come in, was startled by a familiar voice coming from below and went down the platform. "Your Majesty, you are completely divine, even dressed in formal attire. It seems like only yesterday that you were cute and called me back grandfather when you were young, but you ascended to the throne like this and even got married. I above, Duke Windridge. Don't you still call me grandfather in private? If you say that, don't you think I've made the Duke feel disappointed?" "I'm just kidding. Your Majesty, I really couldn't have imagined that you would have two empresses. But are you confident about it later? You'll be fine now since you're young. But later. Don't worry. I still do it 10 times a day. Anyway, it's okay." Yuno got caught up in Duke Windridge's joke and became angry for a moment, but when he realized Duke Windridge's intention to relieve his tension, he smiled sheepishly. The two grandsons, who stood in front of the podium for a moment and chatted about various things, entered the royal family only lounge to find a place to sit. Juno lowered his voice and asked the Windrage Duke whether all the people who could use a place were now attached to Eliza and Catherine. "By the way, Uncle Kent, have you ever been contacted? If you rebel against Heinrich out of anger, you can avoid the death penalty." When Juno suddenly spoke about his son, Duke Windridge's expression darkened. "I don't talk about him. He who has one son, deserted and even became the leader of the rebellion. It's a disgrace to the Windridge family. If I ever meet him, I will cut off his head myself." Although he was saying that, Duke Windridge's shoulders were shaking, as if he was very worried about his son. And anyway, even if Kent returns, how can a felon from the Empire inherit the duchy? It is right to make Windridge territory a direct territory of the imperial family after I die. Woo, no. Shouldn't he be the descendant of the Empire's most prestigious family, the Windridge family? If Uncle Kent's whereabouts are never discovered, how about raising my second child as a successor after he grows up? Duke Windridge's eyes wavered at Juno's words. But isn't he an important member of the royal family? How could a god be so greedy? How could a god have a prince who is supposed to be the heir to the imperial family? Grandfather, half of my blood belongs to the Windridge family, right? So I would be even happier if my bloodline could continue the Windridge family." Yuno said that and added that he might be excited because he didn't know how many children he would have, but a tear rolled down Duke Windridge's face. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Your Majesty." Grandpa, wake up. I'm so embarrassed." When the Duke of Windridge knelt in front of her and shed tears, a panicked Yuno had to help her grandfather stand up and calm him down, even though no one was around. Anyway, you must live by then. And Uncle Kent, I will try to save your life somehow, so don't worry too much. In the past, when Kent deserted, he sincerely wanted to be executed, but although he lacked ability, he was a maternal uncle who was quite good to him when he grew up. And it is also true that his rebellion helped him ascend to the throne, so Juno chose Kent. I decided to forgive. Yes, Your Majesty. God is now turning 60, so I guess I will have to somehow survive until my 80s. Haha, Yuno, who was smiling while holding the hand of her grandfather who was wiping away tears in front of her, let go of his hand when the bell signaled the start of the wedding. "I'll just go now, Grandpa." "Yes, Your Majesty. I sincerely congratulate you on your wedding." After receiving Duke Windridge's blessing, Yuno headed back to the palace and sat on the throne waiting for the brides to enter. After a while, the wedding ceremony proceeded according to the voice of the new Minister of Justice, Count de Redberg, who served as officiant. As expected from an emperor's wedding, there were various complicated and tedious procedures, and Yuno was repeatedly raising and lowering his hands while receiving congratulatory messages from various congratulatory guests. Did I say I'm having a wedding for no reason? Can't we just kiss, like we did with my mom, and then go have sex? I need to throw away all of this guy's pretentiousness. Almost an hour had passed since it started, and when Yuno's patience was almost at its limit, the sound of the bride's entrance was finally heard. So Yuno raised his head, and at that moment, seeing the so beautiful Eliza and Catherine, he thought that it was pretentious and pretentious. It disappeared from my mind. Yuno's mind, so dazed, did not return until after his wedding. Yuno did not know how to move and proceeded with the ceremony by only moving as he heard the host say. Many nobles laughed when they saw this, but since it was a common sight at weddings for grooms who were in love with the beauty of their brides, they could only laugh it off. At least Yuno's mind came back for a moment during the kissing of Eliza and Catherine, but even then, intoxicated by the soft lips of the two people, Yuno's mind ran away again, and it was not until the wedding was over that it came back. Now, then, I hereby declare that His Majesty Emperor Yuno I, Eliza Sinclair de Leonhardt, and Catherine of Aragon have become husband and wife. Your Majesty the Emperor, please place the Empress crown on both of her heads. Ugh, I need to come to my senses. This is the first time I knew Eliza and Catherine were this pretty. Why are they so pretty today? Are with us? Yuno regained his composure and placed the crowns he had prepared on the heads of Eliza and Catherine, who knelt in front of him and smiled. From now on, you two have become empresses of the Balkan Empire, Eliza Leonhard von Balkan and Catherine Aragorn von Balkan respectively. Everyone, please applaud and congratulate the new empresses. Clap clap. With countless applause, Yuno left the royal palace with Eliza and Catherine in his arms, and marched to the gates of the imperial palace. Long live your majesty the emperor, long live Empress Mama. In front of him, numerous Adriatic citizens were shouting hooray and congratulating Yuno on his marriage. Looking at the citizens, Yuno gave a speech of thanks and then kissed Eliza and Catherine on the forehead in front of the citizens, drawing even more responses. Citizens of the empire, enjoy the festival celebrating my wedding to the fullest. All food today is paid for by the imperial palace. Don't worry and enjoy it to your heart's content. Yuno, Eliza, and Catherine waved their hands at the citizens who once again shouted hurrah. They also greeted the nobles who had come to congratulate them on their marriage, and then entered the civil war. Whoa, it's finally over. Wow. I really thought I was going to die. I think today was harder than when I trained before becoming a master. Me too, sister. Can you see the sweat on my back? Sighing and relaxing, the three looked at each other and burst into laughter. Wow, am I really married to Yuno? I can't believe it. So, becoming a teacher who marries his student. What should I say to my mom? KKKK, why are you so worried? Didn't her sister and mom come to Elto Kingdom? You can invite her later, after she gives birth. Is that so? My mom is so tight-lipped that she might really faint if she found out that I married my student and had a child. Lol. The three of them entered the bed for the first night while chatting and had to stiffen at the sight they saw inside. Welcome, sisters. Was today's wedding fun? How do you feel about getting married before your sister? Eliza, giggle. If you're getting married, you have to have a ceremony in front of the main person, right? Don't just think about it, right? That's right. Even if we sisters want to get married, we can't. We kneel in front of Uria's mother and properly. Ugh, slam. Slam. Lastly, Diane, who seemed a bit over the top, had to be slapped on the back by Uriah, but she still raised her voice, as if she couldn't lose today, and Uriah had to yell at the daughters-in-law. Ugh, why are you doing this? Really? Manly, mother? We really want to have a wedding with you, but we are so upset that we can't do it due to social concerns. I'm trying to control my jealousy at least this way. Please understand. Uriah couldn't bear to hit Miri on the back, so in the end she sat down on the chair, prepared by her children, and waited for her new babies to greet her. Okay, now, let's start the real wedding of Yuno, Eliza, and Catherine. Each bride will make their dresses into their original shape. At the words of Mary, who seemed to be acting as a host, Eliza and Catherine felt embarrassed and unbuttoned the hidden buttons on the wedding dresses they were wearing. Then, Yuno's eyes widened at the extremely vulgar appearance of the cloth falling down Arturina wedding dress. Regular wear, Catherine wedding dress. Exposure wear, Catherine wedding dress. Vulgar wear. Chapter 168, Juno's Wedding, 3. Juno's Wedding, 3. The lasciviousness and lust emanating from the exposed bodies of Elisa and Catherine were so enormous that Juno's dick instantly became erect and soared into the sky. Now, brides, please take off the groom's pants and underwear. Elisa and Catherine, who were dazed by the smell of Juno's dick sticking out of her pants, quickly ran over and took off Juno's lower body. Ah. This is the cock we should take as a groom and the cock of His Majesty the Emperor who rules the empire. It was a cock that she sucked in her mouth and received with her body almost every day, but seeing Juno's cock on her wedding day gave them a different feeling. Pointy. Now the brides, please swear as a wife how she will serve her husband's cock as the Empress of Balkan and as the bride of Juno's brother. Normally, it was an oath that should have been full of solemnity, and in fact, the two had made their vows in serious voices at the wedding, held at the imperial palace, but their voices in front of Juno's cock, which was putting them in heat, contained only sexual desire and shallowness. I, Elisa Leonhard von Balkan, as the first Empress of Balkan and the bride of Juno, will faithfully serve your Majesty's largest cock. This cock that always pleases our girls' pussies, and sprays them with rich, pleasant cum. I will treat you with all my heart as my husband, and I swear that only this cock will enter my pussy hole until I die. Yes, I heard you well. Next, Catherine. Catherine blushed when she heard Elisa's oath, but the strong smell of his cock wafting before her nose made her mouth open. HMPH. That Catherine Aragorn von Balkan is the second Empress of Balkan and the bride of her student Juno. I fell in love with His Majesty's big and thick cock and married her. So I used my whole body like a pussy and faithfully treated this ultra maximum cock as my husband. I swear here that I will serve you, and until I die, I will only receive your Majesty's cock and cum from my mouth. The oath between the two people was so lewd that it made the vagina of Juno's woman who was watching wet, and made them also have a desire to get married. Well, then, the two brides, please kiss the groom's cock as a pledge to keep your vows. In Mary's company, Elisa and Catherine politely grabbed Juno's cock with her wedding gloved hands and carefully took it into her mouth. Then each placed their lips on the left and right sides of the center of her huge glans joke as her beautiful red lips met his dark red and vicious cock and her kissing sound rang out. Love juice flowed down from their cunts and wetted her thighs. I have now completely become Juno's bride. I'm marrying this dick. I really did it. I married my student. Furthermore, I fell in love with his dick and married him. Strong scent of Juno's dick and the energy of the world tree wafting from there made their entire bodies become more and more excited. Chew up. Side. Hold jack. Chew up. Side side chew it. Juk. Chew boob. Nalium. Chew up. In the end, the kisses they poured on the glands turned into joint fellatio, and the world's most lewd kiss in the world continued as Juno's glands and Elisa and Catherine's tongues mixed together using their tongues more actively. They hugged Juno's buttocks and soaked Juno's cock shaft, cock root, and balls with their saliva. Their tongues moved gracefully, licking Juno's urethral hole and glands. By poking and licking, he drove Juno to the extreme of pleasure. Chew up, Your Majesty the Emperor. Chew it. Chewing up. Do you feel good about our Empress's kisses? Chew up and chew up. Chew it. Chew it. Our Empresses love Her Majesty's cock so much. Chew up that while sucking the cock, they wet their pussy holes like this in an obscene manner. There is. Sighed as Catherine wrapped her long tongue around the head of her penis and Elisa gave pleasure to the base of the cock with her unique sticky saliva. Juno's cock grew even thicker, showing its bulging blood vessels as it reached the verge of ejaculation point. At that change, Elisa and Catherine continued to kiss more passionately with delighted eyes, urging Juno to ejaculate. Ugh, Elisa, Catherine, I'm coming. Take it all. Boo right who 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 you right who ruck. Semen spurted out from Juno's cock like a fire hose as they performed sincere fellatio. Elisa and Catherine showed the camaraderie between the Empresses by sharing the blowjob together, and the two Empresses, who had almost the same amount of semen in their mouths, enjoyed the heat as the semen spurted onto their faces and bodies with ecstatic expressions. And the two Empresses tried to show off by swallowing the semen in their mouths as they always did, and showing their empty mouths to Juno, but they were stopped by Mary's voice. Oh, wait. Sisters, don't swallow it. From now on, the two empresses will kiss the Empress of Borken and the hidden Zero Empress of Borken, Yuria Windrich von Borken, with the cum in their mouths. Slam. Slam. Mom. It hurts. I'm telling you to be nice to me, but why? What are you asking your mom to do? Mom does that? Wow. In response to Mary's instructions, which were so embarrassing, Yuria eventually got up from her seat and slapped Mary on the back, but she had no choice but to stop her movements when the hands of the two masters suddenly grabbed her body and kissed her. Chew up. Chirrup. Chew up. HAA. HAA. Mother, thank you for giving birth to Yuno. This is a gift from you as a daughter-in-law. Chew up. Chirrup. Sighed hey. What kind of gift is this? Ugh. Mother. Please accept my gift. Chew up. Chuk. Chururarub. You gave birth to such a majestic male. Mother, you are truly worthy of becoming my 0th empress. Chew up. Jjuk Yuno's dick became erect again and regained its original gigantic size due to the intense lesbian kiss that included the tongues of the mothers and wives. In the end, Yuria had to take the gift, semen, that her daughters-in-law gave her with her mouth and wet her pussy, and Mary did not miss it. Oh, my back. Then, lastly, I will give you a light kiss on the pussy of the Empress Dowager, who gave birth to your majesty the emperor, and end my greetings to you as her daughter-in-law. Still, as if her last conscience remained, Mary ordered only a light kiss. Although Eliza and Catherine looked a little disappointed, they followed the host's instructions and kissed Yuria's pussy, which was dripping with pussy juice. And Yuria blessed her daughters-in-law by gushing out her fountain of juice with just that light stimulation. Thank you, mother. You blessed our marriage with a fountain of chewing water. You really are the mother of our lewd daughters-in-law. He and Yuno, who was watching the three people's lesbian play, slowly approached Eliza and Catherine, who had become his empresses, with her cock fully erect, and looked at her Mary point. True to her quick-witted nature, she immediately checked her brother's eyes and continued with her society. Now then, there will be vaginal sex, which is the final ritual to conclude today's wedding. Your Majesty the Emperor, as the groom, would be grateful if you could fill the wombs of the two empresses with cum. Did you hear? Eliza, Catherine, open your pussy and tempt me. I'll fuck the person you like first. At Juno's words, Eliza and Catherine sat down on the bed and spread their legs wide, brightly exposing the insides of their pussies dripping with obscene pussy juice. Honey, this is Eliza's pussy, who has been waiting to become your wife since we were childhood friends. I ended up becoming the Empress of Borken, but more than that, I'm so happy to be your wife. So, it's Eliza's, my childhood friend. Please pour a lot of thick cum into my pussy and make me pregnant. Honey, our student Yuno. As a teacher, I never thought that you would really become this great. Your sincere training made me fall in love, and that huge cock of yours made me so horny. So, honey, please love Catherine's pussy, who has become my disciple's wife. Please pour hot cum into my teacher's pussy and make her pregnant. The two people's seductive comments, reminiscent of the past, made Yuno's dick even more engorged. The temptation of Eliza and Catherine, who were so tempting that they could not be judged as superior, made Juno worry so much, but Juno had to choose only one person. Damn. I really don't know. Who should I do this to first? Still, Eliza, my childhood friend, or Master Catherine. Even at this moment of worry, their pussy holes were fluttering open and flowing with pussy juice, and their eyes were shining, as if they wanted her so much that Yuno was experiencing the greatest worry of her life here. And Yuno moved her steps and inserted one of the two's pussy holes and vigorously rocked her waist forward. Our wedding dress semi-realistic. ILLUSTRATION*CATHERINE wedding dress semi-realistic. Illustration chapter 169. Yuno's wedding. 4. Yuno's wedding. 4. Juno's choice was Catherine. As soon as it was inserted, she leaned back and moaned loudly, "Who the biggest dick HAA? My husband's long and thick dick all the way to the inside of the pussy." At once as Catherine let out a happy cry next to her, Eliza looked at Juno with her finger in her mouth as if regretful, but when Juno smiled and motioned for her to come over, she instantly threw herself up with a mischievous expression and lifted her lips onto Juno's lips. Eliza, you're not upset, are you? Since Eliza was the first to take a virgin on the first night, you're the first to do it to Catherine. It's okay, honey. I just need to make it darker next time, Catherine. Juno was a little reluctant to leave Eliza completely unattended, so she inserted her dick into Catherine's pussy, lifted Catherine's body up, and then pulled Eliza's pussy towards her. Took it into his mouth. He her she of she her she shiv, or slash or it it or it is. There it is, it's your tongue. It goes inside the pussy juice. LAHH. Eliza. Do you feel good? Do you like having His Majesty suck your pussy? Catherine asked, her breasts bouncing as she watched Eliza having her pussy sucked by Juno. Catherine. Is it time for you to worry about Eliza? You're squeezing that pussy hard. However, when Juno stretched out her tongue and pushed it inside Eliza's pussy, licking the sticky pussy juice that was bursting out of her, and vigorously lifted her waist upward, Catherine reached climax in an instant and let out her moans. It was barbaric. He became the most noble person in the empire. Juno's boobs and movements of her hips were sending Eliza and Catherine to climax at the same time point. In return, Eliza quenched Juno's thirst by spewing clear pussy juice into Juno's mouth, and Catherine made Juno's cock even harder with lewd orgasmic moans. Chew from Eliza's pussy is sweet and sour and delicious. There wouldn't have been a man who could handle Catherine. As Juno said, Catherine's pussy was swallowing Juno's cock with a force as strong as that of a virgin, as if it were going to cut it off. But her pussy, which had already completely gone away from Juno's cock teasing, wriggled as if it were alive, giving Juno deep pleasure point, while squeezing her pussy with all her might. Catherine looked disappointed at Juno's words and looked at Juno with slightly teary eyes. Well, don't say that, honey. Catherine was destined to be your woman anyway, so it doesn't matter. Harder. After reaching out her hand and pinching Catherine's cute nipples to stimulate her, Juno lifted her waist more vigorously. Harder your cock. It's getting hotter and hotter. His Majesty's strong male cock completely sends Catherine's female pussy away and continues I'm sucking your pussy. Mom, I'm sucking your pussy in front of the girls. This feels good, of course. Juno, who did not forget to stimulate Eliza's pussy while moving her waist, pointed her tongue and gently licked her petals while stimulating Eliza's clitoris, making Eliza feel her pleasure. She let out an overflowing voice and burst into tears meanwhile, as Juno's thick glands penetrated deep inside and roughly scratched the sensitive area of her cervix. Catherine's pussy squirted out her pussy juice like a wave and let out a lustful sound, made by the combination of the cock and her pussy. Jilkiak Pang Puzak hey? Hisses the remarking emperor. The emperor's cock. So don't look at it. The sensitive protrusions near the opening of her uterus were being mercilessly crushed and scraped by Juno's thick glands, and the immense pleasure it gave Catherine reached climax, covering her glands with that bewitching mucous membrane. But I'm hooked hot. Before she knew it, the mucous membrane surrounding her glands was being rubbed, and Juno's cock was pressing the glands of her cervix and trying to twist it open. However, contrary to what she said, her body was completely occupied by her pleasure, and Catherine's huge breasts were bouncing wildly, and she herself was shaking her waist in accordance with Juno's movements. TSK. Then how about this? Catherine's cervix was slightly dilated due to excessive climax, so Juno pushed the tip of his dick into her cervix and then rotated her waist. This is so intense. I feel good. It's okay. There's no way you could die like this, right? What did you say when you first taught me? You said the human body gets stronger the harder you hit it, right? From now on, I'll train your uterus. Brit. As Juno applied more force, Juno's glands got lodged in the entrance to her womb. Then, Catherine's pussy burst out like a fountain, showing that she was having a huge orgasm. Harder. It came into the womb. Your Majesty's biggest dick and my uterus are kissing. Oh, shit, it feels good to kiss the dick in the womb. It feels good to have sex with the womb. Katerina, who reached climax with the gland stuck in her uterus, let out loud moans and even shed tears, and Juno forcibly pushed his cock all the way into her uterus, roughly pushing Catherine to a continuous climax. Catherine, you look so happy. Yuno's huge dick goes all the way to the root. I'm jealous. Yuno, do it for me too. Your Majesty the Emperor. Please do it for me too. Please give me a pleasant uterine sex with Empress Eliza's vagina in obscene sex. Seeing Catherine sobbing from the pleasure of uterine orgasm, Eliza burst into tears in Juno's face and walked away. Yuno laid Eliza aside for a moment, lifted Catherine up, put her weight on her, and struck her down even harder. Honey, I love you. Catherine loves you more than anything in the world. I love your male emperor cock. Which makes Catherine's lewd female empress pussy feel good more than anything in the world. Catherine, who was being lifted and fucked by her Yuno, screamed wildly as if she could not bear it any longer and hugged her Yuno's head. Yuno also moved her cock around in Catherine's womb, making her last point. Haha, have you ever seen such a lewd master? Still, I love you this lewd. Catherine, I love you so lewd. A teacher. Catherine, thank you for marrying me. Thank you for being my empress. Pub jack bu jack sucksy arksy arksy ark. The lewd friction sounds were getting louder, indicating that the two were approaching their climax point. And first, Catherine put her waist behind her, and her pussy exploded as she reached her climax point. Pushy yet high. Aha, bye 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 to the climax of the female womb, as Catherine reached climax and squeezed her womb and pussy at the same time. Juno's cock also began to ejaculate. Buraiarak. Boom, 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 boom. The semen erupting from the cock that entered her uterus instantly filled Catherine's uterus, and since the uterine opening through which the semen was supposed to escape was blocked by the cock, her uterus swelled like a balloon. Semen is entering the womb. Catherine's female uterus is filled with His Majesty's male semen, as if she is pregnant. Catherine continued to climax as the ejaculation continued, and she had to struggle wildly with the infinite pleasure it gave her. However, Yuno did not pay any attention to her situation, and continued to tell her, shouting loudly, Catherine is pregnant. At the sound of Juno saying she was pregnant, Catherine opened her eyes wide for a moment even as her womb reached climax, and then her body stretched out, shedding a single tear of joy. Just now, I felt my ovaries ovulating at the sound of being pregnant. I'm really pregnant. I'm pregnant with Yuno's baby. Furthermore, I've become a perverted teacher who got pregnant with my beloved student's baby. I'm so happy. I'm seeing on the first night after her mother. I'm seeing with Her Majesty's baby for the second time. Haha, I love you, Catherine. Thank you for being pregnant with my baby. Yes honey, thank you so much for making me pregnant with your wife, Catherine. It was the happiest thing in my life to have you as my disciple, fall in love with you, become your wife, and become pregnant with your baby. I love you. Honey sighed, grabbing her stomach, which was swollen with semen from her excessive ejaculation. Catherine kissed Juno on the lips, causing her to lose consciousness. Oh my. A pregnant woman shouldn't fall like this. The uterine sex was so intense that even Catherine, her first master, fainted, and Eliza was looking at Juno as he laid Catherine down on her bed with her eyes mixed with anticipation and fear. You've waited a long time, right, Eliza? Now it's your turn. But Eliza had been waiting for this moment for so long that she closed her eyes for a moment and opened them, spreading her legs and spreading her pussy with her hands, letting the fuck juices drip down her pink cunt flesh. Yes, your majesty, your female sex slave and wife, and the Empress of Balkan. Eliza's pussy is so wet waiting for your male cock. You must also pour that thick cum into Eliza's childhood friend's pussy and impregnate her. Female. Both simultaneously with Eliza's seduction, her Juno rushed to her, and her sex on Eliza's first night began. Artery no wedding dress vaginal cum pregnancy. Normal there. ILLUSTRATION asterisk CATHERI any wedding dress vaginal pregnancy. Botta be there. Illustration chapter 170. Yuno's wedding. 5. Yuno's wedding. 5. Yuno climbed on top of Eliza's body, who was spreading her pussy hole wide open for him, and with his huge erection, he gently rubbed his blazing hot cock against Eliza's pussy hole, where her honey juice was dripping down. started waiting. Eliza's cunt hole was fluttering and ready to welcome her master into her, but Juno wasn't making it easy for her. Then Eliza stretched out her arms and grabbed Juno's face and kissed her passionately. Moo it. Chew it. Chew up. Sighed Hara as Juno's hot tongue licked the mucous membrane of her mouth with the hot glands pressed against the mucous membrane of the entrance to her vagina. Eliza felt her body becoming hot due to her already high state, and her face blushed. Brit even though Juno tried to pull her tongue out. Eliza's tongue stuck to Juno's tongue, and her lips refused to separate from Juno's. TSK. Chew up. TSK ugh. I don't want to take it out. TSK. Juno also felt her dick becoming harder and harder as Eliza instinctively yearned for her kiss with her ecstatic face melting away. Now slowly as Juno lowered her cock ever so slightly. Eliza's hot wet pussy completely absorbed Juno's huge cock point as Juno's cock slid deep inside her vagina. As if it was the place she was supposed to be, a pleasured moan flowed from Eliza's mouth. AWW. It came in. Eliza's first night's pussy. In my childhood friend's pussy that had become a female. Juno's male biggest dick came in. Eliza's pussy squirmed as she tried to insert her cock inside, but perhaps because of the excessive pleasure, she got stuck in the middle and stopped. Juno, who was smiling at Eliza's confusion, began to slowly push her waist in front of her. Wow. The cock of your majesty came into the inside point, as if trying to come to her senses from the excessive pleasure of her glands rubbing against her uterus. Eliza once again begged for her kiss, and Juno kissed her lips with hers, mixing their tongues together for a moment, then kissed her. He lowered his head slightly and sucked on her nipple. Hara. Wow. He eyed back. My uterus is so happy because my tongue is licking her nipples. The cervix is moving down and kissing her glands, crumbling every time Juno moved her waist. An obscene liquid sound rang out. The lewd sound made Juno's cock erect even bigger, and at the presence of the huge cock that was completely pressing down on her uterus, a lot of orgasmic moans came out of Eliza's mouth. I love it when your majesty's cock scratches the cervix. Eliza's empress's uterus wants your majesty's cock. I go away with my uterus being pressed to Brit. Eliza's pussy was gushing out a ton of clear pussy juice, signaling her climax. But even in the midst of her orgasm, Eliza's pussy was giving back to the cock, scraping the folds of her pussy point. Even as Eliza reached her climax, Juno raised her body while maintaining her penetration, and then pressed her body down without any mercy. How this is amazing. My weight is pressed against the uterus. It's completely crushed. My uterus, which is supposed to be pregnant with Juno's baby, is crushed. Our lewd empress's uterus is still clinging to my glands, as if it wants to eat it. Isn't this the most noble empress in the empire being so lewd? Because this cock feels so good. Because his majesty's cock feels so good. Because this largest male emperor's cock feels so good. It's only natural for a female. Although Juno's hand and her cock were holding her in the air, Eliza twitched her pussy lewdly, rubbing her cock to a place that made her feel better in that state. As Juno began to lift her waist regularly, their sexual feelings reached their limit, and a large amount of her love juices overflowed from inside Eliza's vagina and enveloped her cock. Honey, do you like it? Do you like your childhood friend's pussy? Wang, do you like the empress pussy of Eliza, your exclusive female sex slave? Eliza's female pussy feels so good. It's the pussy of my lewd childhood friend whom I've been dating for a long time. Your empress pussy is rubbing all the pleasant spots on my dick. As expected, you're my second female after my mother. It's like Eliza's pussy. 868. I'm so glad I'm not the only one who feels good. Furthermore, I'm so glad I can become a female pussy bitch empress worthy of you. Wow, your cock feels good. Juno's cock feels good. I love you. I love you the most in the world. Squishy tsuboob. Eliza climaxed once again and kissed Juno's lips, and Juno rocked her hips even more vigorously and mixed her tongue in response to her kiss. Chew it. Chew it up. Chew it up. Chew it outside. Chew at the countless folds of Eliza's pussy flesh, which became even hotter due to the kiss, mixed with her tongue and the kiss of the glands rubbing her uterus, wriggled obscenely and guided Juno's cock further inside point. But it gave Eliza greater pleasure, and she felt her cervix and her Juno's glands being rubbed strangely, pressed too closely together. Heart to the inside. Height the womb is thrilling. The female uterus wants something to do it. Eliza remembered Catherine twisting her body earlier and sensed that something was approaching her, so she shook her hips even more violently in accordance with Juno's movements and, following her intuition, Juno twisted the cock that was pressed against her cervix and strongly lifted her waist upward. At the same time, Juno felt Eliza's cervix slightly open and her gland slightly digging in. QHI'd what is this? It feels so good my waist is shaking by itself. My uterus is wriggling all by itself. Poo wow. Eventually, Eliza felt something being inserted inside her, and her pussy juices burst out like a fountain. Pushy at car. It came in a male dick came into my female uterus. It's amazing. It feels so good. Furthermore, it feels so good to be violated with my uterus. Her hard glands was lightly covering the opening of her cervix and little by little she was opening Eliza's uterus, and Eliza was barely holding on as she hugged Juno's neck, even shedding tears from the excessive pleasure. Eliza's uterus, which was in heat, repeatedly contracted and relaxed and rubbed against Juno's cock. This is amazing. The uterus is moving on its own. I'm also doing this every time Juno's glands pierced the inside of her womb. Eliza had to let out her bewitching moans, pouring out her saliva and pussy juice. Here my head is melting. I feel the inside of my uterus being rubbed. It feels so good. Furthermore, I'm becoming a female who only knows her pussy. Juno's empress cock and pussy. I've become a lewd female empress who knows nothing but sex. It's okay. It's okay to be like that. It's okay to be a lecherous empress who only knows about my dick. Eliza, you are my empress. You are my bitch. You are a pussy sex slave for my dick. Got it? Yes, Eliza is a sex slave who only receives His Majesty's male cock. She is a female empress who receives His Majesty's cock at any time. A lewd woman who only wants to have sex with His Majesty's male maximum cock in her head. I'm the perverted pussy bitch empress. Well, I didn't say that much. Juno was a little embarrassed by Eliza's confession of love, but he didn't slow down the speed of lifting her waist, so he could feel the feeling of ejaculation rising. Nada, my uterus is tingling. Every time I get stabbed with His Majesty's largest dick, it's tingling. Something big is coming. Something huge is coming out. Eliza also shook her hips more violently with her climax right in front of her, and every time she did so, Eliza's breasts bounced and appealed to Juno. As Juno sucked her breasts and penetrated the inside of her womb mercilessly with his huge cock inside, Eliza's whole body convulsed, as if something had completely come to her. Crunch clunk crunch clunk crunch clunk. All kinds of obscene sounds were coming out randomly as Juno and Eliza's sex reached its climax, and Juno's dick moved violently, as if it was going to expend all its energy. Harder to on it now. I just eat. Eliza tightly hugged Juno's neck with her eyes closed, and Juno pushed her cock deep into Eliza's womb. As a hot uterine wall enveloped her glands, Juno's glands fluttered as it reached the tip of her womb. Come. I'm coming in Eliza's womb. Please come. Please come in your cum. Please fill Eliza's female empress's womb with His Majesty's male cum. While Juno began to spit out her semen from the deepest part of Eliza's body. Boom 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 boom. It's coming in so much, it's coming in. A lot of hot cum in my female womb. I love you, Your Majesty. I love you, Juno. I truly love you as a childhood friend, as a wife, and as an empress. Furthermore, I love you, Eliza. You're pregnant. Juno shouted to Eliza to become pregnant, and Eliza felt as if she heard a pop, and at the same time, felt her own ovaries releasing an egg. I'm pregnant. I just got pregnant with this cum. Furthermore, I'm pregnant with Juno's baby. Juno and my baby. I'm hyper still. Eliza, who had been mentally preparing herself because she had witnessed Catherine's fainting earlier, was barely able to avoid her fainting, and she stroked a swollen stomach due to Juno's continued ejaculation. When her endless ejaculation was over, Juno pulled out her dick, and Eliza's pussy spurted out a huge amount of semen, letting her know that she was definitely pregnant. Juno, who was watching with satisfaction, laid down on her bed, then pulled Catherine and Eliza to her side, hugged them by the shoulders, and held them in her arms. Eliza was obediently embraced by the touch of her beloved husband, and after enjoying the warm embrace of her husband for a moment, she unfastened the neck collar of her wedding dress and thrust the necklace around her neck into Juno's eyes. Juno, do you remember this? This necklace, HMM. What is it? Do you still have it? Fee, what is this? I'm losing it. It was the first gift you gave me. And it was the moment I fell in love with you. What? If it wasn't for that necklace gift, you wouldn't have loved me. That's not true. But this necklace is so precious to me. And you're still wearing the bracelet I gave you, right? At Eliza's words, Yuno blushed and turned her head, as if she was embarrassed. Well, this is for training, right? Thank you for cherishing the gift I gave you so much. I met you while being sold as a hostage to the Balkans, but when I think about it, it was the greatest luck of my life. I love you, Yuno. From now on, I will only love you for the rest of my life. Sweetheart sighed, looking at Eliza, who kissed her own cheek and smiled. Juno kissed her cheek in the same way, and in the meantime, she lightly kissed Catherine's cheek, who woke up and smiled warmly. Eliza, Catherine, I'm so happy to have you two as empresses. I love you, my wives. Feeling the warm body temperature of the wives, Yuno's cock slowly became erect once again, and Eliza and Catherine started the second round and made their first night a splendid one. In this way, Eliza and Catherine became pregnant with Juno's second and third babies. Eliza's illustration wedding dress very illustration of Eliza whispering love while showing a necklace. Botta beware. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 171, Yuno's Secret Visit. 1. Yuno's Secret Visit. 1. As time passed, as the three wives, Uria, Eliza, and Catherine, grew considerably, the Balkan Empire gradually regained stability. Tacita was busy stabilizing Zeno's occupied territories, and Leon was losing the ability to pay attention to the Balkans as the power struggle between the king and Princess Fiona intensified. The Holy Kingdom of St. Johann sent enormous support to the construction of a temple in Adria, and sent 10 priests capable of healing to help the sick, citizens, and poor of Adria, and carried out evangelism in a very peaceful manner, showing that they really wanted friendship with the Balkans. Because Yuno was drunk, he somewhat lessened his suspicions about the saint, and ordered the head of the intelligence department to place a few people under surveillance and complete the investigation. Since there were no problems with diplomacy, internal affairs were also structured solidly. Rachel's ability as chancellor, which quickly restored the empire to its former glory, rather than causing any problems even after the 3 months promised to the nobles, was now recognized by all the nobles. Moreover, as the Minister of Finance, it became clear that he would not be able to accomplish 2 tasks at the same time: cut out all unnecessary budgets and run the empire's finances in the most efficient manner. Of course, there were times when she had a hard time because of her physical strength, but when Yuno saw that she was having a hard time, he visited her at night and had strong sex with her to build up Rachel's physical strength. So she came back the next day and did her work and served as prime minister in Yuno's cabinet. He fulfilled his role to the fullest. Meanwhile, as the Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, Hiria developed more seeds and greatly increased grain yields. As a result, he completely relieved the suffering of the people of the empire who were starving due to food shortages when there was no zen and plain. In addition, she worked hard to cultivate her favorite coffee, exporting it not only to Leon, but also to the entire continent, and by joining forces with Rachel to strengthen the finances of her empire, she showed herself as the perfect Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Livestock. But finally, Diane, the Minister of Commerce, Industry, and Energy. Oh, it's not fun. I want to go out and play with Yuno. She was fooling around in the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Energy's office, and was thinking about having sex with Yuno. No, Her Royal Highness, please attend work. Aren't these things that you have to report in person at the royal meeting later? Today's meeting is a quarterly meeting, or it's a job well done anyway. The Baron, the Vice Minister, should do this himself. Baron Chris Medici, head of the Adria branch of the Balkan Alchemists Association and Vice Minister of Commerce, Industry, and Energy, and other officials in her department looked at Diane and cried out loud, yelling at her desk, because she didn't want to work. She was screaming, as if she wasn't there. No, I have to tell you the minister's evaluation of the project carried out by our department, but how can I do that work alone? There's less than an hour left until the government meeting. Come quickly. Didn't we almost reduce the budget last time like this? Everything went well with the development of new reagents. Iron mine production in the southwestern region increased by 30% and rubber production in the eastern region increased by 10%, so there is no problem with domestic supply and exports. Gold mines and quarries also maintained the production level during the time of my father's reign. The Alchemist Guild is expected to further help with the hygiene of the people of the empire by developing new detergents, and is also working on developing cheap and high quality textiles. Of course, thanks to Her Highness's hard work, the results are good. However, you must discuss with us and report on future plans, new visions and plans, and how to improve the discovered problems. The results seem to be going well, but officials at the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Energy have to hold their heads because Diane has a problem with her work attitude. I understand. The future plan is to maintain mineral production as is and adjust production in gold mines in consultation with the Ministry of Finance. Additional budget is needed for the development of textiles and detergents, and there are no problems found. That's it, right? Your Majesty. The problem with reporting so roughly. Also, there was a report that a strange smell was coming from the slum area these days. I don't know. The Vice Minister can report that, right? It's going to go into the government meeting anyway. If Rachel doesn't give me the budget, I'll get it by my hair, so don't worry. That's it, right? The meeting is over. I'm leaving as Diane ran out of the Minister of Commerce, Industry and Energy's office. Baron Medici grabbed the back of her neck, and officials in her department had to calm her down by giving her tranquilizers. But about 2 hours later, when it was her turn to report to the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Energy as the last part of the meeting, Diane, contrary to her earlier boasts, was sweating. Minister of Commerce, Industry and Energy. Surely that isn't the end of the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Energy's goal for this quarter? Isn't that the minister's personal battle? Well, the business we did last quarter went really well. Haha, so if we just give them an additional budget, everything will be solved. So, how much additional budget is needed? What has been done well, and what parts are lacking, so additional budget is needed? What efforts did the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Energy make to solve it? What problems were found in it? And how will the additional budget be spent? Can you explain whether it will be executed? That's cough. Ouch. Ouch. Ooh. 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 Haha, I bit my tongue. From next time, in response to Rachel's harsh words, Diane deliberately bit her tongue to draw some blood, and then pushed Vice Minister Baron Medici on the back. Holy shit. They say you can get it, even if it means pulling out the head. Damn. What kind of glory would I receive by receiving this position as Vice Minister in the end? Baron Medici answered Rachel's questions one by one, with bloody tears streaming down her face and sweat pouring from her forehead. Although she was evaluated as being very inadequate by Rachel, who had her forehead furrowed, she was barely able to secure additional budget. Okay then, we'll end today's meeting here. Is there anything else you want to say here? When Juno stood up from the throne and tried to conclude the meeting, Baron Medici raised his hand. Your Majesty, I don't know if it suits the nature of this position, but a strange report has come into our department. Strange report? What is it? This is a report that a strange smell comes up every night from the river in the slums of downtown Adria. As for the Adriatic slums, hasn't much relief been done since I came to the throne. I understand that the situation of many people has improved as job placement projects have been carried out through the administration. Moreover, in the last quarter, the Alchemists Guild has even carried out a sewer maintenance project. Hasn't it become quite clean? When Juno tilted his head as if wondering, Baron Medici nodded and agreed. That's right. That's why it's even stranger. We definitely have a purification system for excrement, and we've also implemented education not to throw excrement into the river, so something like this has never happened before. But suddenly I guess we definitely need to investigate. When Emperor Juno decided that an investigation was necessary, the Minister of Administration, the Marquis of Trier, and the Chief of Intelligence, Baron Robles, responded, "Your Majesty, in that case, I will send the Capitol Guards to conduct an investigation. This matter will now fall under the jurisdiction of the executive branch now. Before that, could you please indicate the exact area where the report was received?" Vice Minister Baron Robles took a map and pointed to the area where he had been tipped off. This place, all areas are located downstream of the Temple of Icarus built by the Holy Kingdom of Johans. There have been no reports from upstream. Vice Minister, has there been any information about that smell? Oh, no, Your Majesty. We only received the report this morning, so we were unable to conduct our own investigation. How does that make sense? You're reporting to His Majesty a fact that hasn't even been properly confirmed yet. This is basic Stop. That's for you to decide, not for you. Minister of Administration, I apologize, Your Majesty. Juno was deep in thought as he looked at the place Baron Medici had pointed to. I smell something. I thought Johan's castle was being too cooperative with the Empire. But they have absolutely no reason to be like that. Jim will investigate this matter himself. Yes. No. His Majesty personally gave the precious body. This matter will be handled well by the administration. There is no need for Your Majesty to take such precious steps. Bang bang. It's noisy. It's just what Jim does. But why are you reacting so sensitively? Are you afraid that Jim might get hurt? How many people in this area do you think could hurt Jim's body? The opposing nobles instantly became mute due to Yuno's temper. Everyone, except the head of the intelligence department, please leave. Today's meeting will end here. At Yuno's instructions, all the nobles left their seats, and Baron Robles, head of the intelligence department, bowed his head slightly at Yuno's instructions and disappeared, saying that he would follow the Emperor's orders. And that night, there were 4 people who passed through the secret underground passage of the Adria Imperial Palace and headed to the slums. Oh my gosh. Tomorrow is Sunday, so I was going to have perfect sex with Yuno until dawn tonight. What are you doing at this time of night? Giggles Diane. I heard you got robbed by Rachel after the cabinet meeting today. I heard there were rumors. Giggling. Hey, Isabella. Would you say something like that without even knowing the situation? If I had wanted to, I could have made Rachel and her girl mouth shut. I was thinking about having sex with Yuno, but I wasn't prepared properly. Ugh sisters. Be quiet. Even though I'm blocking it with the wind spirit, the sound seems to be leaking out. That's right. I think I brought those 2 older sisters for no reason. Mary is the best. Right, brother? Then, do you have to come back and come heavily in Mary's sister's pussy? Hey, is it my turn tonight? The 4 siblings, Juno, Diane, Isabella, and Mary, dressed in full-fledged dark clothes, passed through the secret passageway and reached the slums with quick steps while bickering. What do you mean it smells? It doesn't smell anything. If I see the area where the report came from, I need to go a little further. I told the head of the intelligence department to find the informant who gave this report and prepare it in time, so it will be out in a little while. As Yuno said, as some time passed, I heard footsteps approaching from afar. I think it's over there. Let's go. As he headed toward the sound of her footsteps, the first thing he noticed was a small shadow hanging over her alley, and Yuno became curious about the identity of the informant. What? The sound of small footsteps with a shadow this size. A kid. Thinking that such a report could not have come from a child, Yuno went into the alley, and her eyes widened in surprise at the sight of her face there. Your Majesty, *DIANE''S stealth suit illustration ver 1 *DIANE''S stealth suit illustration ver to chapter 172, Yuno secret visit, 2. Yuno secret visit, 2. Taken. As soon as the informant told him that he was the Emperor, it was Yuno who fed honey chestnuts to her head. I told you to call me brother, ouch, it hurts. At that time, I was scolded by the adults for calling His Majesty my brother at the trial, since the identity of the informant was centrist. Yuno patted his head with a happy expression. Why are you here anyway? How did you come up with the idea to report this? This is the house where my brother and I live. Centris pointed to a rundown house next to the river. Why are you living in the slums? When I investigated the children who lost their parents due to Heinrich's tyranny, your family was clearly quite wealthy, right? And I'm sure you also received subsidies. There were quite a few children who lost their parents to Heinrich, but thanks to their escape from the palace and decisive testimony in court, Centris and Centauria remained deep in their minds. So it was who looked into their circumstances in detail. I wanted to treat my brother's eyes in some way. I sold my house and spent all my support money. They said they would be able to treat my brother's eyes. Held Centris in his arms and patted her back as she clenched her fists and shed tears. Children who received quite large subsidies were thrown into the world, so it must have been natural for fraudsters to get involved. After a while, she stopped crying. Centris rubbed her eyes and smiled again. Still, I can make a living here. I deliver milk in the early morning and shine shoes on the street during the day. You must have had a hard time. Wasn't it difficult? It would be a lie if I said it wasn't hard. But I'm feeling better these days because my strength has grown a lot. So I'm thinking about adding one more job. Felt very sorry to see Centris smiling and raising her thin arms because she couldn't eat properly. So, let's see how much my little brother has cut. Gaia. Where are you touching? Why are you screaming like a girl when your children do something like this between men? Put her hand under her Centris costume and touched her chest and lower abdomen, sending her mana to check the condition of her Centris's body. What? Why is his mana hole in such good condition? Although he is thin, because he doesn't eat properly, his musculature is very good. Centris's face was turning red as touched her chest and lower abdomen. But was only focused on the inside of her. Centris expressed her admiration for a moment at the quality of her, which seemed to be far superior to that of most of the royal knight's apprentices, which could be felt in her Centris's body, but came to her senses when she heard Mary's words coming from behind her. Oppa, how long are you going to keep doing this? So how did you report it, and what is your location? That's right. Maybe it's because it's been so long since I last saw you, but I was so happy that I forgot about it for a moment. So, how did you come to report this? In response to Yuno's question, Centris quickly gathered her clothes and led Yuno and the others to her house. As I said before, this is the house where my sister and I live. Since my sister went blind, her other senses have become very sensitive. But lately, she has been having trouble sleeping because of strange smells every night. So, I'm doing my best. I concentrated on looking for the smell and found out that the smell was coming from the river here, so I reported it. If that's the case, shouldn't you have reported it to the Metropolitan Administrative Office or the security guard first? Was there any reason to report it to our Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Energy? Apparently, the administration that manages the lords of each province also manages the capital administrative office, and naturally had priority responsibility for such matters. So Diane asked, as if she was curious. Of course, I tried to report it to the security guard in the administrative office first, but neither of them paid attention to the report of a shabby shoeshine kid like me. They said they were busy. Per-doo-da-dook. These guys, if they get paid, they should be busy working. They think I'm paying them so they can play and eat without being beside Centris's words. Internally gritted her teeth and once again felt the need to change her mind, which she had decided to do since she ascended the throne. The first hitters will be the administration and security forces. You guys will have to consider yourself to Danny-Waj, since that wasn't a priority right now. Asked Centris to tell him where the smell came from. Here it is. Take a closer look. It still smells a bit sweet and fishy, right? As they followed the Centris down the river, and the others realized that their noses also had that smell. Sister Diane, do you know what it is? It definitely smells. Am I the god of alchemy? I can figure out what it is just by smelling it. It definitely smells. If you take the river water and analyze it, wouldn't you be able to find out what it is? The concentration of river water is too thin because it mixes too much with the water. Even if it is me, that is beyond my capabilities. Diane shook her head and Isabella held up her hand. Then wouldn't it be okay to trace where this strange smell came from? I'll mark the trace with magic. Oh, that's good. This is why I brought Sister Isabella here. If you're thankful, you'll know later, right? Centris was in front of her, so she couldn't dare to ask her to have sex openly, but Isabella secretly seduced by putting her arm between her breasts, and Diane and Mary caught her eye. Hey, Isabella. Like I said before, said he was going to be with me today, sister. My brother said he would do it for Mary earlier as a thank you. Had to shake her head as she looked at her older sister and her younger sisters who were quickly turning into a mess, while Centris was just tilting her head, as if she didn't understand what she was doing. After a while, through Isabella's tracking magic, they slowly went back along the river. The smell gradually became stronger, and when she felt that her head was pounding, Mary used elemental magic to block the air and block out her smell. Wow, it must be difficult for people to live in general at this level, right? This is an area where no one originally lived, right? But for something like this to come out of Diane's words, and the others focused their attention on one place. It was the place where the Temple of Icarus was built by St. John's to serve the slums, and a liquid with a strong suspicious smell was slowly flowing from the drain under the temple. Why is something like this coming out of the Temple of Icarus? If it were our alchemist guild workshop, it would be understandable. No, if it were our workshop, it would probably not come out, because the purification process was well done. The liquid flowing out of the temple drain had clearly thickened concentration, and not only did it smell, but it was also dark pink in color, so anyone could tell that it was a suspicious liquid. Because it has such a dark pink color, it must be released only at night. Since there are almost no people in the slums at night, the sewer is pretty big. Wouldn't this fit in? When Isabella activated the tracking spell once again, the light flowed into the sewer, reminding us once again that the inside was the source. Isabella waved the wire mesh blocking her drain with her hand until it reached an angle where she could insert her body. No, Sister Isabella. I think it would be better for her to investigate a little more before proceeding. If she goes in and finds no problem and gets caught by the priests, it could lead to a diplomatic dispute for no reason. And we don't know what effect this smelly liquid will have on us. They say they are using Mary's elemental magic to remove the influence of the smell, but it is dangerous to infiltrate the sewers here. Even if I'm there, I don't know what variables will arise. In the end, decided that it would be difficult to get inside, and first asked Diane to analyze the liquid flowing from the sewer. After Diane completed the task of filling and sealing the flask she had brought with her, and the others returned to their original location and took Centris home. Thank you, Sentry, for helping us today. My brother will contact you again soon. You must work hard. Okay, bro. I have to work hard for my little sister, so don't worry. He, gave him a gold coin as a small tip-off fee and told him to eat some delicious food to gain weight for the time being. Centris tried to refuse it, but eventually had to accept the gold coin due to Yuno's coercive hand. That should be no problem for you and your sister to eat well for a month. Next time we see her, she should be a little plump. The little girl has no breast fat or belly fat. What is this? When stroked her cheek and lower abdomen again, Centris giggled and tried to avoid Yuno's touch, but she couldn't avoid the master's touch, so she ended up having to accept his touch with her face turning red. Ah. By the way, Centris, how old are you now? She's 11. Her birthday is next month, so she turns 12. Her younger sister turns 11. I turn 12 next month. Okay, I understand. See you then. Centris. After dropping off Centris again, quickly returned to the Imperial Palace through a secret passage, and no one other than her intelligence chief and the princesses accompanying her knew that had left the Imperial Palace. Of course, after returning to the palace, he had to have intense 4P sex with Diane, Isabella, and Mary in return for working extra hours at night and maintaining confidentiality. But in any case, Yuno's first undercover adventure ended with more results than expected. Illustration of Isabella's happy outfit. Chapter 173. Result of Secret Act 1. Result of Secret Practice 1. Diane had told her that it would take about 2 weeks to analyze the ingredients of the suspicious liquid obtained secretly, so Yuno decided to solve other problems first, and took out her sword. Does the Minister of Public Administration know whether the money he gave to Heinrich for the children who lost their parents is being put to good use? 10 days later, when Juno suddenly convened a royal meeting and suddenly asked about the use of the grant, the Marquis of Trier was momentarily taken aback, but confidently answered with his chest out, "Yes, Your Majesty. The support money was distributed without a single penny missing, and the children were also reported to be living a leisurely life. Is that so? Who on earth did the minister receive reports from? Did you properly confirm the facts after proceeding with the project? In my opinion, it seems like the administration is not doing its job properly." "No, that's not true, Your Majesty. God and the Vice Minister have clearly received reports twice. The person who reported was Viscount Lumley, the head of the capital administration, who has been working in the administration for a long time, and is said to be an exemplary nobleman who has worked with sincerity and integrity. A person with a name is coming." When Juno seemed to know something, the Marquis of Trier paused for a moment, but still defended Viscount Lumley, saying he trusted him. "Then what do I mean by what I saw? They say that there are scammers running rampant trying to rip off orphans who received large sums of money, and that the children who lost all their money to scammers are barely surviving each day in the slums. Well, that is. God will check again. There is no need. The head of the intelligence department has already investigated thoroughly." Juno threw a document at the Marquis of Trier. The document contained the fact that 126 of the 142 war orphans were living in the slums, and that some officials had even siphoned off the subsidies registered in the names of children who entered the orphanage too young, so the Marquis of Trier kept his mouth shut. It was wide open. What on earth did the minister and vice minister do to get to this point? In front of the enraged Juno, the minister of administration, the Marquis of Trier, and the deputy minister, the Count Salia, had to bow their heads. "Your Majesty, I apologize. The gods will thoroughly investigate the truth and severely punish those responsible. If that's all I'm saying, I wouldn't say anything. Do you know that the security guard's budget is constantly leaking? When I investigated it myself, I found that there were officials who contracted with blacksmiths and received kickbacks to repair good weapons. If the guard is like that, there must be plenty of officials committing corruption in other departments as well." When Yuno shouted that the officials under the administration had embezzled, the two ministers and vice ministers' complexions turned pale. "Oh, the sins of the gods are great. I never thought the officials below would be like that," as the two people didn't know what to do. Yuno's anger subsided a little. "I know very well that the officers are always devoted to their work, and that they have not received any kickbacks. But don't you also know that properly managing your subordinates is an important part of your work?" "But Your Majesty's words are 100% correct. I will give my officers one more chance. I will give them a week to finish. So I will investigate the corruption of all officials in the administration and dismiss anyone who received even a single penny in bribes or participated in embezzlement, regardless of their rank. If you have a title, take it away from you too, Your Majesty. Dismissal and even stripping your title is too much. If we are not careful, the entire department could become paralyzed." Yuno glared with anger in his eyes at the administrative minister and vice minister who were trying to dissuade him. "Do you think my intention is a joke? I said it clearly. Anyone involved in corruption, regardless of whether they are nobles or nobles, should be dismissed and stripped of their titles, and then be forcibly enlisted in the Imperial Army. Commander of the Knights of the Guard." "Yes, Your Majesty. Send the 12th Division of the Knights of the Guard together with the Vice Captain to the administration, and tell them that, if there is anyone who rebels against the Emperor's orders, they will behead immediately." "I will follow your orders, Your Majesty." When Tenor sent the Royal Guard to headquarters to deliver the order, Juno looked at the Marquis of Trier and Count Salia, who were standing in front of him. "What are you doing?" "Yes. Attending the royal meeting. Are you still out of your mind? Why do you think Jim convened the royal meeting? Hurry up and start the investigation. Right now. Don't you run." The two ministers and vice ministers were so frightened by the anger of Yuno, who threw away even their respect and scolded them, that they had to run out of the palace. Next. Minister of Land, Infrastructure, and Construction. "Yes, Your Majesty." I'm with the Colonel, the Minister of Land, Infrastructure, and Construction. Count Billion trembled and prostrated himself at the tragedy that occurred in front of him. The Count himself did not think that there would be any corruption due to the nature of the department, so he closed his eyes tightly, anticipating the storm that was to come. If Jim has made it this far, you know what he wants, right? I hope that there will no longer be any talk of doing things according to custom in this Balkan country that he rules. Of course, Your Majesty. First, I personally confirmed that there is no corruption between you and the Vice Minister. But I have not yet been able to investigate each and every detail inside the department. So, I hope the officers take care of it before I start the investigation. Take care of it. What does this mean? Do you understand? The tone itself was soft, but Juno was threatening to blow off his head if he did not properly investigate. So Count Million rushed out of the palace, saying he would conduct a thorough investigation. Even Juno's confidant, Count Mayor, could not escape the storm that broke out overnight, and although he muttered his dissatisfaction, he too left the palace, promising to conduct a thorough investigation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs becomes a spy who sells out the country that commits corruption. He said he is conducting his own audit, right? Yes, that's right, Your Majesty. The head of the intelligence department would know better, so I can tell you that there is absolutely no such thing in our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I will believe it. Next is the cultural propaganda department. This is as Juno slurred his words. Count Pavels, Minister of Culture and Propaganda, smiled bitterly. Due to the nature of the cultural propaganda department, there were no projects for which a large budget had been allocated yet, so Yuno was well aware that there was little room for embezzlement, so he took it easy. The Minister of Culture and Propaganda just needs to be careful. However, if the horse racing project currently being planned goes on track, you will have to be more careful than anyone else. Do you understand? Of course, Your Majesty. I will be very careful to ensure that there is not a single word of denial. Once it was somewhat finished, Yuno sighed deeply. It's fortunate that the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Energy, the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, and the Ministry of Finance, which are managed by you and Rachel, are being managed thoroughly. As for the judiciary, those principled people can't do that. They didn't even provide a budget for that. Juno, with a flash of thought in his head, smiled as he looked at Count Depel Redberg, the Minister of Justice. Minister of Justice. Aren't there some of the officials working under you who are particularly cold-blooded and look like they wouldn't bleed, even if you prick them with a needle? Yes. Of course there are quite a few. But I wonder why Director of Intelligence. Please select a few of the intelligence department agents who investigated the corruption of officials this time, to apply to the new department. Yes, I understand. Your Majesty, I will create a temporary department called the Audit Office, by mixing agents from the intelligence department and talented people from the Ministry of Justice. This department will be headed by the Minister and the Prime Minister, and anyone who refuses to comply with the Audit Office's investigation will be punished for treason. Yuno's bombshell declaration shocked even Prime Minister Rachel, who had been smiling beside her until now, and brought backlash from many nobles. No, Your Majesty. There is a risk that it will lead to excesses of authority. Your Majesty, please take back your orders. Many nobles will be punished unjustly. Then, if you don't commit a crime, you'll be fine. I will definitely crack down on the corruption that is rampant in this empire. I will cut out the rotten parts that are eating away Balkan, even if it means risking blood loss. ! Won't that allow new skin to sprout quickly and make the empire healthier? The nobles protested against Yuno's imperial decree, but their arguments lost their justification when the audit office was launched and numerous corruptions were actually uncovered in each department. The actions of the Board of Audit and Inspection, with the emperor at its back, were like waves. They instantly devastated all departments and, under Rachel's leadership, tracked down the details of each budget's use, uncovered details of embezzlement, and brought out the officials who had received kickbacks, and handed them over to the Knights of the Guard. Viscount Rumbley, the head of the capital administration who conspired with fraudsters to embezzle his orphan support money, was hanged as an example. and numerous corrupt figures were stripped of their positions. The officials were forcibly incorporated into the Imperial Army and ordered to serve a minimum of 3 to a maximum of 20 years of compulsory service depending on the amount of money embezzled. So the boot camp in the Balkans had to suffer from the influx of enlistees, but the front line, the corps commanders and soldiers welcomed the new recruits warmly. Details of these activities were disseminated throughout the empire by the Ministry of Culture and Propaganda, and local lords also had an impact by conducting their own investigation into the financial details of their fiefdoms. Accordingly, the people of the empire, who had been suffering under the tyranny of nobles and officials until now, supported Juno even more passionately. Naturally, Juno's imperial power became more powerful, and the small number of noble forces that had been dissatisfied with Juno's strong policies were completely wiped out through this audit. So the Balkan Empire became increasingly stronger under Juno's absolute imperial power. Mare Cancer Happiness Illustration. Ver 1. Asterisk Mare Cancer Happiness Illustration. Ver 2. Chapter 174. Result of Secret Act. 2. Result of Secret Practice. 2. HMM. The temperature is over 110 degrees. So if you put mandragora extract in here. Diane was looking through her wide eyes at the liquid bubbling before her eyes. The pink liquid that and I had collected while going undercover was a substance that even she, a master of alchemy, had never seen before. So Diane was focusing all of her mind on it. Her Highness the Princess, please get some sleep. You haven't come out of the laboratory for 10 days already. Please hand over all the work of the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Energy to me. Shut up. Medici, don't disturb my concentration. Baron Medici, head of the Alchemists Guild, came to Diane's laboratory and tried to stop her, but she could not stop Diane's obsession with the unknown substance. Wow. But her passion seemed to be of no use. As soon as Diane dropped her reagent, the flask bubbling in front of her exploded, and Diane fell to the floor and grabbed her head. It's been 10 days since the date I promised and I still haven't figured out what the raw materials are. I haven't even figured out what effects they have yet. Didn't His Majesty say it was okay? Please balance your daily life with your research. I also haven't been able to go home for 10 days. If this continues, and I get divorced by my wife, will Your Majesty the Princess take responsibility? What are you talking about? When did I tell you not to go home? I told you to just do my work and then go home. Don't break my concentration here and get the hell out of here. I can't go home because I'm doing all the work for Her Highness. Please stop with work. Ugh. I'm sorry. Please help me. Quang. Baron Medici, who was trying to drag Diane out, couldn't control her temper and Diane threw a bottle that said hazardous material on her, causing her to explode and start waiting. Eventually, she had to run away with all her might and get out of her laboratory. Wheeze. Wow, I'm so frustrated because the experiment didn't go as planned, but that Medici guy came in and got angry. Then Diane saw that the white glass bottle on her shelf was about to fall from the impact of her explosion. Oh no, my treasure. She tried to quickly run over and grab it, but Diane's body, which had not slept properly for 10 days, could not move as intended, and the pink liquid and the white liquid that she had left for her next experiment ended up mixing together. No. Diane, who had been working on her experiment for 10 days without sleeping properly, was able to survive because Miruku brought her semen every morning. Semen, which is full of the energy of the world tree, filled her tired body with vitality every time she drank it. So Diane cherished every sip whenever her experiment was tiring, and when semen, which she had been drinking sparingly, poured out, she screamed in anger. But bubble. Sigh. The pink liquid mixed with semen suddenly boiled, reacted violently, and began emitting heavy smoke. What? This? What's happening all of a sudden? Diane was taken aback because she had never experienced a reaction like this, even though she had mixed all kinds of reagents before, but she looked delighted when the liquid began to separate. Did you succeed? It was a success. It was finally a success. As expected, you are my treasure. Diane carefully tilted the flask containing several layers of liquid before her eyes and succeeded in accurately separating the liquids so that they did not mix again. Let's see. The white thing at the top is Yuno's cum that reacted with this. Ugh, I want to drink it again, but this won't work. And this. A prorum. This is a stimulant. The one at the bottom is alcohol. Plus, glycerin. And a torix. Hallucinogen. And holy water at the end. Backquote, they mixed a stimulant and a hallucinogen with alcohol, took the drug, and then mixed it with holy water. What kind of bizarre combination is this? What on earth will happen if you feed this to humans? Diane's mind was spinning. But she couldn't find an answer, so Diane decided to solve it the easiest way. Okay, there's nothing we can do. Let's make this combination in large quantities and feed it to Medici. Let's feed it to Medici and see his reaction. It's okay. Who are you telling me to feed what to? Your Royal Highness. I'm here. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you go to work? Did you forget to knock? Diane was surprised by Baron Medici's sudden appearance behind her, but Baron Medici held out her papers, as if that didn't matter. No matter how much I knocked, there was no response, so I just came in. Woo, anyway, I came here to ask for payment. This is a ministerial payment, so I can't yield, so please understand. And I will never pass anything that the princess gives me. Cheat. Then we have no choice but to move on to animal testing. Rachel would be so upset because we spend a lot of money on laboratory animals. Then what about my life? Baron Medici shouted, as if propriety was no longer a concern. But Diane ignored it and signed her papers before she began testing on animals, and the next day, settled down. Diane was held in her brother's arms, her body rubbing against hers as she enjoyed the hot afterglow of having sex with for the first time in 10 days. Sister. So what was the identity of that suspicious liquid? Hey, this is your first sex with your older sister in 10 days. Don't you miss her pussy? It's right after we had sex, and you ask me about work. I heard you're really not in the mood. Diane gave her brother a light kiss, as if she loved him, then stood up and held up the pink flask she had brought. It's not at all accurate, because we haven't tested it on humans. But should we call it brainwashing? It is presumed that, if you take that drug for a long time, you will blindly follow the instructions of the person giving it. How long should I take it? If you give the solution to small animals like rats a few times, they will be brainwashed right away. But if you dilute it, so that it's not noticeable, if it's a large animal like a human, it will be a little different depending on the size of each individual. Approximately at least 3 months to half a year. If you do that, you'll become a slave. If they are giving this to the believers at the Temple of Icarus, those who went to the temple from the beginning would have already been brainwashed. This is a big problem. We need to close the temple quickly and expel the saint. When hurriedly tried to get up, Rachel, who was cleaning his dick underneath pulled his balls, causing to sit down again. No, your majesty. Your country has already recognized the Icarid religion and permitted the construction of a temple, and you cannot close it down without permission. No, Rachel. What have you heard so far? They say the temple is brainwashing the people of our empire with that drug. So what about the evidence? Here. This liquid, what is the evidence that it came from the Temple of Icarus? What evidence is there that it is being fed to the believers in the Temple of Icarus? Do you understand why the saint is trying to forcefully secure the believers? Couldn't say anything to Rachel, who was questioning every single detail, and only broke into a cold sweat. Oh really? I wonder what our majesty would have done without me. Really? His majesty is such a big and lovely little emperor. Chew up. Rachel, who had surrendered sucked Yuno's cock with all her might, as if she was so loving, and was finally able to hear her solution, only after giving her a lot of cum into Rachel's mouth. Of course we have to bring evidence. Evidence that can't even be gambled on. Evidence that will make the saint bow down before her majesty. No, that's why I tried to invade the temple. If I take the guard knights and raid the temple and search and seize it, something will come out. Could that saint have done it so laxly? Of course, she would have hidden evidence that could be used, and the brainwashing will be carried out in a strictly controlled environment. Then what should I do? We need to bring in a spy. We need someone who can dig up evidence using magic without anyone knowing who he is, and who is strong enough to not be easily defeated by them. Do we have someone like that? There is no one. but there is a person who can do that. As soon as Rachel finished speaking, the door to her bedroom opened, and her small doll came inside, and welcomed her with a welcoming smile, as if she knew only then. It's been a while since I've seen a new concubine that will be of help to you. See ya bang. You just have to trust me. See ya bang, Mary. But what happened to the tail and horns? Thanks to the affection of the West, she recovered a lot of her energy and was able to completely transform into human form. Huh. So you're saying I can't enjoy Mary's horns and tail anymore? I really like that. Even though looked a little disappointed, Mary smiled brightly. You can do as much as you want. Anyway, leave this matter to Mary. Of course, you know the price, right? I'll take the advance payment now. When Mary took off her clothes and ran into Yuno's arms, Yuno hugged her tightly and poured semen inside her until her stomach bulged. Mary fully humanoid ILLUSTRATION chapter 175. Mirror's undercover investigation. Saint and Jelena illustration. Mirror's undercover investigation. Next day, Mary, who volunteered to investigate suspicious activities expected to occur at the Temple of Icarus, walked around the streets for a while and then headed to the slums, where the Temple of Icarus was located. Because Mary was wearing shabby clothes, she instantly blended into the citizens of the slum. The slums of Adria were greatly improved thanks to the development policies of Juno and his subjects, but as a slum, many people still lived in poverty and were starving. So Mary frowned. I'm sure if you're going to brainwash these people, it will work well. If I show kindness to these people, like I brainwashed low intelligence monsters, they will blindly follow it. Mary slowly walked towards the Temple of Icarus, saying she wanted to know why Saint Johann settled here. At first Mary found her way by asking here and there where the temple was, but she soon saw a large building that caught her eye, and she was sure it was the Temple of Icarus. The buildings in the slums are so shabby that they look like they are about to collapse. On the other hand, the temples are incredibly gorgeous. Isn't it just as good as the imperial palace where you live? Moreover, I can definitely feel a foreign energy in here. Because Mary was so sensitive to energy, even as she stood in front of the temple, she was certain that what she felt inside was something other than normal divine power. Mary, feeling that her investigation was clearly necessary, took her steps into the Temple of Icarus and was greeted by a group of beautiful priestesses. Hello, it seems like this is my first time meeting you. Is this your first time coming to Icarus Temple? Yes. I came because life was so hard. You thought it through so well. Icarus Sama welcomes all those who are struggling. Please rest your tired body for a while in Icarus Sama's arms. Thank you, priest. Mary plays a girl from the slums who are exhausted from starving in her poverty and follows her priestess into the interior of the temple. HMM. The priest's divine power is definitely real. But what is this strange feeling? There's definitely something I can be sure. Mary observed various places inside the temple, as if it were fascinating. The temple was crowded with priests and believers offering prayers, as well as ordinary believers who seemed to be visiting for worship and rest. However, since she could not find anything particularly suspicious, Mary decided to take a short break in the lounge where the priest guided her. Please come here and relax comfortably. It's mealtime in an hour, so if you rest here, we will distribute meals to you. Oh. I don't have money to donate. Not even for a meal. It's okay. Icarus doesn't discriminate between the poor, the rich, the low class, and the high class, and treats them equally with love. As Mary, playing her completely poor slum girl, so naturally shook her body and slapped her hands, the priestess guiding her smiled and placed Mary on her chair. She brought me a book about her doctrine, telling me to read it if I was bored. HMM. There is nothing strange about the doctrine. Serve those in a lower position than yourself and help them ascend to a higher heaven. Mary read the catechism in a flash, but she could not notice anything strange at all and could only feel the spirit of service and pure passion filled with the priests who were busy healing the sick and injured who came to the temple to seek help. Because of this, Mary's mind became even more confused. She read the catechism and looked around the temple, but she did not find anything special. So she decided to go down the stairs to the basement, and the priest guarding the stairs in front of her. Hello, I visited the temple to see Icarus for the first time. Can I go into the basement? I'm sorry. Due to the saint's strict orders, anyone who is not an official follower of Icarus cannot enter this place. Then, can you tell me what's in the basement? If there are more icons, I'd like to visit them. Haha, there's nothing special. There's only the rooms, where the priests live, the armory we use, and the baptismal room and penance room. If you just want to worship, everything can be done on the first floor. Miri could easily suppress the priests, if she wanted to, but it was clear that, if the few priests disappeared, an uproar would immediately arise, so she decided to take a different approach. In that case, I need to get baptized, and find out, if that liquid is used. If I can't figure it out, I'll try going inside. I've made all the preparations in case that liquid affects me. There's no particular problem. Probably not as Mary returned to the rest area, where she was originally located, and sat on a chair for a while to wait. Several priestesses began walking around to distribute meals. Enjoy your meal. If you need anything, please let me know anytime. Mary looked at her priestess who was so kind to the people, and when she came up to offer her bread, she spoke to her. Priest, can I join the church? I read the doctrine and there were so many impressive parts. Oh my, I'm so happy. Just wait a moment. The saint will be back soon. If you tell her you are joining the church and get baptized, you will be able to feel the warm embrace of Icarus. Good. That's good. If you meet the saint, you will be able to feel the identity of this unpleasant energy. I have to finish the investigation quickly and go give my husband a hug. He will praise me for doing a good job and hug Mary. Even had Mary waited for her saint with great anticipation, but contrary to her words that she would turn around soon, her saint did not appear until after the sun had set after more than an hour. Sister Marian, is this the person who is joining the church? Yes, saint. That's right. Her name is Mary. Thank you so much. She said she was so impressed after reading the doctrine book that she decided to serve Icarus. Lord Icarus will be pleased. Then, let's go. You will be baptized and be reborn as a servant of Lord Icarus. What? The priests are happy, but that woman, who is called a saint, is different. Her words and facial expressions are happy, but inside she feels completely different. No, she's actually sad. Mary was momentarily taken aback by the saint's strange reaction, but anyway, it seemed inevitable that she would become a full-time believer in order to delve deep into her, so she suppressed her curiosity for the time being and followed the saint. Brother, could you please leave for a moment? He is a new believer who wants to take refuge in Icarus. Wow, that's perfect. It's a really happy day that the person who was passionately going to worship Icarus earlier was even baptized. Those who call on Icarus' name will be saved. Thank you. Your soul will also be saved by Icarus. Mary, who was looking into the eyes of the priest with a slight glow in her eyes, noticed that her saintly woman's eyes also had a sad look. It's really strange. What is her saintly identity? Why do you keep looking at them and me with sad eyes? However, Mary's curiosity was not answered this time, and Mary was finally able to come down to her basement. The deeper I go underground, the stronger the alien energy I felt at the entrance. It's not the warmth of a heavenly god. I feel something destructive. Although she was concerned about the constant feeling of an energy that was completely opposite to her warm divine power, Mary obediently entered her underground baptismal room, knelt in front of a saint, and memorized her doctrine. Lord Icarus. Mary, a lowly human being here, wishes to take refuge in Lord Icarus. Please have mercy on these foolish people, bless them, and pray for Mary, who will continue to live for Lord Icarus. Ikari, who looks upon everything that exists under the sky. You are the only God in the true light. Please give this blessing of light. As her chanting of the saint ended, Mary felt her powerful divine power enter and explore her body. TSK. It's a bit unpleasant to see divine power coming in, but I guess I'll just let it pass for now. If I absorb it or repel it, it'll be like confessing that I'm a spy, so there's nothing I can do about it. As Mary transformed into a human, all of her mana was compressed into only the wound at the nape of her neck, so the saintess seemed to feel nothing as she explored Mary's body, and then her divinity. He began to bestow blessings on her. Mary, now, this is the final step of Sir. Please wait a moment. The saintess turned around for a moment, took something out of her hand, and thrust a glass filled with a dark pink liquid towards Mary. Please drink this. Then Miri, you too will become a follower of Icarus. It seems a little thicker than what I heard from Diane. But I also brought your semen, which is said to be an antidote. So it won't really matter, right? Miri took the cup the saint offered her and swallowed the liquid contained in it in one go. Then, in an instant, she felt that her evil filial piety was digging into her spirit, and she grabbed her head. This is what the hell is expected. You were not an ordinary person. I would have thought you would be able to withstand undiluted brainwashing medication. I could feel a huge amount of mana inside your body, so it was a good thing I gave you the undiluted solution. Miri gritted her teeth and resisted her medicinal powers as she looked down at her saint. Damn it. If it continues like this, I might lose my mind. I underestimated you too much. If so, Miri eventually used her mana to chant her spell and bounced her saint into her wall. In that state, such power. How on earth is it? Miri, who had barely managed to block Miri's surprise spell, took advantage of the opportunity to be pushed away and took out the bottle containing Yuno's semen from her arms and tried to put it into her mouth. But pow, a huge force of energy flew from the penitence room in the back and struck Miri in the back of her head, and she let go of the bottle containing his semen and fell to the floor, slowly losing consciousness. I guess this is an antidote to the brainwashing drug. It seems like there are forces somewhere that are suspicious of our temple. Thank you, Archangel of Destruction. Thanks to you, I was able to safely subdue him. The saintess is very clumsy. I still need many sacrifices to completely restore my power. Forces that doubt our purpose have begun to appear. As soon as possible, we can turn this pagan land into a world for Icarus. Work harder to make it. I understand. Archangel. As if the Archangel did not like her, the Archangel turned her head and went back to the penitence room, and the saint lifted the body of her Miri, drew back the curtains inside her penitence room, and placed her in a place filled with holy water and brainwashing fluid. It was put into a large container. If you stay here for just 1 week, your body will be transformed into the power of the Archangel and disappear. Please forgive me, sister. Whatever the reason for coming to the temple, or the reason for taking refuge in Icarus, you are my sister who received the blessing of Icarus. But thanks to the sacrifice of a sister with great power, I was able to prevent more sisters from being sacrificed. Please forgive me, Icarus, for committing such a deep sin. Please forgive Angelina. Saint Angelina knelt next to the container containing the Miri and prayed before disappearing into the penance room. Miri's infiltration investigation seemed to have failed, but both the Archangel of Destruction and the Saint did not notice that Miri drank a few drops of Yuno's semen from the bottle before losing consciousness. Illustration of Saint Angelina who came to Miri. Chapter 176. Special Order, Find Miri. 1. Special Order, Find Miri. 1. What on earth happened? Why doesn't Miri return? When Miri, who went to the temple of Icarus, did not return after 4 days, Juno became furious and led his soldiers to attack the temple of Icarus. Calm down, master. Miri said it might take about 3 days. It's a mission that might take about a day more. That's right. You know that Miri's personality is very spontaneous, right? It could be because there's something additional to investigate. Why are you in such a hurry when you know so well how strong Miri is? But I feel uneasy and reluctant when Kuramu and Miruku tried to dissuade Miri by telling them about Miri's identity. Calmed down her anger, but she kept pacing back and forth in her room due to the uneasy feeling she felt in her heart. In the morning, Rachel opened her mouth as she watched Yuno complaining about her anxiety without having her favorite morning sex. I understand your majesty's feelings, but if you raise an army and attack right now, Miri's hard work could be in vain. If you're feeling uneasy, how about sending someone else who won't be suspected? Yuno's expression brightened slightly at Rachel's advice. That would definitely be good. Someone who wouldn't be suspected. Intelligence agent? No. It's like sending in the military if they get caught. But someone trustworthy. A person who seemed like a perfect fit appeared in Yuno's head, and Yuno quickly set out to find him. Hyung. I said I'd see you in a month, but you came a little early? Why did you ask to see me? The person was thinking of was Centris. Centris is unusually quick to act and judge the situation quickly. Moreover, since he is still a child, there will be no suspicion, so it can be said that he is better suited than anyone else for this mission. Perhaps thanks to the gold coins that gave him. Centris had been eating quite well and had gained weight and seemed to have grown a bit taller, so smiled with satisfaction and patted Centris's head. Centris, the Temple of Icarus, right? Yes. This is the place where the strange liquid came out with my brother last time. My brother said he still smells it sometimes, but it hasn't been resolved yet. Actually, after explaining that his wife, Hannah, had gone out to investigate at the Temple of Icarus and had not been able to contact him for 4 days, Juno told him about Mirror's impressions. So what you want from me is to find that Mirror or check his whereabouts. That's right. You might be in danger for no reason, so don't do anything more than that. I understand, brother. Instead, please take good care of my sister while I'm away, and be sure to give her a reward later. Don't worry. Isn't he still the Emperor of the Balkans? When bumped her Centris's head and told her to do her a favor, she blushed and grunted. That's right. But when you and I see each other like this, it's because he doesn't look like the Emperor. Centris, who had left her head in Yuno's hands for a while, patted her chest, telling her to trust only him, and then disappeared into her alley in her slum. Centauria arrived near the Icarus temple in an instant. And she was peeking at the temple through the alley. Wow, it's been a few months since I've been here. It's gotten a lot more fancy than before. I guess there are a lot of people donating money to the temple. When I brought Centauria, they treated me very kindly and honestly told me that it would be difficult to fix my eyes, so I was grateful, but they are brainwashing people here. There was strange smelling water coming out from under the temple. But these people really do that, is it? Of course, No, His Majesty the Emperor is a trustworthy person. And Triss's face turned bright red for a moment when she thought of but soon she shook her head and came to her senses and began to look at the Icarus temple and think about how to find Miri inside. Anyway, how do I find someone named Miri? Of course, it won't be found in places where people usually go to worship, right? If a child like me came alone and said he wanted to look inside, they wouldn't listen at that moment. Her sentry caught the sight of an old woman who lived next door coming out of the temple. Then the centress waited for her a little while longer, and when she got on the road toward her house, she ran and spoke to her grandmother. Grandma, hello, aren't you Centris? What are you doing here? When the grandmother next door saw Centris, she hugged him happily. Ahaha, I was polishing my shoes over here for a moment when I saw her grandmother. What's going on here? Ha ha ho. I suffered a serious injury to my ankle last time, and the saint cured this old man. Since then, whenever I have time, I visit the temple to listen to Icarus' wonderful words. Haha. Should I trust Icarus for once? Of course it should be. Lord Icarus will soon purify this rotten world. Everything will burn and be reborn. To that end, I'm even prepared to sacrifice my old life to Icarus. So, you too, Centris, Icari, take refuge in the monks and receive salvation. You must do so. He is the only light that can bring salvation to the entire world. Huh. Where has he gone? The eyes of her grandmother, who had been looking at her with such warm eyes just moments ago, suddenly lit up with a pink frenzy, and the terrified Centris escaped from the arms of the grandmother next door and ran deep into her alley. I ran out to the place. Gasp. What Hyung said was true. They are brainwashing people at the Icarus temple. We have to stop it. If we leave this alone, my younger brother Centauria won't be safe either. After taking a moment to catch his breath and make up his mind, Centris's eyes began to shine brightly. Hello, welcome to the Temple of Icarus. Oh, Kit, how did you get here? Did you come to see Icarus? Centris looked as pitiful as possible as she looked at the priestess who was treating her so kindly as before. Well, I'm an orphan who makes a living by shining shoes. I was just run over by passers-by, fell, and got a big cut on my arm. But I don't have money for treatment. So I thought the Temple of Icarus might be able to help. Let's see. Wow, that's a huge cut. But don't worry. Icarus helps everyone who needs help. The priestess looked at Centris's arm, which was cut deeply, and her blood was dripping down. She very kindly guided her to the clinic and treated her arm. Okay, the treatment is complete. But if you move right away, the wound may open, so take a break. There will be a meal in a little while, so make sure to eat. Understood? Yes. Thank you. It's okay. It hurt a little, but it had the effect of deliberately cutting off her arm. Now that we are inside, let's take our time and look for Miri apostrophe. After a brief rest, bread was distributed for meals, but Centris smelled a very faint, strange smell inside her bread, and she immediately quietly threw the bread away. As expected. They are brainwashing people by giving them that strange water under the pretext of helping. Bad guys. Miri must have been victimized by these guys too. Centris, determined to somehow find Miri's location, got up from the bed and began walking around the temple point. Unlike the entrance to the temple, there were many people inside to receive treatment or to worship the statue, so the Centris actions were not particularly noticeable, and the Centris was able to look around safely. There is no second floor in the temple, and the layout shows hidden defenses. Then there must be a place that goes underground somewhere. There it is. Then, the Centris caught the eye of the stairs leading down to the basement and the priest guarding them. TCH. There's a soldier guarding it. How do I get in there? After thinking for a moment, Centrine reached into the skirt of the girl in front of her in the crowded hallway, pulled down her panties, and quickly hid her body. It's a pervert, the young lady's screams that echoed loudly in the hallway drew everyone's attention, and beyond her Centri's expectations, she grabbed the man behind her by the collar and began to drive him into a molester. What's going on? At that sound, the attention of the priest guarding the stairs was also drawn to that direction. Worried that an injury may have occurred, the priest left his guard post and ran to the screaming girl. Guard. Here is a molester taking off women's panties inside the sacred temple. I'm not. Why am I taking off the lady's panties? It's a cotton cloth that I won't eat, even if I give it to her. What? Miss? This guy's real. Now, calm down. You must not cause trouble in the sacred temple of Icarus. Ugh. Don't fight. Brothers and sisters, please calm down. As people who were easily agitated under the influence of the brainwashing drug began to fight, each taking the side of men and women. The priest had to swear to calm down the fighting people. And no one there noticed that a small child had gone underground. *ILLUSTRATION of a sentry trying to infiltrate the temple of Icarus. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.